Mic check, 139. Mic check, 139. She a move, she a move, she a move. God damn. Come on, grand risings, people, all that good stuff. Where we there? Come on. So today is the 30th day of the 6th month of the year 2024, and we've officially passed half of this 2024 year, people. So yeah, you don't know how we do over here. Big up yourselves. Let's give thanks and praise to the Most High. Yeah, because nobody knows the minute, the hour, or the second. And that is why it's always correct to give thanks and praises. Yeah. So if we're all here today, yeah, man, we could go and give thanks and praise because enough people didn't make it throughout the night. All around the world, we know what going on, yeah. So with all the things that we do complain about, and they are aplenty, we can still remind ourselves that at the end of the day, you know what I mean? Compared to other places around the world, we're definitely living in relative peace and tranquility. You know what I mean? So we have to give thanks for that. Still, big up yourself, Bongo, in the building. I see you coming nice and early. So big up to you and your family. You get me? And all that money I know you're making, and you don't want to share with the nines in terms of the strategy. But it's all right. I'll catch you another day still. But yeah, man, just come for a quick one still. It's been a hot minute. Hope everyone's been enjoying the good little weather we've been having. I certainly have. Do you know what I mean? Little spare time, I have straight to the garden. Yeah, sorted out the garden a little bit, pruned him up and tip and rare. So yeah, man, any little sunshine that might come our way, we are ready. Which part me there? You know what I mean? We're ready. But yeah, man. So I know there's been a lot going on in the YouTube streets, still one way or another. And yeah, man. And the beat goes on. You know, it go. Could be argued it's a Groundhog Day, but we'll see. Still, we'll see. But yeah, man. So I ain't come to tower too long, but you done the happy Sunday, rice and peace settings. Make we see what I go. Make we see what I go. Make we see what I go on. But yeah, man. Today the sun has not got his hat on. So there is no hip 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 hooray. I mean, the grey cloud, well, the grey skies are back at least. So I don't know how long it's going to last, but hopefully it will dissipate. And do you know what I mean? Bring in little blood cleat sunshine at the people, them, you know? Get some rays and that. But yeah, man, so what am I saying now? It's been, it's been quite a busy, it's been quite a busy few days or several days, one way or another, depending on where you're sitting and what you're watching. Yo, Grand Rising's messenger. Yo, at least you're self-proclaimed still. I'll give you that. You're actually self-proclaimed, man. So yeah, obviously we're on the lead up to an election. There's that. Obviously, there's also the Euros. There's that as well. And believe it or not, this is actually Olympic year. And I'm not going to lie, I'm sure I said it before, but it was only when I was speaking to my friend in Jamaica and they started speaking about Olympics. I'm like, Olympics? And I had to double check. But yeah, the Olympics is on its way, but I ain't hearing no one, sugar. I ain't heard no one talk about it still. Bless up. All right, 1 minute, family. Don't leave. Let me just answer this phone. Don't leave. All right, people, stay there. 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. Yeah, man. Happy Sunday, Timothy, man. 1 second. Bless. You all right, bub? Yeah. Hold on a sec.
Grand Rising class. All right. Today we're gonna learn about non-ether. Y'all ready?
Yeah.
Let's go.
I'm calling segments on this one.
Non-ether flow. Non-ether flow. Non-ether flow.
My crown, kinky. My skin, melanin.
Right.
I'll say it again. My skin is melanin.
Right.
Nine eat the flow, and you know I'm about to get it in. Nine eat the flow, and you know I'm about to get it in. My crown, kinky. My skin, melanin.
Right.
I'll say it again. My skin is melanin.
Right.
Nine eat the flow, and you know I'm about to get it in. Nine eat the flow, and you know I'm about to get it in.
That 9 is so divine, it's infinite, the highest number. Supreme mathematics, multiply any number by 9. Add the double digits together and watch it get back. I don't think you overstand, so Jay, won't you bring it back? That 9 is so divine, it's infinite, the highest number. Supreme mathematics, multiply any number by 9. Add the double digits together and watch you get back. Now that you overstand, let me tell you who I am. Let's get it. Heaven, that's me. Hell, that's me. The originator, me. I am the avatar of 9. Check the follicles that I produce all the time. This my scientist flow. Don't think it's solely a rhyme. I'm the first physical being. This ain't no diss track. I came from Adam, then I was formed to an atom. That's a fact. I'm bringing awareness to my peoples. You are burning star. I'm serious, B. Watch me ignite your whole being so you can see the truth unfold. This is no unsolved mystery. We are the creators, the all in the all. I said we are the creators, the all in the all.
My crown, kinky. My skin, melanin.
Right.
I'll say it again. My skin is melanin.
Right.
9 eat the flow, and you know I'm about to get it in.
Yeah.
9 eat the flow, and you know I'm about to get it in. My crown, kinky.
Yeah.
My skin, melanin.
Right.
I'll say it again. My skin is melanin.
Right.
9 eat the flow, and you know I'm about to get it in. 9 eat the flow, and you know I'm about to get it in.
I need to get away, away. Take me to a place that's tropical so I can shine down on me. Only he can give me what I need. I need that ultraviolet, vitamin D, that serotonin, calm my nerve. You know I'm on it. By the way, Rob, produce me some more melatonin. I'm the fifth element, I'm lead low in this. I can make Zor go by boom in this. I'm metaphysical and alchemist in this. I ain't cursing on the track, my daughter gonna dance to this. I'm earth, water, air, and fire. I'm a walking planet. I'm here to give you what you desire. I got the right knowledge, the right mind. I can't go wrong with this. I got the right knowledge, the right mind. I can't go wrong with this.
My crown, kinky. My skin.
Yes, people, come on, I'm back. Sorry about that. Come on. Big up everyone in the building, man.
And you know I'm about to get it in.
9 need to flow, and you know she's about to get it in.
My crown,
Kinky,
my skin,
melanin.
I'll say it
Again.
My skin is melanin.
9 need to flow,
and you know I'm about to get it in. 9 eat the flow, and you know I'm about
Come
to get
on.
it in.
You know it is. It's the big black dog. Come on, Jay. Come on. Yeah. Yes, family. All right, then. Sorry about that. I had to take that cool still, you know how it go. Real life settings. But yeah, man. So what am I saying? Because I ain't come to tower too long. You know what I mean? Sunday food on fire and then way there. Everyone's hungry. Simple ones today. We're just cooking down some chicken today. Nice and simple. You know what I mean? Although I do love a cooked down chicken, still can't lie. Yeah, look at gonga peas. Yeah, salad and thing and thing and thing and so yeah, man. So family, one of my church people are here. Morning, Nico. Can't stay away from us to Bomber Clock. If you know that we're complaining, why would you come and listen to complaining? Like, why? It don't even make no sense. But yeah, family. Anyway, we're not even gonna get distracted. First off, but so like I said, we're definitely gonna have I'm going. Let's go back to the old days. This is the name of the title. Or is it too late? Have the chickens already come home, laid, and now also hatched? You know? Yeah. So we're gonna ask the question still, but obviously again, like I say, we're on the road to election, and we hear the what would you call it? The 2024 NF party, aka Reform, are trying to do some bits and bobs. Personally, I don't think that they stand a chance of anything because, yeah, they're just not very clever people. Do you know what I mean? Once you get past their immigration policies and that, there ain't nothing there. You know what I mean? They ain't got nothing on education, nothing on health, this, that, and the other. Just immigration. But yeah, it is what it is. It is what it is, man. But so in fact, hold on a second. So we'll have a little thing will be about that. I've heard one of the foreigners, like a real foreigner, yeah, not a pretend foreigner, but a real foreigner like Banksy. Apparently one of the Patriots tore him a new one yesterday, apparently. Yeah. You got a foreigner trying to tell a Patriot how to be a Patriot and got his ass torn a new one, apparently. So, chickens coming home to roost. Well, I'm now furthering the question. Actually, have they now roosted and now they're hatching? Because now you got baby chickens and baby chickens and that. You know what I mean? So yeah, no chickens have come home to roost. I'm afraid the army 98% white British. No chickens have come home to roost, I'm afraid. The army is 98% white British. Well, what does that mean? AC. Oh, AC, big up yourself, man. God damn. Sure, some secret holiday partner. If it weren't Matthew, it would have been AC, trust me. Yeah, man, this is what I'm saying, Bunga, man. Listen. You see the people on that side, yeah? Whatever you want to call them, whether you want to call them right wing, extreme right, fucking patriots, fucking Tommy Tards, whatever. But you see them people over that side, they're not very clever. Do you know what I mean? That's the only conclusion that I've come to. They're very passionate, of course. They're very passionate. You know what I mean? And they're full of old-time rhetoric. But if I would call them clever, is another story. Do you know what I mean? Because look at this. Even the leader of the Patriots himself, old Tommy, yeah, as we know, he got arrested, I think it was this week or whatever, in Canada. You see what I'm saying to you, yeah? Right? For whatever reason, he got arrested, yeah? And I think we was on the block and Biggins played a bit of it. And from the outset, the man was just lying. Do you know what I mean? And whereby he had to hold up his hand and says, all right, I'll tell you the truth. Do you know what I mean? But what I found even more funny in that whole Tommy thing was the fact that he claimed to be Irish. You get me? My man went in with his Irish passport. You see what I'm saying to you? And this is what I'm saying, yeah? A lot of these quote-unquote patriots, or at least the ones that we know of, do you know what I mean? This I'm trying to, it's complete lunacy, hypocrisy, and just everything in between that, because he's an Irish. He's not even defending England. He's gone when defending. He's gone with his Irish passport, right? You know what I'm saying to you? Okay, but if you got another person that's in a sort of similar situation that might have a different passport, that's not British and all the rest of it, they're called all sorts of this, that, and the other. But here's Tommy Robinson, the leaders of the Patriots. Do you get me? He's trying to Jimmy Screech and finesse his way into people's country. You see what I'm saying to you? And he's not even using the good red book. You understand me? That people are nearly drowning and dying to come to England to get. He's not even using the good, or I should actually say the good blue book now, because it's changed again. He's using the good Irish book. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? And this is what I'm trying to say. A lot of these people, you cannot take them seriously, man. You just got to take them like memes or entertainment. Do you know what I mean? Because they're not serious. They're not serious. My man's gone in with a whole Irish passport. But wants to be the leaders of the patriots. Do you know what I'm saying to you? You get me? Who's a person now? I mean, that just talks on. Who's this other? Apparently, there's this other guy. I can't remember his name. Someone will know it in the chat. Apparently, he might be Irani or something. He's another one of these fucking token patriots. You get me? That's of color, is an immigrant, but wants to draw up the drawbridge. I mean, all these weird people. You get me? You got Banksy, a foreigner from top to bottom, inside out, upside down. You get me? Complaining about foreigners as a foreigner. I'm saying you can't make this shit up, family. You got another woman on here complaining about foreigners, and they're married to a whole immigrant. You get me? And married to an immigrant that sounds like an immigrant. You know what I mean? And this person's probably been here over 20 years. So how are people going to listen? So what I'm trying to say is, yeah, they can't be taken seriously in it. At this point, they're just entertainment, because how the fuck are you going to listen to people complaining about immigration where they got their immigrants around them? They lie down with immigrants. They make children with immigrants. Blah, 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 blah. It's crazy to me, bro. You got fucking Nigel Farage. He's got a whole German wife. Yeah? German, you know. A whole German wife, but he's trying to but he's led us out of Brexit. Having a German wife. You can't make this shit up, family. You cannot make this shit up, man. Yeah, understand what I'm saying to you? Meanwhile, over the pond, you've got Senile versus Demntia in terms of the American presidency. I mean, where the bloody hell are we supposed to be going from here? Like, listen. Oh my God, man. Oh my Lord. I'm telling you, it's a madness to me. Yeah, you can't take it. That's the one, Mayor Tusi. This is what I'm trying to say. This guy here, a whole immigrant, should get me a whole brown person, but he's up there saying, oh, do you know what I mean? I don't even know what the fuck these people are saying, because I don't listen to them, but they're just brown tokens at this point. It's just weird. But we're going to have a little listen to what some people think about these tokens. Not me, because you know what we call them. You get me? But, yeah, man. Your obsession with wanting mass immigration is going to be your downfall. Are you speaking to me, Nico? Or are you just fucking chatting? You're just chatting, innit? You're just chatting because you're not speaking to me. Because what have you heard me say about immigration to even make that? So you're not talking to me. Let me just go up a bit. Look, she said the immigrants took the jobs of the English people. Whose job did Hector take? Woo! This is what I'm saying, man. You cannot take these people seriously, man. A lot of them have just come to the conclusion. They just talk for the sake of talking, and you know what I mean? Because a lot of them, they're just sort of, they're just a little bit, you know what I mean? A bit, anti, I tell you, boy, Bunga, if they're deluded, brother, I said, when I heard Tommy use this Irish passport, I'm like, I don't want to hear nothing. I don't want to hear nothing. Danny Roscoe, boy, sir. The people like Danny Roscoe and Banksy and the likes of these persons, that's all. Entertaining is probably the only word for it, to be fair, because they cannot be taken seriously. Obviously, it's not about the great immigration in it, but the hangers on. It's not about the great immigrants in it. NHS, but the hangers on. Well, the NHS, I mean, you know, that's its own problem. You know, that's its own problem in itself. You know, the good old NHS. But one thing people need to remember is that without quote unquote immigrants, the NHS cannot survive. Don't ever get it twisted. The NHS could not survive with just British indigenous workers. It just really couldn't. So, you know, like, you know, Danny Roscoe saying he's adding to the white race because he had a child with a white woman, but he died. Yeah, I mean, look, man. I mean, look, I don't want to go too much on young Roscoe, man, because, you know, but yeah, there has to be elements of yeah. In fact, I'll leave you lot to see what you believe it is. But yeah, I mean, you know, adding to the white race because he had a child with a white woman, but he diluted it. Yeah, apparently she's not even. Again, Danny Roscoe is another one because apparently she's. I think he said that she's Spanish. You know what I mean? So another one who's who's a Brexiteer and all the rest of it, but wants to lie down with Europe. Gee, get it, people. You can't take these people seriously. You just can't. You can't. It's like their politics and their sex are two different things. You know them ones. It's crazy. Their politics and their sex are two different things, man. Big up yourself, Six Pack. AC said, big up Ainsley, Harriet, you know, the hypocrisy is just... It is, absolutely, Jay. It's definitely at comedy at this point. I have to agree with that. Man. I have to agree with that because it cannot be taken seriously. It cannot be taken seriously. Oh, where am I? Nines, where did you go? All right, big up yourself, Lottie. Yo, where's Jalottie, man? We don't want Mr. Lottie in here. We want Jalottie star. What? Bring back Jalottie, man. No, that's why I know some for my one me saying, look, all the people that really listen me blood cleats star. Man, for my one me I say. Woo! Big up yourself, Biggie, man. You know what I mean? The great teacher. Come on. Banksy took away Street Mike's English card. Caribbeans can't be English. This is what I'm trying to say, peaceful guy. You know what I mean? When you have a whole Iranian, you know, who is also brown, let us not forget, you know, trying to tell, children of the colonies, as it were, you know, who is British and English and who ain't, you know what I mean? You know it's a problem, man. You know it's a problem, man. But hold on, as me said, hold on a second. But yeah, let me just but yeah, man, so I'm gonna come in and touch on a couple things still, man. But yeah, as I will see Big Age in the chat there, I did got teeth at one of his little dub plates, and that's still so yeah. Let me go out just see if I can play little remix, cause I love it still, you know. No lie, I love it still. Woo! Wait there. Come on. How much blood egg you fry, boy? Listen, who said what's creative, you know? Stand the piano. Woo! Please. Trust me, man. I love you know. Oh, God. Are you ready? All right, yeah, but just break it up. I love it, stuff. Yeah, like little later, I'll come in with the original for sure. Yeah, the people them are so artistic. Yeah, well expensive. How you mean well expensive? I'm not lie here, tell Bonga. I can't do 6 egg per one man. No, sir. Me would I tell him about him bomber clout too. But not tell no lie. Would I tell him about him bomber 6? Like she said, you know what 6 eggs can do? That can make a whole meal if you know what you're doing. For real, for real, for real. But all right then, family. So let me not digress. So where was we at? So yeah, man. Like we're saying, so I'm hearing Banks is doing the most, this, that, and the other. Like I'm saying, this is a whole foreigner, you know, in real terms, that came here when he was 5 and this and that, and mum married an Englishman, and now, you know, he's here claiming this, that, and that, which is fine, right? But I think for people like Banksy and certainly Danny Oscar, because he's always talking about the old days and this and that. They want to go back to the old days and the old days. You know what I mean? And like I said, when I speak to Danny about the old days, he often speaks about when we were out there raving and people was on fucking love doves and all that. So a lot of it could argue was false love, innit? Love on the drugs, you get me? But all right. But let's just have a quick butchers at something, play a small little video just for us to take a little trip down memory lane, as it were, especially for those of us that I believe do become very comfortable. Like I always say, you get a 1 microwave, a 1 mortgage, a 1 car, and yeah, man, we feel like we made it, you know. But people like Banksy and the like, it's always good to listen to them still, man. Do you know what I mean? Because I'm not saying that Banksy's views and opinions are the majority of the people, them, not by a long shot. And some people will call them extreme and that. But it's just to really remind ourselves that, you know, as much as things have changed, and we have to give thanks that certain things have definitely changed, yeah, there's still always been a element of, do you know what I mean, what we're kind of hearing today. So for some people, it might be sort of shocking to hear some of the rhetorics that we're hearing today, because for real, a lot of these things were, you know, or views and opinions were driven, you know, underground for varying reasons, you know what I mean? Obviously, because of certain laws and acts in terms of certain races taught this, that, and the other, and you know, obviously things became more PC and blah, 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 blah. So, you know what I mean? They had to sort of talk these things behind closed doors. Although now with the advent on the internet, etc., you know what I mean? Again, we can get to hear these things. And like I said, yeah, I would rather hear people talk this shit up front, do you know what I mean? As opposed to, you know what I mean? Like smiling in your face when, you know what I mean? Really and truly, that's what they're thinking. You get me? So, yeah, black and brown. Ah, yes, I saw me here that black and brown men ruin their own countries and now want to ruin you. I mean, that's an element. I mean, I think there's got to be an element of some sort of psychosis or something to make such a mad statement, or such a loathing of self and, you know, other people of color to make such a statement. That's just a wild statement. Wild. But we'll have a little look at that still. But like I said, let's take a little trip down memory lane.
People would integrate with the British, but there's no hope of that at all. And This can only result in the future that ghettos will set up all over
this
the
was made in
country.
1973.
But the simple fact of the matter is that we do not have sufficient houses, jobs and schools for our own people, let alone immigrants, be they black, brown, yellow or green. It simply boils down to a question of numbers.
Well, of course, there are far too many immigrants in this country. When will the public wake up to the fact that you cannot put a quart into a pint bottle?
About 12 or so years ago, there was very, very few people in Southall who were prejudiced. We did everything we possibly could to make these people welcome and help them when they first came here. But as there's been more and more come into the town, we've said to the authorities, please, no more. We're full up. Still, they keep coming in by the 100. Today, there's very few people in Southall who are not prejudiced.
We hate
And unless something's done about this quick, that prejudice is going to be sheer bloody hatred.
All right, so you heard what the man said. He said, unless something's done about it.
Are you having trouble trying to keep up with your professor? You've got to try
My
others.
question
Here's how it works.
Is that the point now?
Let's say I'm in class. I just hit record, and as you can see, everything I'm saying is turning.
Sorry. All right. Yeah, so you heard what he said, blah, blah, blah. If something get done about it, it's going to be sheer hatred and all the rest of it. So do you think that we're at that point now, family, where it's just sheer bloody hatred and, you know, that hatred is coming out in the likes of, you know, reform and blah, blah, blah and blah, blah, blah. Do you know what I mean? And, you know, and you know, not just in reform, you know what I mean? Because it could be argued you can find persons in all the parties that might have certain set sentiments. But let's have a listen.
Social customs and habits. Sometimes, since the war... This is a film about race. That does not mean that this is a film about hatred, for the word discrimination does not mean that. Since the war, the people of this land have seen it change almost out of recognition. One of the biggest changes has been the massive inflow of hundreds of thousands of coloured immigrants. With them, they have brought new and widely incompatible cultures, social customs and habits. Sometimes, prompted by particular circumstances, large numbers of them have arrived at once. Strangely enough, no one, not even the government, either knows or is prepared to admit the precise number of immigrants who are here, or how fast their numbers are growing. There would seem to be about 2.5 million immigrants currently in the country, and one prediction for the year 2000 suggests that 1 in 18 of us will be a coloured immigrant. Now, if the dispersal were as thorough as this, perhaps things wouldn't look so dismal. But even now, it is not thorough at all.
Right, he said 1 in 18 in London by the year 2000. So, Nico, what are the stats in London at the moment? Did those stats that he mentioned come to fruition, Nico? He said 1 in 18 by 2020. Let's see. I don't know. Where can we quickly go? Let's have a look. 1 in 18, he said. This was 1973, Violet. So let's have a look. Ethnic stats, London. 1 in 18. Do you think it's 1 in 18 people? Yeah, London's 28% white British. All right, London is significantly more diverse than England as a whole. 46% of Londoners are black and minority ethnic compared to 14% of England as a whole. West London has the highest proportion, 53% of its population that are black and minority ethnic, followed by East London. Okay. 60% of London council houses people living that ain't even born in this country. The hatred makes no sense. 85% of population is still English. Right. Okay, so I don't think it's still not quite yet 1 in 18, I don't think. And the thing is as well, the when they say not English, is that including white not English, like Polish, Romanian, blah, 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 or is it only speaking of people of color? Anyway, let's go.
The people of the city of Nottingham know that. Their city map shows large villages of coloured people, solid areas where discrimination is mutual through total geographical segregation. Now protected by laws under which it seems the immigrant may not win but can't lose, this alien population thrives and prospers, and all this to the bewilderment of those whose sons and daughters fought and died for a land they thought their own. In their words, then, and from their hometowns, this is a little of the story of those whose voice is usually silent. Southall is part of the London borough of Ealing. The area has a large immigrant population. So large they bus children to other parts of the borough to preserve racial balance in the schools. So large that on a sunny day, it's difficult to remember just where you are.
If we are obliged to have these immigrants, why can't they be dispersed to other areas, especially to the areas of these MPs and the people that welcome them to this country?
Now, I think that's a fair point still. I think that's a fair point still, do you know what I mean? And that's why I'm saying a lot of the time when people are, you know, moaning at the immigrants, quote unquote, you should be moaning at the government, because the question also has to become, well, why is it when these different foreigners come, or immigrants or whatever the fuck you want to call it come, why is it that you always put them in the same areas? Do you know what I mean? Why is it that you always sort of put them in the more underdeveloped areas, if that's what you want to call it? Why don't you be putting them in other parts of London where, do you know what I mean, the more middle class or upper class live? For real. Do you know what I mean? So some of them would argue that, you know, as much as this is going on, is it done by design as well? Do you know what I mean? For real. Yeah. And they still do that till this day. You know what I mean? Put people in certain areas that are already under pressure. Yeah. So for real. You know what I mean? Up until today. And they just moved. Anyway, let's have a look. Big up code.
Well, as a small shopkeeper, the shop's inspector tells me I'm breaking the law because I don't have a notice as to my early closing day. And when we asked him, what about these Indian shops? They're breaking the law all the time. He publicly stated, I know these people are breaking the law, but I'm afraid to take action against them in case I'm accused of racial prejudice.
Well, then, if that were to be true, Nico, then I would expect to hear more against the government, etc., than against immigrants. Because I hear more about the immigrants and the boats and fucking turn the boats back and blah 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 blah, and fucking people in hotels and all this other type of stupid shit. More so than, you know what I mean. Now that when you talk about a general election, now, I mean, this is just coming. We're not going to try to use the coming election to sort of say that this is them having a go at the government. No, we're not going to do that. Yeah, so please. I don't know if you notice, but people are mad at the government. That's why Conservatives are about to go, and Labour. I've only got one time left. Well, the thing is, when it comes to, and I'm sure if you've been following the line, Nico, when it comes to immigration, neither Conservative or Labour have got a different track. I mean, obviously, when Conservatives were coming in, they were telling everyone, yeah, we're going to reduce immigration, blah, 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 blah. We're going to reduce the debt, blah, 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 and all this other type of stupid shit. You know what I mean? And here we are, how much years later, immigration is as much or if not higher than when Labour left. Do you know what I'm saying to you? The debt is not as much, if not higher than when Labour left, and all the other stuff. So, do you know what I mean? Like, only an idiot at this point would believe that, you know what I mean, you can put a fucking flag paper between either of these two governments. But I'm just saying that, you know what I mean, regardless, the immigrants will always get the blame. You know what I mean? Anything that's going wrong in a country, the immigrants will always get the blame. It's just part of the course. Right now in America, the immigrants are getting the blame. It's part of the course. You get me? Low-hanging fruit. both had doubled. This is what I'm saying, Biggage. This is what I'm trying to say. Both of that. Now, and remember, the debt has doubled, if that's the case, under austerity. At least Labour can say that they spent all that money, but it could be argued for the most part you can see where Labour was spending their money. Do you get me? After everyone was taking off their piece, but you can see where remember, as soon as Conservative came in, a lot of the Labour projects that were in play, Conservative chopped them. Sure Start chopped that, after school thing chopped that, youth club thing chopped that. All they've done is chop. Yeah, and then now here we are today. You understand what I'm saying to you? Yeah, but no need for the immigrants and blaming the. But this is what I'm saying, bro. Banks, this is what I'm saying, Munger. When you're in a situation when the immigrants start to blame the immigrants, it's peak. It's very, very peak. But yeah, man, I'm telling you, man, it's crazy.
My grandparents were married here in 1867, and 6 generations of my family have lived here, but now I'm being driven out. The local cemetery where all my people are buried, all my family, was used for gambling and drinking, and a lot of even the tombstones have been damaged. The one next to my mother's was. And there's gambling in the manor house grounds and in the park, something which was never allowed in Southall years ago.
Eve.
My grandfather used to say there will be a time they send us back. I used to laugh as a young boy, but look what happened to Windrush. All right, then. Come on, man. This is what I'm trying to say. That's why we have to remember certain things, man.
Immigration, there are too many immigrants in Southall, and the government have taken very little action in easing the situation or directing that immigrants should be dispersed from this area. And the housing problem, of course, is terrific.
My mother died a couple of years ago. I wouldn't have her buried in Southall because I hate the idea of an Indian temple being built over her grave in years to come.
And that's not misguided emotion, for Southall already has a large and flourishing Asian religious community with its own temples. So what of the future for the whites who are left?
Have we got
Our only hope is to be able to get away from Southall, away from it all. Like everybody else, all our friends have gone. There's nothing left for English people in this town anymore. I would like to say this. My wife and I used to like to go out weekends down to the local, have a couple of drinks, meet friends in there. We can't go into the locals anymore. They're full up with noisy foreigners, and we don't like it.
We
haven't got a place left where we, the English people, can go and enjoy ourselves in this town.
After going through 2 world wars, we should at least have the dignity of being allowed to live with our own kind.
Right. So you hopefully you heard that exchange, what was just said there, because they said a couple of things still. You said a few things still. But what I want to sort of maybe hone in on is, thank you, Cal Magic. That's exactly what I wanted to home in on amongst all the other things that they said, right? Because you see, seemingly what happened in a lot of towns around England, yeah, is that when these persons of, these quote unquote immigrants, if you want to call it, came in, they left, right? So in a way, it's like they were and still are in some ways a party to the problem, yeah? Because if you have a majority, like say you go to a town, or like let's say Southall, then that's what they're speaking about, yeah. So, and again, this was taken in 1973, I believe. So say Southall's majority white, yeah, which it would have been at that time. Okay, all right, okay. You have an influx of Asians now. Compared to the amount of white persons that would have been in Southall at the time, yeah, it wouldn't have been like equal. Do you know what I mean? Even with even if it was an abundance of numbers, it wouldn't have been nowhere near equal. However, obviously, like someone has said, white flight takes place. Yeah, white flight takes place. Yeah, same thing that happened with that town that we found out about up north, which is called Savile Town. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. Okay, you got some people coming in, and instead of the people them staying and wanting to live multiculturally or as neighbors or side by side, whatever, they're like, nah, we don't like those people, we're leaving. Do you know what I mean? Which is obviously what's happened. So I'm making the argument that maybe if so much white flight didn't take place, do you know what I mean? Maybe you wouldn't have places or towns like Savile or places in Bradford and Oldham and all these other little places whereby they're saying, you know what I mean, it's got a high Asian population or whatever. You get me? Add that to the fact that obviously why indigenous people are not having children at the rate that others are, which I think is as big a problem as immigration, it could be argued. Do you know what I mean? But that's a different story. But what happened in Tower Hamlets 9? There's a documentary on even Newham East Ham. Except for they left because of the black. But exactly, Biggie. But which adds to the problem. Do you know what I mean? Because obviously, if you're leaving when people are coming, it's gonna make the situation look 10 times worse, isn't it? As opposed to if you were staying. You see what I'm saying to you? And then it's more of a melting pot. But if everyone's leaving, then of course it's gonna become one thing over another. No, absolutely, Jay. Absolutely. And we can see it, and we can see it today in London, to be fair. I mean, in certain parts of London, But so I'm saying that, in that regard, you're potentially part of the problem as a part to part of the solution. So
Smethwick, just outside Birmingham. One of those places that look like the cornerstone of the Industrial Revolution. Here, in his home ground, meet local businessman John Wass.
About 10 years ago, I came into Smethwick to open this cutting tool business. And during this time, I have seen a great change take place in the population of this area. Because when we first came here, there were almost no coloured immigrants in the area. But it was a prosperous white working class area, and that unskilled and semi-skilled jobs were available. West Indians started to move in to take these jobs, and then we had the classic pattern that they have in the United States, where one coloured family moves into a street, the whites start to move out, more coloured immigrants come in to take their place, and over a period of the past 10 years, we've seen many of this.
See, so he admits it, yeah? Some people move in, you lot are moving out. Then what do you expect? Why are you moving out? Like, what? It's not, and the thing is, yeah, like, why are you moving? I wouldn't even mind if it's a thing like you're moving out because these new people have moved in and I don't know, maybe they robbed your house, or they were disrespectful towards you, or they fucking meant harm to your children, or do you know what I mean? The point being is that they've done something negative. Do you know what I mean? But in most of these instances, the people them didn't even do nothing. They were probably even trying to be friendly, this, that, and the other, because obviously they've come to a new place, this, that, and the other. But just because by default, because they're different to you, you've left. So I'm saying that, you know what I mean? Definitely that makes it part of the problem, not the solution. Like, where are you going? Why are you leaving? They're not doing nothing yet.
streets around this area become predominantly black. But as these areas do become black, we get a situation where in more recent years,
When you write, your tone influences how readers respond. With Grammarly, just highlight your text and type how you want to sound.
Asians have also moved in with the West Indians, and these Asians have opened shops, which in turn have taken trade away from the white-owned shops, which has resulted in many white-owned businesses closing down, and the place...
Yo, Biggage, it's so mad that you say that, yeah. It's so mad that, because I've been saying for years, trust me, for years, a time's going to come where they're going to be like, yo, I wish all immigrants were like you lot. I've been saying this for years. That's what I'm saying to you. I wish more immigrants were like you lot, you West Indian windwash ones in particular, because more time we just keep ourselves to ourselves, you know what I mean? Create our own excitement, create our own entertainment. But you know what I mean? We didn't cause no problems in that regard. Most of the problems that we would have caused would have been with the police, this, that, and the other, because of injustices, this, that, and the other. You get me? But on a day-to-day, we're not trouble nobody. You understand what I'm saying to you? On a day-to-day, we don't trouble nobody. On a day-to-day, we're not trying to sell our relief. You get me? Trust me, I've said that for morning, Biggage. And soon time, it's gonna come. It's not full. Alright, hold on. Voila. But yeah, man, I agree with that still, man. I mean, I don't know if it's a good sentiment, but I definitely agree with it 100%.
Has either been taken with Asian traders of various sorts, or as today in Handsworth Soho Road, you see many of these shops standing empty. The snag is with these Asian traders, they don't make any genuine contribution to the community as a whole, because the money that they earn from these businesses, in many cases, is transmitted back to India and Pakistan and the like. This, of course, is bad from the country as a whole, since it upsets the balance of payments. And I understand that these remittances at the moment are running at the rate of about £40 million a year. Of course, these coloured people coming into the area are creating black ghettos, and this is affecting the whole of the urban area, including education and social services. For example,
so my only question there would be, were they not ghettos before then? Were these people sent to ghettos? Or is he trying to insinuate that they ghettoized them? Because remember, it was the same English people that were in these same areas. Yeah? So what's he saying? Is it only after the white flight took place that they became ghettos? Interesting. All right.
In this area today, it is difficult for a white woman to get a bed in a maternity hospital because these beds are now taken up by coloured women. And I think this is particularly immoral because it is the white community at large that has paid for these beds over the years by taxation, and particularly by their national health contributions. And when their wives now want the services of the maternity hospital, they find it is denied to them, and yet at the same time being given to coloured women who may only have just arrived in this country. The official reason given for this is that white women live in far better conditions than the coloured women. So that the white women can stay at home to have their children in sanitary conditions,
that was said,
where the coloured women cannot apparently stay at home to have their children in sanitary conditions. The people of this country have got to make up its mind what sort of a country Britain is going to be in 100 years' time. If we allow the immigration to take place on the scale that it's taking place today, coupled with the birth rate of colours that's rapidly outstripping that of whites, then we're going to have a black state. The history of this country for the past 1,000 years has been one of repelling
So you see, this was 1973, yeah, and you see even there they're addressing the low birth rate problem. Okay, yeah. And even in this time, I can safely say that even at this time, black people were definitely having bigger families them time there. Like the original Windrush people, they were still having several children for the most part. Yeah, that's why even them days, that's a lot of the in certain areas like the 3 and 4 story houses that would have been in places like Brixton, what's it like Hackney, Dawson, them area there. A lot of those were bought by black families to be able to house at those times their burgeoning families. Lines. This is before central heating. People had color gas bottles to heat the house. About get bought that home. And listen, but then people. This is what I mean. That's a whole different story. But it goes Nines. This is before central. Listen, I remember when we got central heating in my house. You hear me? It was like being born again. I remember getting central. In fact, I didn't help to lay the pipes, yeah, but I'll tell you a little quick story. I didn't help to lay the pipes, but I remember we was getting our central heating done 100%. And the central heating guy, you got to, I don't even know how to describe it, man, but basically wires had to go down into the cellar in it, yeah, or whatever, pipes, whatever the fuck it was. But because I was small and I was able to sort of go in the cellar and under the kind of floorboards and catch the thingy bobs, so I kind of helped to put the central heating in, and I got a whole pound for that. Yeah, a whole. But now, trust me, in the time that I'm talking about, when you got a pound, you thought you were rich, no bitch. You get me? So I was rich, but yeah, man. I remember it like as I'm talking to you now. I can remember it was just like, when they turned that shit on, man, and the house started to heat, it was just like, oh, it was wonderful. I remember, man. Oh, I remember it well, man. Central heating, oh my, because prior to that, like Biggie just saying, it's all about the color gas or the paraffin heater or the 3-bar heater, and oh my God, I'm telling you, yeah, man, yeah. Yeah, man. That's what I'm saying, Jay. Jay saying his grand bought a 8-bedroom house for 2K. Now, don't get it twisted. 2K was big money them time there still. But yeah, man, that's what it was, man. We had a lot of the big buildings, man, because we were the ones, and obviously the Asians, you get me, that were having big families. But we didn't stay in line with that. You know what I mean? I think after the first generation, maybe second, that definitely eased up. But I think the more educated it could be argued that women become, I think, it could be argued the less children they have. Color gas and paraffin days, I lived that as a young child. Come on, man. What do you mean you lived that? You have to go and get that. You're talking about, you have to go and get that, man. Nowadays, health and safety and blah, 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 and blah, 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 and blah, blah, blah. But how you mean? We had to go and buy that bomber. Are you mad? Yeah, man. But yeah, man, I remember them days. You understand me? And I remember that, listen, a lot of people didn't get central heat until late in the day, man. Not to lie, you get me? I know we were, listen, like I told you that already, we came up nice in it, but some people, yeah, when it was winter in the yard, you knew it was fucking winter, man. There was, what was one of the old jokes? What was it? Your mum's house is so cold. The rats, no, is it cold? So cold or so wet? The rats go around in speedboats or some shit like that. But yeah, man. Because I remember even when I went up to Birmingham, when I went to uni, man, and some of them, a lot of them houses, they did not have central heating yet. I'm like, what the fuck? I remember there was houses where they still had toilets in the back. Yeah, I'm like, yo, oh my God. And to be fair, there's still probably a lot of houses in England right now that ain't got no central heating, to be fair, man. You know what I mean? Come on, Banana, man. Banana's going back to the single days. Banana said, I remember a £1 note, you could get sweets, a drink, crisp, one cigarette, and still have change. Come on, man. Come on, man. If you're old enough to remember the days of singles, boy, trust me. Right, Biggie just said the government messed up building houses because they started putting planning permissions in place as the private house builders were making too much profit without the government getting a big. Yeah. I agree with that. And I was listening to a bit of a conversation. Don't get me started with double glazing, Bunga. Oh my God, that's what came next, Bunga. That's what came next. And then that just sealed the deal, Bunga. For real. Bro, it was like a brand new... I remember fucking getting double glazed. I remember that shit clean like a... Oh my God. I remember it start. Yo, don't get me started, but I remember double glazed and central heating. That was it. It was a whole new yard. Trust me. What? I remember them days, yeah. Back in the day, yeah, the winters were proper winters, yeah. Not like today. You get me? Back in the day, and this is why we know say, yo, we have, although this, that, and the other, we lived in this bloody country. We know what the fuck, man. Yeah, we talking about, man. Listen. Oh my God. Winters. Oh my God, man. Winters ain't even winters no more. And that's why I know I'm definitely getting old, because I sound like the old people when they say, oh, I'll remember the winter of 68. All of them shits there, boy. But, yo, telling you, man, listen, man. We used to go to bed with fucking them days. In the early days, this is because in the early days we didn't have duvets in England, you know. Gordon Bennett. Oh, Gordon Bennett. Hey, you know. No, I'll see Senior Citizen Sunday. Listen to these fucking with a side of fish and chips. Woo! Oh, welcome, Kushti. Come bring something, lah. Come bring something, man. Come bring something if you don't wanna, But yeah, man, the winters them days, they were mad. They were really, really mad. And I think obviously now we have very, 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 very mild winters compared to them days, man. Do you know what I mean? Very wild and mild, sorry. And I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but yeah, man. Patsy says ice on the inside windows, towels on the window. Yo, you see it there? See? Those are some people's memories, man. Do you understand? Oh, that sounds cold, Patsy. I'm not gonna lie. That sounds cold, man. That sounds very cold. When I moved into my house 30 years ago, I had the old wooden sash windows. They rattled. Yeah, I remember them window there, man. This is what I'm saying, man. This is what, and people also, when we're even talking like this, we have to remember that when the people them came to England in these 50s, 60s, 70s, let's not go on like they were coming to great conditions and this and that. It was treacherous, man. You get me? A lot of the houses were not necessarily fit for purpose neither, especially the ones that were where the people of color, if you want to use that terminology, were able to rent. Remember, no blacks, no Irish, dogs allowed and all them shits there. You get me? Yeah, come on, man. I know you're up north as well, Ghost. So them days, the snow, the weather was crazy. Weather was crazy. Nico says, you sound poor, no heat, wrapped up in a bed sheet. I don't know who he's talking to. Yeah, to be honest, you can tell that you're a young person, Nico. You can tell, bub. You can tell, man. You can tell, man. You can tell, man. You can just tell. But that's why persons like myself, yeah, we definitely have an appreciation of where we're coming from to where we are now, Star. 100%, man. Of course, the slum landlords took advantage, Bridget. I remember the stories of the elders, man. Remember, we were Windrush, we saying. We remember the stories, man. Not for them. Remember, a lot of the people that came from the Windrush came to England and were living in worse conditions than that they left. Do you know what I'm saying to you? Many of them were leaving big fucking houses with big grill and big veranda and rare. I'm not saying they weren't the ones that were coming from poverty-stricken areas. You see what I'm saying to you? But a lot of them were coming from far grander, abodes than the ones that they came to. And even till today, I'm sure that's the case. Bunga, you had to putty those single pane windows in good, or they were gonna fall out before the local kids smashed that. See, Bunga's taking it. See, people are going in their memory banks now to remind themselves of from where they're coming from. Stuff. You know what I mean? And I know for myself when I'm talking. I mean, and I remember, like I say, yeah, I came up very good. You understand what I'm saying to you? But I know there were some people coming up in some rough conditions. Rough, no hot water in the morning, and I had to boil the kettle to get a little hot water and that. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? So I know, like, people are coming, like, we came up nice, man. You get me? Mr. 9E4 and Mrs. 9E4, yeah, we were well patterned, but still. Well, if you listen to Ultra, anyone born after 1985 is done out here. So, yeah, man. I told you people born all here for political correction days are not. No, 100% biggage, 100%, man. That's why from time to time we have to remind them, man. Reminds us of the yo, as you mentioned, Nas. Oh my God, is Drake dead or what, man? At the time, I didn't even get in on that Drake and what's his name beef. Yeah, I didn't get in on it. Obviously, you know I'm late to the party, man. But boy, I've heard it now, and oh my God. A minor, yo, you can't come back from A minor, Star. You can't come back from that. And what's the other tune called? What's it called? You ain't that guy or something. But yo, he's getting peppered, man, and I'm here for it, man. 100%, Jay, 100%. And like I'm saying, man, you can still go to many places in England that still haven't had them sort of upgrading there, like where central heating is still a myth. 100%, man. You know what I mean? Some people are still working on their gas thing, and yeah, not everybody. It's not everybody at all, man. But okay, let's get back to before we go too much down.
Or preventing invasions of one sort and another. And yet here we have a situation where an unarmed invasion is taking place before our very eyes. And it's not outside the bounds of possibility that future generations will look back on the British of today like we look back on the ancient Egyptians.
War Thunder, the military online action game, has received a major update. Experience the MiG-23M fighter in duels against the legendary F-4 Phantom, or try out the T-80.
Bradford, the great wool town of the north. But it's a long time since the white rose flowered in these streets. It takes a lot to make Yorkshiremen march. In October 1972, they did.
Right, well, we've come from Manchester to support this meeting because we want our country to be not have so many immigrants with no room, with no jobs, and our poor lads are fighting in Ireland while our own country's being invaded.
I mean, the situation we've got now is that you can't find jobs, accommodation in your own town. I don't come from Bradford. I'm here today to support the Bradford people because they've been left out. They don't get to say in what's going on. They're pushed up here. People are, the coloured people. They're put into an overcrowded situation and it's just leaving chaos behind. And we're going to try and salvage something from that.
I mean, we can't really accommodate them with jobs and houses when we need them ourselves. Help them by all means, you know, after we've helped ourselves, but...
And a lot of the factories down here, they're employing approximately 12 blacks to 1 white.
What's the problem? All right, I'm a Scotsman.
See, so I don't know if you saw the sign there. Let me see if I can take it back. But just to show you that, like I said, this is 1973. We're now in, 2024. So this is like, nearly 50 years ago. You understand what I'm saying to you? And, yeah, Britain for the British, so has much changed?
I mean, we can't really accommodate them with jobs and houses.
Now it says this is London, not London Stone. Like, how much has really changed?
But we need them ourselves. Help them by all means, after we've helped ourselves, but...
And a lot of the factories down here, they're employing approximately 12 blacks to 1 white.
What's the problem? All right, I'm a Scotsman. I'm living in London. I've come all the way from London, but I'm a Britisher. And I am here, and I feel there is a great problem here in Bradford. I'm not a politician. I'm a working class man. I'm a member of the British public. I spent 11 and a half years in the British forces. I spent it in the Airborne and the SAS, and I'm here now marching for these people. Because to me, we have been sold out all the way along the line by Heath, Wilson, and everybody else. And I am not a politician, and I don't want to be interested in politics. Just a member of British politics, British public. That's all.
All right, so at least that gentleman called out what he, called out the politicians. Obviously, he spoke of Heath, Edward Heath, which would have been the Prime Minister at the time, this, that, and the other. You see what I'm saying to you? But Scottish is technically a foreign accent in England. Whoa, But yeah, all right. 1973, family.
There's too many people in the country. Yet they keep letting these immigrants in, knowing very well that the vast majority of the British people are against this immigration. We've got enough in Bradford, let's keep them out. We've got enough here. We've got enough over here. We've already got unemployment around this area, and we ought to see them kept out, the rest of them. We can stand so much. They brought us too many over, and we are going to stand for it. We're going to fight against it.
How long do you think it would take to grow your credit score by 300 points?
So you saw, or you heard him say that they're going to fight against it. And I guess that's what, the Patriots believe that they're doing today, fighting against it. I would just like to know who is it that they're fighting against.
I'm not sure.
You know what I mean? Like, if you're going to have a fight, and I've got no problem with you fighting, do you know what I mean, against what you perceive to be, right or wrong, this, that, and the other. But who are you actually fighting against is my only question, man. Well, this is what I'm saying, you know what I mean? A lot of it is laughable, but we're here to entertain still. But yeah, I agree, Biggage. And Tommy's using his Irish passport. It's crazy.
A British working man. That's how I describe myself. A British working man, no less, and that's all. I'm just fed up and tired of being pushed from pillar to post. The British people can't get away in where the immigrants can. They get everything laid on a plate for them. They get money laid out for them just when they want it, and we get nothing. Sweet and simple nothing. All I want is the best for my children and my family and my people. That's all I want. Just the best for my people and my country.
Notting Hill Gate and North Kensington in the heart of London, areas of trendy attraction, and yet ghettos in embryo. This is Geoffrey Baber, local councillor.
Well, the interesting thing about Notting Hill Gate, and where it differs so much from the other main immigrant areas, is that it doesn't have the real problems that other community areas such as Smethwick or Brixton have. Thanks to the borough's work, there's no more real housing problems or educational problems in Notting Hill Gate. However, Notting Hill Gate has for a long time been the real political focal centre for immigrant troubles and reaction. And this is largely centred around a restaurant in All Saints Road called the Mangrove. Now, the Mangrove restaurant has been seen by many immigrants as a focal point for black influence, black culture, and, unfortunately, black power. The owner has tried to run it in a reasonable manner, but he, as a weak man, has been able to be influenced by the anarchists in the Notting Hill Gate area, some of whom are white and a minority of whom are black.
It seems these people exploited the inability of the owner of the Mangrove restaurant to keep in with the requirements of the borough and the police about hygiene and the normal management of a restaurant.
Listen to the commentary, the family, that it seems like this. Anyway, let's.
And they've seen every attempt by the police to keep the running of the restaurant within the law as an attack on black people, or to use a common phrase, police harassment. As a consequence, following a police raid on the Mangrove to investigate a licensing problem, the anarchists in the area organised a march to take place as a protest about this alleged police harassment. Thousands of people met outside the restaurant and marched through the area. The police asked the organisers of the march to let them know its route. The organisers refused. The march was deliberately led into a small street which contained a number of building skips full of broken bricks.
Look at the people, them family.
Needless to say, at the first opportunity, the marchers threw the bricks at the police, and full-scale riot erupted. What is interesting about these photographs is that most of the marchers are white.
That's
in
right.
Councillor Baber's opinion, the area is a prime example of exploitation of a minority group by those whose intent is not to help them, but to create total.
So I just want to pause it there, right, family, because as you've heard the gentleman say, yeah, the remarkable thing about what we were just seeing is that a lot of them were actually white, yeah? So you had white people basically marching on behalf of what you would, I don't know, black people, Asian people, etc., to what they see as an injustice, okay? So I'm only going to make that point to say that in England, there's always been an element of, especially, I don't want to say especially young people, actually, do you know what I mean? But we'll just say an element of the population that, you know, have been always been quite I don't know what the right word is, man. I don't know what the right word is, yeah, but you can see that the people in there, they're marching for what they believe is you know, wrong treatment of these people. And I'm only saying that to really come back to where we are in 2024, okay, where we probably see similar people that would have been doing it there marching today for the people of Palestine, of this flipping petrol, do you know what I mean? This, that, and the other. So I'm only making the point that there's always been people in England that have always, you know, marched against the grain or whatever you want to call it. You see what I'm saying to you? Yeah. Like I said, when I was going to uni, the Socialist Workers' Party and them people there, they were active. I don't know so much about today, but when I was at uni, them kind of people, they were very, very active. You see what I'm saying to you? Very, 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 very active. So, yeah, man. So I'm just saying, you know what I mean? Big up to those people that, you know, can sort of look outside the box, see injustices that other people are going through, and, you know what I mean? Put boots on the ground. Do you know what I mean? No, Bunga, exactly. The NF were active too, 100%, Bunga. 100%. 100%. Yes,
man.
yeah.
Man. Oh, right. Yo, you know what's mad about this video, yeah? It's that it's literally like if you couldn't see it, you'd think it was a march from yesterday or something.
Exactly. And this is 1973, bro.
Yeah, man. And obviously they could just replace blacks with Muslims now. You know, it's mad though, yeah. When we saying all this sort of stuff though, yeah, they're not people are like, oh, you're lying. It was never like that back in the day. I remember the people always used to get on. You could leave our front door open. You know what I'm saying? Like all this sort of stuff there. Like, yo, the man then moved out of the ends when the man then moved into the ends, isn't it? So I don't know about this big unity thing because a lot of people moved out, backed out. Who couldn't afford it had to stay. You get me? Some people was like friendly, but there was a high number of people that was anti us. So I don't know why plans keep trying to finesse it and act like it was like some old happy days back in these times here. You know what I'm saying? That in these days, yeah, in these days, Banksy was black. Oh my days.
Nothing but
Yeah.
nothing but yeah, man. Like I said, I think it's a good reminder. And like you're saying about, you know what I mean, what times were like before the days of PC and this and that, where people could really say anything they wanted to you, and you just had to hold that. Especially the Asians, you know what I mean? Because they definitely got, you know what I mean? Remember, I don't know if you remember when people used to put things through their doors and things like that, Big Age. In fact, you would know because you're over them this side there, but you know what I mean? All petrol bombs and all them things there.
Yeah, there was an Asian family in Walthamstow that got their house petrol bomb, and some children died. Same thing with the New Cross fire. Remember, there was a New Cross fire, petrol bombed out the people them's party, and then there was the one in Bradford where the man jumped out the window and they tried to arrest the dude, like he would have firebombed his own family and dived out the front window. Yeah. They arrested the man, the father, his wife, his children had just been killed in a fire, and they arrested my man for the fire. No one ever got charged for that one day, even though they would say, imagine, yeah, on that, what's it called? Resilience. Is it Resilience? I suppose it's called Resilience, yeah. That Channel 4 documentary, 4-part series about Southall. They did a part on that where they went up to Bradford, and they was talking to the same officer, and literally the same officer was basically saying the same thing as he was saying then, innit? It's like, well, there's no way to prove it was a racial attack, so we're not actually sure if it could have been the father first of all, so we had to arrest him to clear the thing. Well, but it's like, what? They arrested the guy that was in the fire and haven't arrested anyone else that was named as suspects or that could have been suspects, because there was supposedly a group of kids at the top of the road shouting racist stuff before that happened and then run away after. So, and where it was as well, the fire had come through the front door through the letterbox. So they put the petrol bomb through the letterbox. So obviously he couldn't put it through the letterbox and then get back upstairs in his bed, right?
No. You would think not anyway.
Yeah. But like, yeah, man. So these good old days, that's why I always ask, man. When I say the good old days, yeah, talk about Willis. You hear me, cuz? Yeah, I want to know exactly what times you're talking about when you're saying the good old days. Because the good old days of summer may not be as good as, you hear me, cuz?
Well, this is it, man. And when you speak to Danny Roscoe, he always mentions the 90s and raving. You get me? And what I keep reiterating, Biggie, is that, yeah, they were good days, you know what I mean? Because I partook myself in that. But let us not be under any illusion that a lot of that was, especially for them people, they were chemically induced.
Yeah, trust me.
You see what I'm saying to you? One of which is actually called a whole love dove. Yeah? Under that one there, you're going to love it. Body. So Danny Roscoe wants everyone to be getting love doves intravenously somehow, or you know what I mean? It goes on the NHS. I don't know. I don't know. But all right.
That'd be mad still.
Huh?
Imagine if that was some anti-racist therapy, right? You just go down to, now you gotta go down to the local hospital, take 3 of these, listen to this mixtape.
Wow, stranger things have happened, boy. But that's right, Bongo. Bongo says first generation went through some serious hardships in order to pave the way. 100%, Bongo. And I think, unfortunately, many of us, especially the young ones, they ain't got a clue.
You're fucking Danny LaRue, love.
If they did, they would be behaving better than they are now. You see what I'm saying to you? Maybe they wouldn't be spilling the blood on each other when they were to realize the amount of blood that had to get spilled just for us to even walk the street without getting our head clapped off. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man, that's why history is actually important. So, people don't realize it still, man. But the more mature you get, the more you start realizing, yeah, man, history is important and knowing facts. Because man will finesse you, because like now, people are trying to give you some false memory of some good old days. Every time you watch a documentary about them times, there people were saying stuff that the moderates that were listening that might not have known any of them things. They're like, raw, this man saying this stuff publicly, yeah? Like, it's new. They want to see the ITV interview and shit, yeah? Yeah, this is new. So when there's no cameras, yeah, and it's them talking like, you get me, like it's just me and you, what do you think that's going to tell you?
What is this pussy Nico talking about? This fucking pussy. What are you talking about? 9 weeks ago saying you had no heat in your house. When I Googled it, the boiler was out in 1968. I'm a bum. Go suck your mum, boo. Yeah, go suck your mother, man. Suck your mother when she's on her monthly. Yeah. Fuck off, man. I'm tired of you dickheads, man. How the fuck can you hear what I said and still not hear what I said? Bumba Clark, man. Fuck off, man. You know what? You're poor, Nico. I've just come to the conclusion. You're poor, man. You're just poor and dumb and dunce like all these other right-wing people. Dumb, dunce, and poor. And jealous of immigrants that have done better.
Boiler.
Guys are
He didn't Google that when was central heating installed in homes just locally. You know, like before at one time it would have been private people would have got the thing up first. Anyone that could afford it that was up or whatever. And then the councils and the governments would have, once it was affordable, laid it all out for the rest of the.
Thank you. Because up until recently, I'm sure, and there's probably still houses now that work on district heating, biggage.
Yeah, district heating. District. I tell you where's district heating. Yeah, the whole of North Bridge.
There you go. But that's what I was
And
trying to say.
That's a new build.
Well, see it there.
I've worked in the plant room. The plant room is actually in Greenwich as well. Still, and it's like all the heating and hot water in Greenwich, not in Greenwich, in North Greenwich, sorry, by the O2 and all that.
And once that goes, everyone's in trouble. Then, yeah, one of them ones in it, because with them ones, once that system pops off, everyone's finished until that system's fixed again, man.
Yeah, but true is that like the latest thing of like. It's like a version of an earlier version of, say, a ground source heat pump style district heating thing, right? Because it just travels around in a network and then tees off into each people's houses or whatever. So they've got like a massive plant room, with like massive boilers and all that sort of stuff there.
Yeah. I get that still. But yeah, man, there's still many houses in England that they're definitely underheated, man. Underheated. Oh man. Big up your son, brother Kale.
Eating sun people.
Come on.
Son sister. I try to come on Venice. I try to come on over there, but my unit, bro, the connection's weak there, man.
Yeah, goddamn. Yeah, man. But you got yourself come a long time, man. Good to hear you, fam. Yeah, your mic's cutting out though, cuz.
Yeah, can you hear me? I was saying that how's the family getting on?
Yeah, everyone's good still, man. Can't lie, we're all about to go to a mum's house for a barbecue still. It's been a busy weekend. Yo.
Yeah. See the jerk and that, man, and the grill, sweet corn. Why, sir?
Definitely gonna box of sweet food today.
I've been locked. You done what?
Have you locked on yet?
I've always locked in, man, and Sister Naifas and some brother Raven. It's just obviously man's are busy, innit, with projects and work and that, man. Always locked in, bro. All locked in. You know what I mean? Truly naughty and all that. Man. Always locked in, bro, man.
Yeah, man. Big up.
Bros, man.
Come on.
So this is what. So Sister.
Yeah, man. We're talking about the We're talking about and also Afghan's actually put something in the chat which coincides with the things that I was saying earlier on someone else's channel. I can't even remember whose channel or whatever. I think it was on Easy's channel. I was on Easy's channel the other day or whatever. I was saying, it's mad that these men are trying to role reverse all the players in history into different roles. That they're trying to make someone like Jeremy Corbyn a racist and all them sort of things there. When in these days, it was all the leftist sort of dudes that were trying to anti-fascist dudes that were trying to fight for the man to actually even have and the same sort of treatment. Now, man weren't even asking for special treatment. Like the people that weren't asking for to be treated better than others. It's like, for me, that at least equals and shit. Doing all these protesters and barling and wilding out the way they are, man, and moving out of the ends, going to different areas and so and so. So these false memories that people have here of like the fascist people being welcoming is crazy. I don't know what the fuck they're talking about, because like if it weren't for like things like this little documentary here and other bits and pieces these men will start to call man conspiracy theorists in the next 10 years. Like start saying that it was the right wingers that was trying to march for the people them's rights in the UK. It was the right wingers that was fighting for black people to have equal rights and Asians to be treated equally and blah 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 blah. Like, when that is bullshit. Them man wanted man to get dashed up. Anyway, bust man's head and all that, cuz.
Like you said, that's why history is important, man. Especially coming from different perspectives, because obviously history is always written by the victor. They say, amen.
But it's these bits like this now where they interview the actual people of the time, and they're speaking freely about how they feel at this time and moment. And then when you listen to a Nigel Farage trying to tell Trevor Phillips about the Caribbean integration was all good, and they spoke English and went church with each other and blah 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 blah, like it was just a straight settling and there was no issues. No, bro. Man was trying to bust man's head and all that, cause like or trying to just blend in and act like thing. I even see another documentary from around these sort of times here where they're asking the children of Caribbean people that are born in the UK and have been educated in the UK, like, do you feel like you're British or whatever? And then all of them say no. Literally every single one of them say no. Why don't you feel British? Because everyone keeps telling me to be British, you have to be white. And obviously,
And remember,
we're white, we're black, we're British.
children of the colonies as well, right? So they were coming over feeling very British because you know what I mean. Every morning they were singing to the children there.
That's me. So, yeah, man, then carry on with their false memories, yeah. And you get me, cause the truth's unstoppable, fam. Yeah, the only thing is, it's like a good lie can beat the truth still. So you have to be careful of letting people just run with propagandas and bullshit.
Yeah, not much as well, let me not even say that, but yeah, at least we're able to compare and contrast. So leave it up to the people them as to how much change they believe is really taking place in 2024. Still.
See, and if it weren't for the lefties and them people was there, like it would have felt like their alienation. Then it would have felt like there was actually no one that was giving out a fucking welcoming vibes or sort of like humanizing feelings, isn't it? Like, these guys just in this thing that we're watching here, they basically want any of the people that's moved over in these days, in the 70s, they want them to be second class citizens, to be below them. Literally the same shit that the man that we're talking about today.
Exactly.
These men want to, Banks is blatantly saying he wants other people to be second class citizens. These men are fucked up because they've let people, brown people, and black people take positions of power in the country. And it's like, scientific Sister Banksy, bro, that you're actually speaking against yourself because you came here, got education, got a decent job, yeah, and now you're complaining about them letting people like you get education and decent jobs. Like, it's a strange complaint that you're making. Furthermore, if you're going to complain about foreigners, you should be complaining about yourself, Banksy, because you came here as a fucking porn producer or something in the porn industry, taking advantage of these flipping these white women that you keep trying to fucking act like you're here trying to stand up for the rights for. Yeah. You was just like a fucking porn editor or something, bro, man. Shut up, man. Fuck out of here telling us about they should have never let no black people get no power. They should have never let no fucking Iranians work in porn. What the fuck? Yeah. I lie. Triple B, quadruple bomber class about. Man said, Ron Jeremy, you want to be with a wig. Mad. Yeah, Banks is a lunatic, man.
Say that last bit again, Big Itch.
Yeah, saying Banksy was saying to Scientific the other day, you know what Banksy goes, man, he's a lunatic, innit, you know? He was saying to Scientific that England should have never let black or brown people get any sort of education or actually have any sort of opportunities where they're able to get into any sort of powerful positions like Prime Minister or this, that and the other. And then yeah, but then Science was saying to him like, but you're talking against yourself really, because you came here, got education, you got a decent job, and now you're saying that they shouldn't let people have equal rights or whatever. You're saying that you shouldn't have the same rights as any of the other citizens of the country or whatever. Yeah. Furthermore, he came there as a degenerate. Yeah. He's a degenerate anyway. Yeah, because he worked in the porn industry. Yeah. So, like, that's not like Luke was saying. That's not conservatism. That's not upholding British values and standards. You know what I'm saying? That.
On the contrary. But this is what I'm trying to say though, Biggie. It's all just hypocrisy, entertainment, trauma, and everything else in between that, man. You know what I mean? can't be taken serious at all, man.
What race riot did I say I was ever a part? Oh, no, hold on a second. Have you ever heard me talk about any race riots that I took part of?
Sorry?
Exactly. Have you ever heard of any race riots that I've been talking about that I've took part of?
No.
That's why this dude Nico in the chat, you shouldn't ever take any of his opinions seriously. He just went straight right.
Conclusion: Nico's a virgin. Like, he's a youngster, man. Like, I'm not even gonna pay him no attention, man.
To the race riots, you know.
Yeah, man, you're just, like I said, bring back the pubs, man. If the pubs were back, we wouldn't even have Nico in our chat box.
Nah, you know what, man? The pubs shut themselves. The pubs shut themselves, yeah, because like the lady said there, they don't want all these other people in there making up noise. You get me? They only wanted them man in there. Once them man left to the pub or whatever, or they've done white flight and moved out of the areas, the pub can't move. You get me? The pub's still there. So if your shit's not welcoming and not calling for people to just come there, have a drink, be part of the community, enjoying the family and whatever, then the fuck this shit's dying, isn't it then?
That's a really good point, actually, Biggie. I didn't even consider that, you know. I didn't even consider the link between. Yeah, I didn't even consider that. But as you say that, it makes complete sense, to be honest. Because you remember back in the day, you used to even have pubs that just used to be on the actual estate. You know them ones?
Yeah.
Yeah, them pubs are. Yeah, it's real, man.
So if the man don't stay, or if the man don't make the pub a spot what they're patronising and making other people make it feel welcome, it's for the other communities to come there, enjoy a drink and unload their issues, then right, who's gonna go and buy a drink in there?
No, it's true, man.
Who's gonna go and buy a drink somewhere where a man's gonna try and fling a fucking pint glass in your head top?
It's true, man. But when I was growing up, there were pubs everywhere, like literally pubs and churches, every spot. Crazy. But now, I don't even know how many pubs are closing per week or per month. But I hear that still, man. That's a fact. Growing up, the pubs were the racist old football heads went. 100%, man. And you knew which pub was which as well. You knew which was a safer pub and which weren't. 100%.
Yeah, so that's what I'm trying to say there. So
nearly all gone by me. I hear you, man. And snooker halls as well. I know it's a bit random, but that was another people then, man.
I remember that as well.
COVID killed many businesses.
You can go snooker on man 2 Scots, right?
100, man. And they were 24. They used to be 24. Some of them were 24/7 biggage. So you know what that. Yeah, man. Listen, I must admit, back in the day, it was nice still, man. It was.
The Clout took over the snooker hall thing, like.
It was alright, man. For some people, it was literally their second home, like literally. And you know they used to serve food there and all of them things there, so people never used to have to leave, man. It was a mad thing. But yeah, we had a couple snooker halls in my area that I myself used to visit. Them days, what was I drinking? Them days, I can remember. It was an orangey drink. It was an orangey drink. What's it? Cointreau. Oh my god. Cointreau and them fucking drink there, man. Oh my god. I remember my first half a lager in the pub when I actually got served. I was so, come on, Bunga, man. That's almost passage in England, getting your first half a fucking lager and that, man. Go on,
you know Deptford?
Deptford, yeah.
There used to be a pub in Friendly Street. We always used to have a barbecue every year. It was like, I think it's like one of the only black pubs or whatever. It was in the ends. I remember going to places like that. You know what I mean? But to the Mandem's pub, like the locals and whatever, I was never in there still. Nah.
Okay. Nah, so in my area, actually, there was one definite pub that was our own. It was called the it was over back. It was called the Chopper. It actually had a chopper on the top of it. But to be fair, though, there was a few little spots though. But yeah, I visited all establishments, man. You get me? But yeah, man, like Wanga said, man, first half a lager. And like I said, them times there, some of my friends were a bit older, so they'd already sort of left school and was earning their little money. I remember they used to get their wages and they could finish their whole wages, which obviously wasn't that much, but in the fruit machine, brethren. The fruit between the fruit machine, bag machine, and the bar, that's their money finished, man.
Trust me.
Enough of them, man, they were addicted to the fruit machine, man. But yeah, all right, remember let this play and finish. But
Yeah, I gotta drop off though. Yeah, come my back. She's really good still, man. I'm about to say that. So
pick up yourself, man.
I'm
Keep
gonna run
up the
back
good
in.
work.
Just like on
Say
shop.
hello to the family and that.
Yeah, big up, man. Yeah, big up yourself, nice, man.
One.
Big up with one of the shots like the light, man.
All right, bub. All right, all the pubs near me were Irish pubs. They were great. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Like I say, anyway, you don't know what I think about, pubs in England and how important it has been to English culture, this, that, and the other. Although Biggie did just make a really interesting point where he said, in terms of maybe there's a correlation, and I actually probably agree with it on first thought, between white flight and the regression of pubs and that. Do you know what I mean? So I think there is something to that, but also as well, I think also that just people's habits are changing in England. Do you know what I mean? Like I said before, people are becoming far more health conscious. Do you know what I mean? Where people might have gone to the pub now, man, then will go to the gym, this, that, and the other. And then with that, there's probably more drinking, and now smoking going on at home. And let me just, it's a bit of a segue, you get me? And I am going to come back and finish this video, but just as we even talk about what we are talking about now, right? Because, you know what I mean, Bunga's talking about, you know what I mean, first half a lager, this, that, and the other. And I do believe, I mean, maybe these days, not so much, but I do believe back in the day, there were certain, like I said, I don't want to call them rites of passages. I don't want to say that, but do you know what I mean? There's certain little things that you do when you're going from, you know what I mean, younger teens to older teens, this, that, and the other. You see what I'm saying to you, right? And Bunga said they're going to the pub. You get me? That's me. I've definitely done that. And again, enough of my friends, my quote-unquote black friends, they weren't doing that. They'll be like, Nines, what are you doing? Where you going? All them ones. So I have to admit to that. You know what I mean? So, you know what I mean? I don't want to say I was quite alternative, but yeah, I had friends, and I need to remember that when it comes to my own son and everything, but I had friends all over the place, you get me? But the point being that there were certain things, so you might start smoking fags, yeah? You might have a pull on a fag, or however it goes, you know what I mean? Or you might start choosing a fag, you get me? Yeah? So fags obviously is one of them. Obviously drinking, do you know what I mean? It's going to be another one of them. You know what I mean? Whether you're teething liquor from in your home, you know what I mean? Now, them days, like for myself, I was allowed to drink on Sunday, and when I say drink, that don't even sound right. But on a Sunday, with my Sunday dinner, I was allowed to have like a glass of wine or whatever. And one of the wines that's coming to my head, I don't know if it's right or not, but I'm thinking like Liffremilch. Is it Liffremilch? Is that a wine, Liffremilch? I'm thinking I was allowed to maybe have a bit of that with my Sunday dinner. Do you know what I mean? Or is there one called Hook? But yeah, but the point being is that I was definitely allowed a little juice with my Sunday dinner. Do you know what I mean? I was definitely, had a little I mean, yeah, to be honest, when it comes to cigarettes, like, this is what I mean, the good old days, man. Because, like, I remember this is going back to primary school now, and my mum used to smoke in it. Benson and Hedges, don't fuck about. Those of you that listen to me regular, I told you I used to have to go to the shop and buy fags for my mum and dad. Yeah, this is before I was even tall enough to reach the counter. Yeah, this is where we're coming from. So I put the money on the thing, and you'd be saying 20 Benson and Edges and 20 Embassy number 1, because that's what my dad used to spoke, Embassy number 1. Do you know what I mean? But again, I digress. But the point I was about to make, and I've actually forgotten what the fuck I was gonna say now. What the fuck was I gonna say? What was I talking about, people? There was a pub about 30 minutes from me called the Parrot. It was the name of the EDL. Okay, that's what I was. Oh yeah, that's it. That's what I was about. Right. So there's certain little things that you young teenage years you might do. Yeah. Now one of those also what I was gonna then go to that you might start smoking a bit of weed or a bit of ash in it. Now my day, it was really ash in it because weed was expensive. You get me? Like weed was like coke to rotted of today. Yeah, so we were so most people that started off smoking a bit of ash, black, rocky, whatever you'd have known it to be. You get me? And then from there, some people might have dabbled here and there in different little things, right? Okay, so I'm saying it could be argued that that's quite. I don't want to use the word natural thing to do, but do you know what I mean? Young people, it could be argued they're gonna experiment, blah 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 blah. But the point I'm trying to make, yeah, is that in 2024 now, yeah, and luckily, not so much in England, but I know in America, and this is the sort of point I'm trying to get to, that they've got this massive fentanyl problem. Yeah, because I've been watching a couple of things to do with fentanyl. Yeah, and you just got these people overdosing on this thing called fentanyl. You see what I'm saying to you? Yeah, but the point I'm really trying to make is like, it seems like the youth them now, to how the place is so wicked, it's like they can't even go through a stage of sort of experimenting, whether we agree with that or not. Do you know what I mean? And live. Do you know what I mean? Because I don't know if because apparently pills like Xanax, pills like what do they call them? Percocet, and these other little drugs like that or pills like that, they're being replaced or laced with this fentanyl thing, which apparently is like how many 100 times or 50 times stronger than heroin and this and that. Do you know what I mean? And people are getting like addicted to it, and who it's not making addictive is basically killing them. You get me? So you know what they say, when America coughs, England sneezes. Yeah, and I know even in England now, there's more people or young people doing like that Xanax thing. You get me? And these other sort of opioids. Do you know what I mean? So I'm just really making the point that I hope that we're not really getting into a situation whereby it's not safe for young people to be able to experiment with drugs. Now, I'm not saying drug experimentation is a good thing. Yeah, I'm not saying that, right? But let's keep the thing 100%. Yeah. So at least you want them to be able to experiment, you know, if need be, within, you know, in a safe way. But with this fentanyl thing, man, yo, in America, they say that it kills one person every I think it's like every 20 minutes or something like that. It is crazy. Do you know what I mean? Fentanyl is a highly potent synthetic pipeline, primarily used as an analgesic. It's 20 to 40 times more potent than heroin. And exactly, this is what I'm trying to say. But people are using it, man. It's crazy. And all I'm saying, that I hope that, do you know what I mean, time don't come when they're mixing them type of thing there with, you know what I mean, what we would call, you know, recreational drugs and that, because that's definitely a recipe for disaster, man. But yeah, I was really, really surprised at the numbers in terms of this fentanyl problem. It's actually huge. It's massive in America. Actually massive, and it's heart-wrenching to hear some of the stories of the parents, man, because, do you know what I mean? It's not like some of these people are actually trying to overdose in that. You know what I mean? They think that they're taking like I said, a Xanax or a Percocet or whatever the fuck these opiates are. Some cunts mixing it up with this fentanyl, and you know what I mean? You're not waking up the next day, man. It's crazy. Yeah, this is what I'm trying to say, Bad Marsh, man. But we're just, you know what I mean? Like I said, when America coughs, England sneezes, and you know, we don't really want that to be coming our way, man. So yeah. I just wanted to make a point of that still, because yeah. But honestly, LSD done me no harm. I don't think it did anyway. Lol. Boy. I don't know, Nana. I think some of them psychotic. So I think some people got messed up from some of them drugs. I got to be real, man. I think I know people that them think they're fucked up, man. And the thing is, Banana, some of the people that I knew, they weren't doing ones and twos, man. Or when some people are just trying to drop a half at a time, yo, these people are doing So I think some people have definitely got long-term effects from it. I'll be real. I don't see them no more, the people that I'm kind of speaking about, but I'm sure if I was to see some of the people them that I know were definitely pill heads back in the day, yeah, they're definitely they definitely got problems today, man. Like you can't be a Michael Dot the Weekend in the 80s was funny. No. I hear that. I didn't really, that weren't, but I hear that still. But I'm more talking, I'm probably more talking about the ease and that, man, because, some people are doing copious amounts, man, just copious amounts. Like, I didn't even understand how they was even still, you know what I mean? Acid. Come on. If you know about the Mud Club, you know. Oh, here goes Randy. Here goes, yeah. But tell you, sir, I'll never tell you lot a secret again, Star. I'll never tell you lot a secret again. Yeah, never. But yeah, man. Pharmaceutical companies and government evidently hate the masses. Yeah, I mean, like I said in it, my thing is that if those things are, if people are going to do them things, which inevitably they are, it could be argued because for some it's going to be part of their, like I said, let's at least make sure that they're safe in it. I think that's the most important thing, man. Do you know what I mean? Because even back in the day, it was all good until Leah Betts, and then that was that, man. You know what I mean? You're joking, Nana. No, you're lying. Oh, let me bring it down a bit. So you already done the dots then? See, I weren't, because when I heard people used to be tripping now, I'm like, that's not for me. But yeah, man, the loves and the doves and that, come on, man. But anyway, let's get back from there. That was your best stream. I wonder why, Randy. I wonder why, Randy. Yeah, but nah, man, and what I can definitely do is definitely say, yeah, man. Back in the day, we had some very, very good times, man. Before the government and oh wow, no, say nothing. I hear you, no. I hear you. Oh yeah, boy. Yeah, I hear you, no. I hear you. I wouldn't even say I hear you, man. I hear you, no. I hear you, bub. 93, 92, yeah. I hear you, bub. I hear you, bub. Oh! I hear you, no. I hear you, girl. I hear you, man. Well, isn't that the irony, Bunga? Bunga says all those ravers high on acid are now middle-aged housewives and husbands complaining about the youth of today. Boy, isn't that the potential irony, man? But that's one thing, like I do believe that when you become an adult and things like that, and you know what I mean, the stresses of life start to hit you with all them way there. If you're not careful, you can forget that you was especially even as a parent, but you can forget that you was once young and you know what I mean, that you were doing bits still. Look at me. Because one thing I can definitely say about myself and those around me, that we definitely enjoyed our childhood, our teenagehood, you know what I mean? Our 20s and and if you don't listen to me, we were doing bits, man. Nines was in a car on the way back from where he'd being chased by rabbits. We weren't being chased by rabbits. If you're gonna tell the story, tell it right, Randy. We said the driver thought that he saw rabbits. It weren't even me, it was the fucking driver, man. You know what I mean? I was born 1 year before this video now being played. So you start. No. You start. Okay, say nothing, no. You was introduced to Mr. Cocky early, no. I know nothing to do in Luton, man. We had youth clubs. We had youth clubs, no. Yeah, I know. Some places around England get that early introduction because there's nothing else to do, stuff. I get it, man. Oh, all right, Randy, you're just remixing it because you like this. All right, no problem, man. But yeah, man. All right, let's get back to it. But yeah.
Anarchy.
Over the last few years, millions of pounds have been spent by the borough in the Notting Hill Gate area in order to bring up the housing standards to an acceptable level. This, as you can see, has now almost been completed. If the immigrant allows himself to be continued to be exploited, it foretells ill of the future.
So what then is the answer? Does anybody know? Enoch Powell. That nation will be ill-counselled which allows its statesmen to predict only what it is pleasant to hear. Former Home Secretary Reginald Maudling. How can we reconcile repatriation?
We're tired of being told to just eat less and move more.
Introducing Juniper, the medical way to lose weight.
Yeah, big up yourself, Nana, man. Big up yourself. And again, I don't want to say that's interesting, but again, it just shows, you know what I mean, how sort of times will change a little bit, because there was enough, well, let me not say enough, but you know what I mean, you would not have been alone them time then, Nana, still, because like I said, even when I was at school, and we went to a Catholic school with nuns, yeah. Big up yourself, Nana, man. And all the pubs are shut, innit? We say now you're free and single, nothing there to mingle with. Mad thing. Oh, hold on. Why can I not hear nothing? It's gone. Why can't I hear anything? What have I done? Oh, what have you done, Nines? Big up yourself, sexy lion. I don't know why. I can't hear nothing. That's crazy. What happened there? I don't know. It just stopped. It just stopped. All right, 1 second, family. Big up everyone in the building. Make sure you slap the like button. You know it, go already. But why all of a sudden is this not playing?
fed up and tired of being pushed from pillar to post. The British people can't get away in where the immigrants can. They get everything laid on the plate for them. They get money laid out for them just when they want it, and we get nothing. Sweet and simple nothing. All I want is the best for my children and my family and my people. That's all I want. Just the best for my people and my country.
Notting Hill Gate and North Kensington in the heart of London, areas of trendy attraction, and yet ghettos in embryo. This is Geoffrey Baber, local councillor.
Well, the interesting thing about Notting Hill Gate, and where it differs so much from the other main immigrant areas, is that it doesn't have the real problems that other community areas such as Smethwick or Brixton have. Thanks to the borough's work, there's no more real housing problems or educational problems in Notting Hill Gate. However, Notting Hill Gate has for a long time been the real political focal centre for immigrant troubles and reaction. And this is largely centred around a restaurant in All Saints Road called the Mangrove. Now, the Mangrove restaurant has been seen by many immigrants as a focal point for black influence, black culture, and unfortunately, black power. The owner has tried to run it in a reasonable manner, but he, as a weak man, has been able to be influenced by the anarchists in the Notting Hill Gate area, some of whom are white and a minority of whom are black.
It seems these people exploited the inability of the owner of the Mangrove restaurant to keep in with the requirements of the borough and the police about hygiene and the normal management.
Responding to emails takes time, but not with Grammarly. In a few clicks, Grammarly's generative AI drafts professional, relevant replies that sound like you. Download it for free at Grammarly.com.
Of a restaurant. And they've seen every attempt by the police to keep the running of the restaurant within the law as an attack on black people, or to use a common phrase, police harassment. As a consequence, following a police raid on the Mangrove to investigate a licensing problem, the anarchists in the area organised a march to take place as a protest about this alleged police harassment. Thousands of people met outside the restaurant and marched through the area. The police asked the organisers of the march to let them know its route. The organisers refused. The march was deliberately led into a small street which contained a number of building skips full of broken bricks. Needless to say, at the first opportunity, the marchers threw the bricks at the police, and full-scale riot erupted. What is interesting about these photographs is that most of the marchers are white. In Councillor Baber's opinion, the area is a prime example of exploitation of a minority group by those whose intent is not to help them, but to create total anarchy.
Over the last few years, millions of pounds have been spent by the borough in the Notting Hill Gate area in order to bring up the housing standards to an acceptable level. This, as you can see, has now almost been completed. If the immigrant allows himself to be continued to be exploited, it foretells ill the future.
So what then is the answer? Does anybody know? Enoch Powell. That nation will be ill-counselled which allows its statesmen to predict only what it is pleasant to hear. Former Home Secretary Reginald Maudling. How can we reconcile repatriation?
Okay. All right. So that sort of came to the end of that. That was a bit abrupt still. But yeah, man. So that was just really a slight trip down memory lane, because when we hear some of the people that say they want to go back to the old days, I think we need to be reminded of what some of the old days may have looked like in certain areas and for certain people, right? So with that being said, for example, I need to definitely give thanks, you know what I mean, that the time in which I came up was definitely much more easier, you understand what I'm saying to you, than the time in which my mum and dad came up, or what they would have come to as being part of the Windrush. Just like my child now, you know what I'm saying to you, has got to give thanks that the time that he's living in now is not as when I was, you know what I mean, his kind of age and whatever. However, you know what I mean, fundamentally, you know, the question still can be how much has things really changed? Because like Sexy Lion is saying here, these videos are brilliant. It shows that as far back as the 60s, 70s, you've always had the people complain about immigrants. You see what I'm saying to you? And I just want to punctuate, you know what I mean, that statement, because at the end of the day, whenever a country is in problems, yeah, seemingly they always blame the immigrants. Do you know what I mean? Always, whether it's economical, social, this, that, blame the immigrants. And obviously, at the end of the day, like I said, that, you know what I mean, immigrants, they're low-hanging fruit. Do you know what I mean? They're an easy target as opposed to blaming your actual governments and the people that are putting in certain policies and procedures that some of you believe to be going against, quote unquote, your country. But let us please not forget that England needs immigration. Do you know what I mean? It actually needs it with a capital NEEDS. It actually needs it. Yeah. Now again, you can blame successive governments for not putting in certain foundations in place whereby the country wouldn't, quote unquote, need a constant number of immigrants in that. You see what I'm saying to you? Because seemingly from when my parents came here, where they came to clean up after the war, UK Black hashtag, yeah, till now 2024. You get me? It seems like England is in a similar sort of situation whereby, like I said, the NHS definitely cannot do without immigrants. Not a day in its life can it do without immigrants. And the thing is as well, because the NHS, you know, maybe doesn't treat its workers the way which it should, I think their retention isn't the greatest, which again lends further to the need for more immigrants. You get me? Because a lot of I know someone right now, yeah, her daughter's in the health service, works for the NHS, this, that, and the other. And do you know what I mean? Especially after COVID and everything, she's getting out of here because, you know, of the treatment, this, that, and the other, you know, and she's going into the you know, the private sector. So I'm saying that's one less person in the NHS. So obviously that needs to be replenished. Do you know what I mean? So, you know, well, I agree. And the thing is as well, the same people that are doing all the sort of brainwashing of the immigrants, etc., they utilize them the most. Yeah. As simple as you can go as in terms of cleaners, you can talk in terms of au pairs, do you know what I mean? And you know what I mean, all the other little bits and bobs where people are and then let's not forget about how the country's even gone down since Brexit, when certain of the Europeans that you lot run away, do you know what I mean, has left gaping holes in some of the employment sectors, including care and that, you know. So the thing is, you know, it's okay complaining about immigration, this, that, and the other, but if you're going to do so, I would say that at least make sure that the country is in a position whereby it can maintain itself without these said quote unquote immigrants. Do you know what I mean? Windrush built this country back up after World War II. It was on its knees. People need to acknowledge this fact. Well, you see, that's too easy. That's too easy, banana. And also it doesn't fit in with the narrative. Do you know what I mean? It doesn't fit in with the narrative, man. So that's far too easy. Yeah. Right. So let me see. Hold on. Let me just see something. Oh yeah, England are playing today, innit? Last 16. The people, they ain't happy, boy. They're not happy, boy. Hey. But I won't start talking about football still. But yep, I think England are playing. Someone else is playing, but I can't remember. Oh, Reanimator, where did you get that from, man? Where did you get that from? Reanimator is saying we have 600 doctors and nurses coming here on dinghies every day. Our NHS should be first class. Wow. Wow. I hear you, Bad Marsh, man. I've got to see if I can think about my speaker. A long time I ain't turned to tunes. Oh, Reanimator. That's I don't know what to say to that, Reanimator, man. So what's that? 7 6s, what's that? 635. So you're saying there's 3,500 doctors and nurses coming here every. Oh, bless you, man. Bless you, man. Oh, bless you, man. The pain is paining, boy. The pain is paining, boy. All right. All right. All right, Reanimator. The pain is paining. The pain is paining. All right. Well, that's even a beautiful segue. Was I try and even hook up my shit, but because, like I'm saying, there's a lot of pain and trauma out here, man. Clearly, you know. So let's have a listen to some of it. But I'm gonna play something now what I found to be very interesting still. Oh no. Yeah. All right. All right, family. So we're just gonna have a little listen to this. This took place on the block. But like I said, in terms of the conversation that we're having, I just found it to be really, really interesting, hilarious, dyslexic, everything all at once. Yeah, but let's have a listen still. Yeah.
Where's your face?
See, that's
You
what you are.
fucking
You're
coward.
just an internet
Where's your
mong.
face?
You're an
You
internet
fucking
mong. That's
coward.
what you are. That's what you live for. That's what you are. You're an internet mong, guy.
There you go. People even in the chat are saying, Seven, you got to show up, mate. You got to now turn up, you fucking pussy hole. I'll be live on Sunday and I will call you out.
So just for the wider audience that may not know who these characters are, so you got this guy at the top right-hand corner who goes by the name Banksy, yeah, who is Iranian at birth. I think came here when he was about 5 with his mum. His mum married an Englishman, and that's how Banksy and his family became British citizens, I would presume. So yeah, he done it via the marriage route. And you got Seven, who is a northern, I don't know, insert as you will. You get me? Would you call him a patriot? But obviously indigenous to England, that much we can definitely say. And then you've got this guy in the bottom left-hand corner, goes by the name of Muckers. I believe another white guy from up north. And in the top left-hand corner, you've got the youth that they call Pussy. Yeah? Or Confused Method. Okay? All right, so we'll let it play. Randy, calm yourself down, son. Calm yourself down.
Like the little bitch that you are.
Oh, that hurts. Oh, that hurts from a spastic. Someone like you calling me out. A fucking 5'6" Iranian with big nose with no hair who's fat calling me out. Oh, fucking hell, yeah.
Right, can I ask Banksy a semi-reasonable question now? Mr. Banksy.
Yeah, don't keep it short, like him.
Banksy.
Banksy, answer. Hurry up, you cunt.
Dude, go on, man. We're waiting.
Oh, sorry, Banksy. Right, listen. I would never compare you with Danny Roscoe before I ask this question. Or kind of a statement. I've got to be honest with you, though, Banksy. There's nothing more stranger than hearing Danny Roscoe come on a panel and start advocating for bordering on a breeding program for a national population, whatever their ethnicity is, when he's mixed race himself. Likewise, and very similar to that, you are also advocating for your own death and destruction. It's fucking bizarre. Do you understand? You're not on his level. I wouldn't even do that to you, Banksy.
He's not getting it.
Yo, give this man a round of applause, man. Let me do it for you, man. Give this man a round of applause, man. You know what I mean? Give this man a, because man's asking like a very valid question. And I'm sure Danny Roscoe is in the bushes somewhere. Do you know what I mean, Danny? But these are the things that, you know what I mean? This is what I'm trying to say, Danny, man. When if it's just token settings, man. These are all tokens, man. Because in a real life, this is what the people are really thinking, man. You understand what I'm saying to you? But obviously, you're in these situations, not to be disrespectful, but you're useful idiots. You see what I'm saying to you? Let us not forget where, because remember, it's all about winning the, you know what I mean? You'll use any sort of tools to win in it. You get me? And let us not forget when Gummy said about Esau that, yeah, she would use him in a fight against the black folks or whatever. You know what I mean? Because he will do and say things that, you know what I mean? And this is what I'm trying to say. Man like Banksy and what's his name? Danny Roscoe and whatever, you're useful tokens because obviously you're willing and able and ready to say the sort of things that normal indigenous people can't say or wouldn't say. You see what I'm saying to you, without fear of reprimand, this, that, and the other. But because you're tokens, you understand what I'm saying to you, therefore you feel like you can say these things and no one can't tell you nothing. You understand what I'm saying to you? Yeah? This is what I'm trying to say, man. Treacherous, man. Treacherous. Just treacherous tokens, man. Yeah? Treacherous tokens. Apparently, Banksy said that, but and remember, Banksy is a brown person himself. I don't know what he sees in his head. I don't know if he's like Hector, where he looks in the mirror, he sees Sylvester Stallone and all them ones, quote unquote. You get me? But it's like there's a psychosis whereby these people want the end of their own goddamn selves. It's a mad thing. But all right, at least it's not me one or us one what sees these things. So yeah, big up Muckers, man.
He's in a stratosphere, Muckers. That
is it some sort of satirical piss-taking act?
In his own bubble.
That would make more sense.
Muckers, I'll be perfectly honest with you. I'm probably more extreme than Danny if it needs be. The fact is, I'm gonna try and be as honest with you as I possibly can. I have seen what happens in around the rest of the world. Okay, I will give the white man this much. The white man has managed to Seven. Shut your fucking mouth and let me explain. The man asked me a question. Okay, floor's yours.
You know what? I've seen what you just said. I've seen what happens in the rest of the world. How do you know? You don't leave fucking Spacker's corner, you cunt. So shut the fuck up as if you're some sort of well-travelled fucking...
Well, Marcus, there you go. Seven has apparently answered the question. If you wanted Seven's answer, you got
everything. It. No, you've read it. You've seen it on YouTube. You know, you've not experienced it. You've not been there. You've not done it. You're fucking full of shit. Oh, fuck off, you little fucking long-nosed Iranian cunt.
You see, I think...
Can I answer now?
Yeah, go on, Seven, please.
Yeah, go on, strangle him.
Because this northern sack of shit just doesn't know how to shut up. He clearly doesn't.
I won't.
He doesn't know how
don't
to
like
suck.
listening to
Go
shit.
suck
You're
your
full of
wife's
shit.
boyfriend's
You
cock.
are full of
Go
shit.
suck your wife's
You
boyfriend's
are
cock
full of
and shut
shit.
up. Put
You're an
something
actor.
useful in your
You're full of
mouth.
shit. You tell lies. You're bullshit. You're full of shit. You're doing it for a laugh.
All
you
right,
don't.
well,
You
let
don't
Banksy
conviction
answer
in
the
you.
question
You're
now,
full
though,
of
innit?
it, you cunt.
Because he was asked it.
You're full of it, you cunt. You know,
Okay.
you know that you are full of it, and that's why you're doing it. That's why you're full of it, you cunt.
Look, this cunt doesn't really want me to. Doesn't want me to.
So you not hearing how the Patriots dealing with the token, yeah? You get me? Yo, Banksy, all this begging, I don't know. It's like if it ain't Tommy, I don't think it's getting through, Banksy. And obviously we know why Tommy's gonna allow it. Yeah, because like I said, you're a useful token. But boy, I'm just listening to the other ones, and boy, they're not having it. They're not having it, Banksy. So boy, make me listen on little more still. But this bootlicking thing.
Actually answers Marcus. So unfortunately, with this cunt, unfortunately, it's not gonna. I'm not gonna be able to. Okay, seven. If you're a fucking man of character of any sort, which I think is very low character, but whatever character morsel of character you have, give me 60 seconds, and I will try to answer it in 60 seconds. Would that be satisfactory to your fucking drunken northern ass? 60 seconds uninterrupted, though, cunt. Don't fucking chime in.
Hurry up, you cunt. Stop watching on. Go.
Okay.
Now.
The fact is, muckers, the white man has been extremely successful in the Western world and has built a great nations. We're talking Northern Europeans, North Africa, North Americans, Australia. The white man has done great things in the last couple of centuries and have built magnificent societies.
Yeah, what
if you allow, you look at this cunt. Look at this cunt. He can't help it. He has no fucking self-control.
What have you done?
Shut up.
You don't fuck up.
Okay, there you go, muckers. There you go. This is what's going to happen. Unfortunately, this white man is akin more to the foreign.
Now you see again, you know what I mean, and this is why I'm saying you can't take these people seriously, man, because even Banksy's description there, yeah, the mere fact, and I don't know if he goes on to do so, I'm going to presume not, but I'm going to take the risk that he hasn't mentioned how that's been done, do you know what I mean, via, you know what I mean, just bare killing and murdering and raping and pillaging and displacing and blah, 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 in order for this quote-unquote greatness, do you know what I mean, yeah, but let's see. Because at the end of the day, for myself, if all of that was achieved through, you know what I mean, peaceful measures where there didn't have to be too much, like I said, heartache and pain, then I might give it more props. You see what I'm saying to you? But because I know that in order for them to have got where they are, like I said, you know, whole lands, masses have been wiped out, whole tribes have been wiped out, displacement. You know what I'm saying to you? People losing their language, their culture, their religion, and being replaced with, and all of these different things. You see what I'm saying to you? So we're not going in 2024, and I'm definitely doing this to remind my people in future that's going to be listening to my streams potentially when I'm dead and gone. You get me? Like, it weren't cute like that. It weren't pretty like that. Do you know what I mean? There's a lot of blood and gore and everything else like that that's gone on, you to get me, in order for them to have obtained the position, you see what I'm saying to you, that has been obtained, right? So if we're gonna talk it like that, let's keep it balanced and keep it real. Yeah, that's what I'm saying to you, okay? So all right, big up yourself, Yorkshire Princess. But let's see if he gives it any balance, or is it just gonna be straight, you know what I mean, sucking off the British.
Black man and the brown man.
For a good couple of minutes, yeah. So at least give him a minute, bro. Come on.
Okay. So as I was saying, the white man has done great things.
Got 45 seconds left. All right, go on.
Well, shut the fuck up then.
No, hurry up then. But don't talk.
The white man has done. Look at this. Look at this fucking cunt. The white man has done. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. I'm sorry, I can't do it.
Listen to me. Speak sense or shut the fuck up. No
You see,
scenario.
he
no
dictates
come on,
what I
tell me the
should
truth.
say
I want to
because he
know
thinks
the
he
truth.
runs
Tell me the
things.
truth. Tell me real life.
Scientific, as a good,
I want to know
as a
about
good
real
brown
life
man,
things,
could you
not
kindly put him in the
scenarios
back
in
chat?
your head.
Could you please put him in the back until I finish what I have to say?
I want to know about real life things, not
Drop him.
scenarios in your
Drop
head.
him,
You cunt.
Scientific. Drop him like his heart. Drop him like his heart. Drop him, Scientific. He can't help himself. He doesn't have self-control.
Well, I mean,
He's
like,
a
look, the thing is, like, if you and Marcus want to talk about it, then I'll get rid of 7 if he keeps doing this.
yeah. Get rid of 7, 60 seconds, and I'll come back. I have no problem with him coming back, but just he doesn't have impulse control right now.
Stay quiet, bro.
30 seconds left. Hurry up, you cunt.
No. I'm control. There you go. Thank you. 60 seconds. The white man has done magnificent things and has built magnificent societies in the last couple of centuries. The brown and the black man are incapable of such things. So if you allow the brown and black man to run the white man's country, they are going to do to it exactly what they've done to their own societies. Run it to the absolute fucking floor.
Yes, that's a very sweeping statement there, boy. God damn. That's a very, very sweeping statement there, Banksy. And the thing is, yeah, you would have to provide evidences and criterias for what that statement that you just made there, Banksy, to be fair. You see what I'm saying to you? And also you'd have to provide context. Do you know what I mean? You can't just make such a statement like that. Yeah, again, we would have to go back to colonization, this, that, and the other. We'd have to go back to no. That is, I mean, that's well, the thing is, and that's why I don't even expect nothing better from people on that side. You understand what I'm saying to you? But you know, there's so many ways in which you could have said that. Nah. Because if you understood the sort of economic and so and this and that and blah blah blah, well, the IMF and rare, like the unnecessary debt, this, that, and the other. Do you know what I mean? If them things weren't in place, a lot of the countries that you're talking about would actually be thriving. Yeah. But there are certain levers and this and that that are in place on purpose to make sure and ensure that they don't raise above, you get me, up the precipice, as it were. You see what I'm saying to you? Yeah. So for you to say that, yeah. Especially as a man that even comes from Iran, because Iran has really actually suffered some of the same levers in the past, I would suggest. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, man. But our foolishness, yeah, talk, man. Respectfully, you know what I mean. What I would say is that if more of these countries that are run by black and brown people were left to run their countries in peace, you understand what I'm saying to you, without all the varying, like I said, sort of policies and this and that just keep them down. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. Then it will be a different story, because as soon as a lot of them went from colonies to independence, already they had mills around their neck. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, it's not like the transition was a one way. Anyway, yeah. So fuck off with that, Banksy. But yeah, it's good to hear still.
They're going to shit all over these countries. This is what Enoch Powell foresaw back in the day. That's why he made his speech, the blood and rivers of blood speech, because some people could see ahead of the curve and could see what the other countries and other nations are going to do to your nation, because they're incapable of running their own nations properly. Otherwise, they wouldn't fucking.
You see again, Banksy, man. You know what I mean? These broad sweeping statements are very, I don't know if they're disingenuous, I don't know if they're retarded, I don't know if they're low IQ, I don't know, but like, Banksy, you're old enough to remember, like, there was a time, for example, in the what you would call the Arab nations or whatever, where for the most part, the places were fine. Do you know what I mean? They even became great sort of holiday destinations and things like that, and opened up their places to tourism and blah 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 blah, blah, and become a bit more Western and blah, 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 and all of these different things. That's what I'm saying to you. Yeah. So, and everything was okay. Then, lo and behold, you know, you have the Arab Spring and such forth. And before that, you know, you've got the different wars that have been created or whatever, depending on your line of thinking. You know what I mean? So, yeah, man, the thing is, what I would say is that the people them over them sides, they know how to rule their people, because their people are set a certain way via whether it's tribalism, religion, this, that, and the other, whatever. You know what I mean? And what I would say that is that they know how to govern their people. Do you know what I mean? And they were governing their people their way. You know what I mean? And then some people in the West was like, nah, you can't do that. You need to be democratic and all of this and rare. And then here we are in 2024, man. Do you know what I mean? And this is what I keep trying to say. You can't export democracy, and then when democracy takes place in your land, you're ball and complain. Because the people that are coming here, they're just exercising democracy, right? Yeah. This is the land of whatever. But anyway, we could go on play still.
Be here in the first place, that be prospering in their own nations. The only people, believe it or not, that I would semi-trust to run these nations is possibly the Chinese or maybe the Japanese. In fact, the Japanese possibly more than the Chinese, because
and this is the thing, yeah. A lot of the people, yeah, I'm not saying all, but a lot of the people, yeah, if the countries that they resided in hadn't been turned to shit in the last 5, 10, 15, 20 years because of various whatevers, they would stay in their countries, I'm sure. Because let's remember, like Reanimator put in the chat, obviously he's using some tongue and cheek, this, that, and the other. But not all these immigrants that are coming here, and you know what I mean, a lot of them are skilled. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? This, that, and the other, blah, 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 blah. It's only through certain political this or whatever that they got to flee their country, because if they don't flee, you know what I mean, it's all peak for them, this, that, and the other. I mean, what happened in what's that place? Where was it? What happened in Afghanistan the other day there, when overnight, yeah, in the you know what I mean, the Americans and the English just said, fuck it, we're out, yeah, and just left so many of the people them who were just left vulnerable. You understand what I'm saying to you? Because in that time, and this is what I'm saying, I don't know why that's popped into my head, but yeah, man, I'm telling ya, the game is rigged, man.
Japanese actually know how to run things. They know how to fucking do things. They know how to build things, and they know how to fucking build a magnificent society as well. Although the Japanese actually did it largely with the help of the Westerners, but nevertheless, do not let the brown and the black man have the whipping hand over you in your country. They will turn your society into the same shithole as their own was. They don't have the capability to make it better. That's the problem. And so for that reason, you cannot let them be in the upper ruling class echelons of your society. They just can't handle it. Look at what they're doing to their own nations. Thank you.
Why are you bothered about that?
Banksy, do you believe in Richard Dawkins' theory that intelligence is tied to like ethnicity? Because
Richard Dawkins doesn't believe that.
Right.
You're mixing it up with a guy called what's his name? He's the one who wrote the bell curve. I think you're mixing up people here. Hold on.
Okay then.
It was written by Charles Murray.
That's it. You Googled it well, date, so you didn't have it in your head. You just Googled
My
it.
apologies.
Yeah, I don't. You didn't. You fucking mentioned Richard Dawkins, which was totally the fucking wrong person.
Yeah, but you see why are you trying to act intelligent that you know everything? You just Googled it. You can't.
What the fuck are you talking about?
No, bro,
Googling this.
He's just corrected the mistake, and you're
What
saying he done something wrong.
what
now.
a charlatan! What a fucking shout! Go on, muckers, mate. You rinse the cunt.
I'm not here
Okay.
to rinse anyone.
Continue, Marcus.
Do you not think it's a slippery slope? So between you and Danny Roscoe, I mean, Banksy, Danny Roscoe talks about breeding programs for people of a skin colour. How else do you police that other than giving people licenses and screening the genetics?
Yeah.
You're not too far from that.
So what?
Yeah, I didn't know that, Danny Roscoe. So if you're in the bushes, I would love for you to jump out and talk to us about that. I didn't know you was on some type of breeding program settings, boo. Does anyone know what Danny Roscoe's thing is on that? Because Marcus just said something. Let me rewind it still. But I didn't know Danny Roscoe was on some type of eugenic settings, boy. Hold on.
Very slow. So between you and Danny Roscoe,
fucking shout.
Totally the fucking wrong person.
Yeah, but you see why are you trying to act intelligent that you know everything? You just Google it, muckers, mate. You rinse the cunt.
I'm not here
Okay.
to rinse anyone.
Continue, Marcus.
Do you not think it's a slippery slope? So between you and Danny Roscoe, I mean, Banksy, Danny Roscoe talks about breeding programs for people of a skin colour.
Breeding programs for people of a skin color. Danny Roscoe, calling Danny Roscoe. Yo. Yo, Danny Roscoe, what? I don't know, because he has said something about having a baby with a Spanish person helping. I don't know. We need Danny Roscoe, calling Danny Roscoe to the stage. Yo.
How else do you police that other than giving people licenses and screening the genetics?
Yeah.
You're not too far from that.
So what?
Because you're also talking about like black people, let's be honest, reading between the lines, being incapable of running nations.
They are mostly for the most part they are incapable of running successful first world nations.
Wow.
You give me an example of a brown or a black man that is running a magnificent first world nation with great technology and advancements and no corruption and fuckeries in their countries, and I will say yes, I will let that man run Britain.
Now you see, this is why you're a poussoir, you know, Banksy. Yeah, you're an actual poussoir, because if you see all the credentials that you just gave there, yeah, you can't even. And one, you used the word first world. Yeah, this is what I'm trying to say. You lot are slippery little skunks, man. Yeah, well, you're a slippery little skunks, but we're here for you. So first of all, you mentioned first world countries. Yeah. Now, by definition, yeah, the way that they've got this thing set up, I don't think there are many brown or black countries that they call first world, unless, in fact, where's my thingy, Bobby? Unless they're taught. In fact, let me see. You're cheeky, in fact, because in fact, you're cheeky, in fact. Hold on a second. Let me see. See, I ain't got time to fucking, because I actually got to get into this now. But you're cheeky about. You're sly, man. Yeah, absolutely sly, but there definitely are. There definitely are. All right, so hold on a second. So we're just I'm just going for a list of first world countries, yeah, family, right? Okay, so I don't know if this is right. So I'm just gonna check.
Hey, that's
So
Obama. Mine's Obama as well.
well, thank you, Bunny. I'm gonna come to that, but this is disgusting. But let me just thingy Bobby, because he said first world, right? Which is very slick in the first place, yeah. But the first world countries currently are Australia, Canada, Netherlands, Germany, Japan, New Zealand, Norway, and Sweden. Yeah. Are there any that I've missed? First world countries included Canada, France, Germany, Italy, Japan, New Zealand, Norway, and the United Kingdom, right? Now, I would suggest that none of those countries are free of corruption, for example. What do you think, James? Because he just mentioned corruption. Let me see the
the idea of at first and third world are kind of antiquated terms. They're like, if I remember correctly, they're originally devised as like a taxonomy to describe countries that were like basically affiliated with the West and countries that are affiliated with the Soviet Union. Now they use like developing and underdeveloped, so developing and developed like
right,
nations, right? Um,
right,
but the point is, what he's saying is stupid because what he wants to say is something about a majority black country, i.e., African, Caribbean. But he can't say just a black because there's obviously black people in positions of power in developed nations all around the world. So that's like, oh, and obviously he can't be that stupid or ignorant to believe that like the most qualified black man is less qualified than the most underqualified white man. Right? That would be like retarded, right? And given that there's like literally a black person who is the leader of the most developed country, the leader of the free world, that just undermines his point anyway. Do you know what I mean? It's like a fucking stupid thing to say. But listen, you have to remember this guy at this juncture, he's got his little whatever 25 seconds of fame on the Tommy Robinson stage, and now he's just trying to milk that demographic, and he's trying to play up to his audience. So he's gonna probably say more and more extreme and bizarre things because he obviously wants to gain infamy in it amongst those kinds of people. I wouldn't take him seriously.
No, man. Serious is a strong word, man. But obviously, we're in a certain time still, because obviously, even taking him out of the equation, you got the reform lot, this, that, and the other. You know what I mean? This, that, and the other. So, at the very least, it's just educational, isn't it? Because, like I said, some of us can get rocked to sleep sometimes. You get me when it comes to certain things. Yeah. But just in terms of, and obviously, this is what man thinks about people, isn't it? Like, that's fine. But all I wanted to add to that is like, oftentimes, yeah, when a country is doing well, yeah, and everything's calm and good, they're not in the news, James. You see what I'm saying to you? Yeah, it's only when a country where it's all effed up, this, that, and the other, and then you kind of hear about them in the news. So I'm just saying that to say there are many countries run by brown and black people that are doing very well, thank you very much. Do you know what I mean? Or doing okay. Do you know what I mean? Yeah,
Yeah, but like,
relatively speaking to
yeah,
their
100%. But not only that, but empires rise and fall. It's just not going to be the case that one culture, like all cultures, can be equivalently technologically advanced, and especially when we're living in this kind of capitalistic system that's based on like exploitation and competition and stuff. Like it's in like actually necessarily a hierarchy in terms of like development would emerge, right? And take people like him, right? People like him are very nationalistic and prideful, excuse me, about the Persian Empire and Cyrus the Great, and we were superior to Arabs, our culture was superior to okay, but clearly that's not the case right now, right? By your lights, your people have been subjugated, manipulated by the British, and then subsequent to that, there was a revolution from set by your lights, a foreign religion. So foreign religion and culture has imposed itself on your culture now, and you believe has like knocked your civilization back to the dark ages. This is your criticism. But we're not saying, oh, there's something inherent about Iranians that makes them inferior, right? It's just, there was a time in which your culture was the apex of human civilization and development. It's just not the case right now. And he wants to say, oh, it's just, Americans, it's the British. Okay, maybe that's true. But it doesn't mean necessarily there's something wrong with Iranian people just because right now, you guys ain't the cultural hegemon or whatever. So, and the thing is, like, when you ask people like that to rationalize their hatred for Islam and why they support these Tommy characters, they'll tell you, oh, I come from a great people. Why don't you say that about Africans? There was also a time where Africa was in a similar position, actually in a similar time periods, I'd imagine. But you don't. But for some reason, you credit Iranians, or in his case, Iranians, but maybe different people, different people will do it for different cultures. You seem to think that those people have preserved their like inherent qualities, you know, like Iranians are still great, it's just Shia Islam right now. Why can't we say like Africans are still great, but it's just colonialism, you know, European enslavement for, you know, half a fucking millennia? Like, why can't that be the reason and not the fact that there's something inherently wrong with man? Because it's just fucking racist. You know, it's fucking insecure people. It's racist.
All right then. Okay, so that well, a long time you said certain things, but that's the conclusion that you've come to, yeah? All right then. All right then. All right then. All right then. All right
All right,
then.
can I say one more thing to you, Nine? Sorry, this is why I wanted to jump on before the before we post the link. I don't know if Danny Roscoe said that. He might have said that, but I think what he definitely has said is he thinks white people should, like, you know, increase the birth rate and, you know, they should procreate more. I don't know the stuff about licenses. I've never heard him say that or imply that. And I've heard the two strategies I've heard him speak about, which I think there's problems with them, but whatever, is stop immigration and get white people to procreate amongst themselves more. But that's what I've heard him say in it. Now, I don't know if you think that's bad or good. I'm not gonna pass
But
judgment.
to
But
be fair though, James, I don't know if you was listening to the video that we were playing, but and I even mentioned it before, like the same thing that he's saying, they were saying in 1973, bro. You get me? Because someone said it. You know what I mean? Someone said it. We need to stop immigration, but we need to start, you know, let me not even try. But do you know what I mean? They were basically saying stop immigration, but at the same time, they need to have more children.
yeah,
You get me? And that was, like I said, in 1973. And this is what I'm trying to say. Like, you know, in terms of this, that, and the other, how far have they then moved as a country if we want to speak about the indigenous? Because if anything, they're having even less children now than they were in 1973. Yeah. And again, right, one of them was saying how they were talking about in Southall there, and basically they were just talking about white flight, right? So they're saying the immigrants that came in and everyone else fucked off, they all fucked off. You see what I'm saying to you? But and the point I'm trying to make is that a lot of them, they're not part of the solution, they're just still part of the problem. Do you know what I mean? Oh shit.
right, because they're not having kids.
But they're balling about certain things. You know what I mean? Because at the very least, if you're moaning about numbers, 1 second, James, 1 second.
Yeah, I think so. There we got cheese, bigger Vel. Come on. G Blockery. I don't know who that is. Natty, big up yourself, Natty. Yezi, thank you for agreeing with me. Afghan, he's only gone and fucked up again, anyway. Like, you know, he's only gone and messed up. Hey, Council of Nice City. Yo, what's up, Hey, Cone, jump on, brother. Jump on, man. Ice cream cone. Yo, Banana Split, what was your name on the other on Raspec's channel? You used to have the Palestine flag way back, innit? I forgot what your name was. But big up yourself anyway. Bro, Randy, bro. What? Look at the state of you, man. What? What? What is that fucking profile picture, bro? You're a mess. Fucking hell. Oh, mate. I'm trying to. You can't even see how many people are online. Hold on. Check YouTube. $42 people. Bro, there's bare mods in there. Fucking hell. Yeah, Natty. I don't know, bro. Look at his profile, fam. There's a lot happening there for young Randy. I don't know if man went to a fucking hairstylist or an ice cream parlor. Man went to Tony and Guy and Ben and Jerry's. You know, he went to the hairstylist and said, "Give me all the flavors." You know, yeah, that's mad. Hey, Cone, man. Hey, look, this is your opportunity, bro. You look, I'm slipping right now, cause
Yeah, sorry about that. Thank you. Sorry about that.
Well, go on, go on.
Yeah, big up
Yeah,
yourself,
man.
six pack. Yeah, man. How are you?
Yeah, I'm blessed, man. I'm blessed.
Big up,
Nice,
man.
Hi,
nice.
James. You know that Somalian band, yeah?
Which one?
Juju.
Oh, the one I sent you. You mean?
Dee dee.
Right, cold, is that not cold? Is that not cold?
Blood, that's my new gym tune, blood.
Brother, it's in my room. Wait, Nines, do you want to listen to some Somali funk? It's actually
Listen.
cold. Hold on,
Listen. I'd play
No,
in that band for free.
because obviously
I'd
we
play
can't
in that
play.
band for free, blood.
No, not play it. I mean, I'm gonna give it to you, innit? Like,
Yeah, man, because you know what it is. You know, me and the gym are fighting right now. So if it's a gym, maybe I need to get it to get me to the gym. So send
no,
it,
but
come on.
do you know what's sick about it? Like, it's basically like it's some funk band that were from like I don't know 60s or 70s or something. Basically before the Civil War, and it became like they were obviously still a Muslim country at the time, but you know before it became like kind of Islamized, let's say, yeah. And I'm not even gonna lie, man, it's a shame because the music from there is actually bumping.
Kicking, blood.
Yeah.
I'd play in that band for free, blood. I don't care.
But that's the next thing as well, yeah. Again, you sort of bring up a point, you know what I mean, going back to what we were speaking about before, right? Because prior to certain interventions, invasions, rare, this, whatever you want to call it, a lot of these quote unquote Muslim places were playgrounds of the West, correct?
Listen,
Somalia.
let me ask you. Let me ask you something, Nines. Yeah, how are you gonna build anything in a desert? You know, when these scientists look at these places in the desert and say, "How were they built?" They were built by slaves, man. That's how it is. They come over, say, "Join us." If you don't join us, then it's bonfire on all of you.
What are you referring to there, Nai?
The Black Devils of the Black Devils references. Who are the Black Devils?
Right.
And you know something. If you look at I think even like 90s, there was some propaganda, yeah, where you see like pictures of like black people with like watermelons, Amazonian women, crocodiles, half beast, half this, half that, horns, and all this type of shit. Because obviously, like these people, these simpletons that you come up on here that don't actually leave their couch, they just read stuff and they don't actually go out into the world and actually see for themselves. You know what I mean? I'm pretty sure Churchill wasn't fighting against horned demons in the Congo and shit like that. So that's how it is, man. That's what they do. That's the only reason why they spread the Islam to Africa, so they can take the resources from Africa freely. Because that's what you have to do. You have to pay to your caliphate.
Well, this is another reason why I found what Banksy was saying to be quite wild, man, because he claims to, be quite knowledgeable about A, B, and C. Do you know what I mean? So he would know about the politics that goes on in these countries that black and brown people run that he claims they can't, do you know what I mean, do in a good way, And
well, if that's the case, then ask him why did Iran need to go over to South Africa and beg them for food and resources and stuff like that? I mean, why is France? Why, if this is the case, why is the European man going over there to do business?
Well, the thing is, though, it's a silly, like I said, just in any sort of totality, it's a very silly, and I'm being kind here, and ignorant statement to make for so many different reasons. Do you know what I mean? But I just want to say again that there are many countries being run by brown and black people that are doing okay. Thank you very much. You get what I'm saying to you? It's just that there are the few.
Okay, but Big Itch played a video not so long ago about the American. Someone from the Americas come to, where was it? Somewhere in the Caribbean, and said, "Oh, you guys have got oil, but you don't know how to basically run the oil.
Yeah.
You don't know So
buying it and stuff."
You get what I'm saying? So we know when there's interest or there's resources, that's where it turns these people's heads, because they haven't got these resources. That's why.
No, and that's also part of the politics as well, though, Natty, because at the end of the day, there's concerted efforts made to ensure that the places where the resources are actually, you get me, there are, like I said, concerted efforts to make sure that they themselves cannot mine it, whatever it. Do you know what I mean? Because at the end of the day, even if you take a country like Nigeria, right, that's got much oil. Anyway, that's a whole different thing. You know what I mean? But yeah, man.
Yeah, so a country
Oh, my
yeah,
man's in the chat. Big up yourself, man. Sorry, go on, Natty.
a country like Nigeria, I mean, they've been protected by the British for so long because of the amount of money and investment that the British have in there and the amount of money that they gain coming back. That's the only reason.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I was going to say about Nigeria is that they really should be looking to have their own, refinery, blah, 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 because that's definitely one of the problems that some of the nations have, right? We have the resources, but either not the technology.
But every time they do this, a militant group comes along and tries to stop them from doing this and blows them up and just sends them back into barbaric ways of living.
Right, and that's why I'm saying every time
the same thing with Russia at the moment. They're under attack by, I mean, they're helping the Muslim world, but there's an Al Qaeda group at the moment trying to blow up Russians for some reason. These people, and if you look up in the news in the Caribbean as well, there was something in the Caribbean as well. I think it was Trinidad that the ISIS were moving over there because they weren't happy about something. So yeah, it's just mental. Just mental.
No,
man.
I mean, the thing is, in it, politics is, or at least politics is very simple, man. And all they got to do is just redo the same thing and just divide and rule, problem action solution. It always works, man. It never fails, man. It never fails, man. So I'm just saying that for
This
banks
is
to
it.
say that.
And this is the same thing. I mean, the same thing with the propaganda that's going on in England right now. I mean, everyone's forgetting that the Jews, even before the war there, they were kicking out the Jews out of England.
Whoa.
Yeah, I mean, so and it's only just until then when they start spinning it like, oh, we need to save these people, we need to help these people after like watching, let's just say basically watching these Germany Nazis, far right as they were calling them, putting them in gas chambers and shit like that, and then they want to call themselves the far right party. So it's just mad. It's a mess out here for them.
No, well, now that we can agree upon, yeah. I mean, the state of politics right now, it's definitely a mess, man. Because at the end of the day, like I said before at the beginning, if you look at what's going on in America, which at the moment I'm just calling senile versus dementia, yeah, it's crazy. Where you got potentially like the most, powerful country in the fucking world being run by, like, both of them are post 75 and that. Like, what are we doing? What is actually going on? I mean, I didn't listen to the debate myself. Did either of you two watch the debate between the two man them in America? Did you watch it, Bunny?
Yeah, I mean, even for what's his name, Trump, to say about accusing Biden of allowing the massacre and genocide of the Palestinians, when he said that, you should have stopped it, stop sending arms and the amount of money that you were sending over there. And he said, and what have we accomplished? But at the same time, we're forgetting that Donald Trump was in fact the first president, maybe in the whole entire world, I think as well, to move the embassy I think it was the American embassy or the Israeli embassy from Tel Aviv to something like that. Yeah, something like that. I don't know. I'll have to look it up. But yeah, he was the first one to do that, and the Arab nations were all crying out, you know, Allah Akbar, going mad. But the damage has already been done. You know what I mean? Setting up the stage, man. This is all it is, Nine. It's just setting up stage. You
I
see
agree
it?
with that.
Ready for him to return. This is the. I should have put money down on it, man. I tell people this puppy show what's going on here. Yeah, it's not his time right now. They need him for what's going to be happening with this Russia and China thing.
All right, well, hold on a sec, because that's going down a different rabbit hole. But let's just have a little bit more of a listen to this and break this down. And yeah, because right, that's what you said, Natty. That's a different rabbit hole, bedroom. Mod.
So in your mind,
I may be remotely convinced of Nelson Mandela, but that's about the only black man I can think of.
In your mind, it's like that's what you want or whatever. So, no. Where does your loyalty stand, you little fucking Iranian little fat long-nosed cunt?
My loyalty, ultimately, my loyalty stands with my people, the Iranians. That is those are my people. The Iranians are my people.
In England, then.
My secondary loyalty lies with the Englishmen.
Go there. Don't bring it here.
He's all a mess now, isn't he?
Now, did you hear that, family?
Yeah, that's when he fucked up even more.
This is when I'm saying, yeah, these people are a whole circus act.
Man thinks he could be like the new Ralph, yeah, and big up India and at the same time be far right and everything like that at the same time. Nah, man.
Nah, man.
My loyalty's with Iran.
You can't make this shit up, man. You actually remember the other day he was calling everyone a foreigner. You see what I'm saying to you? Yeah. Remember when we had to tell him that he's a foreigner because he's only here via marriage, this, that, and the other. You get me? But that's a different story. But now we're hearing man say, well, he's loyalty is with. Now, when we say these sort of things, we're called all sorts of rarer this and rarer that and rarer this and rarer that. Cool. Now you've got a supposed quote unquote patriot, yeah, or is moving like a patriot, or get me. And when asked the question, you know what I mean? He's like, well, his loyalty is with his people, them. Who are your people, them? His people, them. But come on now. And this is what I'm trying to say. You got Banksy doing that, yeah. You got fucking Danny Roscoe is a whole mixed race, yeah, doing what he's doing, yeah. You got people like Gummy, yeah, with a whole immigrant husband and immigrant children. You got flipping the leader of the pack, Tommy, flipping saying he's Irish. They get me whipping out Irish passports and that, yeah, at border control and that, yeah. But then, you know, it's just all a play acting. You know what I mean? I'm a patriot when I need to be. That's all I'm hearing. I'm hearing when I'm a patriot. Oh my God, you can't make this shit up. You got Nigel Farage, yeah? His wife is a whole German. And this man led the people them out of Europe. You get me? With a German wife. Yeah. This is why a man like Ralph, who's a whole half an Indian, could nearly become the leader of Patriot Alternative. Yeah. These people are thick, stupid, low IQ, and everything in between. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Because in one breath you're saying, get out of my country, we don't want immigrants here. When you got immigrants on stage, let me not say just immigrants, token immigrants on stage, like Banksy, like that other Tutsi guy. Do you know what I mean? It's crazy. It's actually
yeah.
crazy,
I don't.
man. Like,
this
no
isn't patriotism. This is ideology. They just follow any idol, anyone who says something, and that's their idol for a while. until they get slapped in their face by them, and they're like, I don't like what I just heard there. Oh, wait a minute, he's a brown guy. Who you fucking talking for us for? Heard it all. I've heard it all, man.
Well, we can remember even Raj was under the spell at one point, because remember at one point Raj was Tommy's big. What did he call himself? What did he call himself? Tommy Raj. What did he used to call himself? Something Singh. What did they used to call Raj? Raj. Something to do. What was it? Tommy Raj Singh or. Anyway, you remember when Raj was proper affiliated with Tommy and all that under the free speech, and obviously at that time Raj was definitely anti-Muslim for whatever reason he was given, but then even it got too much for him. You know what I mean? You know, when he started getting clapped with some of that shit, he was like, "All right, that's enough." But yeah, man, we'll soon see, man. Let's see, Bunga saying Bunksy will be the first to be kicked out. They will think he is spineless cunt who doesn't even like his own race of people. Why would they not? But I don't know, these people, man. Banksy said he's for his own, but then second. So I don't know, man. I think someone said before about, I don't know if there's like a sense of debt or something by some of these persons who are so that ride so hard for the other side. You know what I mean? Vis-a-vis Banksy, vis-a-vis what's his name? Roscoe and that, man. It's a bit mad still, but I could go and listen because the page start asking for questions that I found to be very interesting, because it's like no matter how much you want to fight and tokenize and this and that, these people look at you a certain way, bro, and it is what it is. But
go there and do that there in Iran.
I can't. That's the problem. Look, Muckers, you seem like a reasonable human being that can have a conversation about this.
There or what? I'll buy you a ticket if you want.
Listen, Muckers, you seem like a reasonable person.
Like you,
the fact is that every person of every nation should have their loyalty to their own. It's birds of the feather flock together. That is what happens. You have your people, I have my people. I know who my people are. I support and I absolutely support and adore the English for their generosity, for their kindness. But they, with their own hands, through people like Patrick the Seven here, people like Patrick the Seven are systematically ruining this and destroying this great nation.
I know your script. I know your script. I know what you're going to say.
I can speak out about it, but I can't fix this for you.
You're full of shit.
Muckers, I can't. We foreigners cannot fix this for you. You have to fix this for yourself.
So in an online...
I don't even know. I don't even know what to say by that statement, man.
It was Tommy Robin Singh. That's what he called himself.
Thank you. That's it. Thank you. That's it. But did you hear that last statement? We foreigners can't help you fix this. Like
I told you, I don't listen to him, man. He's a meme trying to kowtow to these like fucking racists and bigots. Like I listened. Well, sorry, I don't know if you want to keep listening to this, but if you don't mind, I'll ask you a question. It's kind of related, yeah. Like I was listening to some kind of ex-Labour unionist author guy, right? And he was basically writing. So he's being interviewed on some book he's written about why how Labour's like abandoned the working class, right? And he made this point. I just thought it was so interesting the way he phrased it. He said, it's a tragedy that Labour not taking, and he was talking about in his area, it's like Dagenham or something. He said he specifically used the term a tragedy. He said it's a tragedy that Labour didn't address the concerns of their constituents in Dagenham, and it forced the majority of Labour voters to go to the BNP. I thought about that, and basically the concerns being that immigration was having their immigration policies and their attitudes towards immigration was having a direct impact on the kind of living standard in Dagenham. Basically, you know, we're living next to these foreigners and they're competing for jobs and whatever. Anyway, I thought that's a mad thing, right? Because I mean, I imagine Nazis could have used the same justification. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, none of these other parties address our concerns about the Jews. You know, not the Hitler does. You know, it's like, all right, well, now we're gonna make excuse for these working class. We're gonna make an excuse for these working class people for being BNP voters, voting for the like most racist, you know, uh, potential representative in the in the country. It's like, oh, it's a tragedy. You forced them to do it. They don't. They do. But it kind of made me ask myself a question. Sorry, that was a long preamble. Now I'm gonna ask you the question. So, see if you had a choice, yeah. Whatever culture you think is your own. So whether that's black culture, whether that's black Caribbean culture, whether that's British culture, British Caribbean culture. If you had a choice to live amongst people that shared your culture but didn't really look like you, and some did, you know, just like there's a variety of people, there's a variety of different like phenotypes or physical appearances, but all behave similarly to you roughly. You know, they have their own quirks and idiosyncrasy. Generally, they behave like you, right? Same language, same customs, share your values, woo, 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 right? Or living around people that looked very much like you, whatever your phenotype. So let's just say, you know, Caribbean, whatever, yeah, African. Maybe you want to be specific, West African. Or something. But there's no guarantee. Maybe they're like a lot of them are like you, but there's no guarantee in terms of their customs and their values. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's no guarantee at all. Just what's definitely true is they're gonna look like you. If you had to pick between the two, which one would you pick?
Oh, I'm trying to differentiate the difference. Say that one more time. So if you want to live amongst those that look like you, same phenotype, blah blah blah, but
yeah, so same phenotype, but they're not going to be culturally the same. Like, so a lot of them might not speak your language. A lot of them might not share your values. You know what I'm saying? A lot of them might have different customs and that to different religion, maybe. You know, different interests, that kind of thing.
Right, I'm hearing you, James. As opposed to Spider-Man, as opposed to
the people that look like you got the whole kaleidoscope, yeah, myriad of different phenotypes
like
and
England, you mean?
I'm not saying just whatever, like, you know,
But
South
England,
Asian.
would England be an example of what you're saying in the second one?
Maybe to a degree, not necessarily. Some people think England is like too culturally diverse. I'm just saying the culture's the same. The culture's homogenous. Maybe a few things in it, like this one likes curry, this one likes fish and chips, this one likes rice and peas. But in terms of culturally, you know, customs, you know, for instance, like you make a joke and they'll get the reference because they're from your culture. Do you know what I mean? So it's like the culture's fixed, right? But they look different, or the looks are fixed, but the culture's mad different. If you have to pick between the two, where would you rather live?
Oh, so you're basically asking for me to decide between culture and phenotype, pretty much.
I mean, if that's how you interpret the question, it's up to you to
Well,
answer.
if I were to, would that be correct?
Oh yeah, that's like a way of saying. Obviously, you know, I'm posing the question. I know you've
But I'm
smart
just
enough to
making
understand.
sure that I understand your question and what we're
Yeah.
differentiating.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. If
So,
you okay. Yeah. Yeah. Then yeah. Okay. That's correct interpretation. Now, what do you think?
thank you. So you're asking between phenotype and culture. I mean, if we were going to be as black and white as that, James, then I'd probably go with culture.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Because I think that. Yeah. Go on.
Yeah. But obviously, you know, in real life, day to day, there's going to be more quote unquote nuances to that. However,
Oh yeah. Yeah.
we're going to just
100%.
go black and white, and you know, for the sake of this conversation and wherever you're trying to lead me, then yeah, I'll go culture with the sort
No.
of
No. I'm not, I
parameters.
genuinely. I'm not trying to. That
No.
was
Well,
just
with
a
the
gesture.
parameters that you gave, I would say culture. Yeah.
Right. Right.
Because
I,
do you know what
I
I mean? There's
think.
people that look like me, whereby our cultures are, yeah. So, you know,
Yeah.
yeah.
No. I agree with you. I would also. That's the answer I would give, and that's one of the reasons I'm not really for mass migration. And so, in that sense, I actually do sympathize with a lot of people that are being called racist when they're like, I just oppose mass migration. But on the flip side, BNP don't want brown people and anyone else in this country. Because remember, some British people, like if we have freedom, one of the tenets of British culture is freedom of religion, right? So, okay, so that means some white people want to be Muslims. Does that mean they're not British and they gotta get kicked out the country now? Do you know what I mean? Or so, like by white, I mean indigenous British people, for instance. Yeah. So the BNP though is just like straightforwardly racist. So I find it funny that if I had a choice now, it seems that every single minority person in this country has the opportunity to assimilate. Whether they do or not is kind of like uh, remains to be seen. But they have the opportunity to. However, if you vote for like some kind of racist policy, is it an issue? Like, do you have an issue with them failing to assimilate culturally, or is it because you just don't want people that don't look like you in this country? And like that as a reason to be opposed to migration, I have an issue with. I remember I'm opposed to mass migration. I definitely opposed to illegal immigration. I don't want rapists and murderers coming into the country, of course, yeah. But um, you know, the way my man described voting for the VMP as almost like, it's the only option they had. I thought was quite interesting.
Okay. It's right in terms of your recent the Dagenham example. Yeah, I mean, look, at the end of the day, and that's why even I showed that video, man, because like I said, in some ways it's a reminder, isn't it? Because although that video there was like 50 years ago, yeah, in terms of generations, yeah, that's only two generations, or that's only two generations of mindset, as it were, yeah, to be able to change this, that, and the other. You know what I'm saying to you, or not to, yeah. So, now when you're speaking about Dagenham and whatever, what I'd probably say is that they were probably just one of the latter places that would have been affected by. And in fact, it could be argued that some of the white flight that took place went out to them kind of areas in the first place. You get me? In terms of the first wave, or second wave. Because when back in the day, definitely Dagenham, I think it's Barking and
Barking, yeah, Barking and Dagenham.
Them places were definitely, you get me? Yeah. It's only, again, in recent, maybe in the last like 10, 15, 20 years, probably more so from like the time of the Olympics, I would even say, that over them sides started getting populated differently. Do you know what I mean? I'm telling you, it's mad, man. Like when you trace certain things, it's crazy. But like I said, because even in the video, it was talking about Southall, right? Yeah, and they were talking about Southall, and they were saying, yeah, we're all leaving. And that's why I'm going to keep reiterating that you're part of the problem, not the solution when you leave, innit? Because when you leave, you're basically leaving vacuums for then these people that you don't want to, be around you, this, that, and the other, to be able to come in, this, that, and the other. And then because you're not having children, the numbers, But hold on a second.
Yeah.
Go on, Mab, sorry.
No. I agree with all that. Like, my only thing is like, I also agree that like mass migration, like isn't good and it isn't really sustainable. Like,
okay, you're talking about okay.
Yeah.
So like, okay, in terms of what you know, right? And I don't know this, so I'm asking the question, yeah. In terms of migration, yeah, what's the difference between the leaving and going? No, yeah.
Coming, how many people are coming here and leaving and going afterwards?
Yeah, so what's the net in it? Because obviously there's X amount are coming in, whether it be legally or illegally, yeah, cool. But what's the amount that are leaving? Because there's still a lot of leaving as well. So do we know?
Like the majority of migrants are like on student visas, if I'm not mistaken. So, and obviously that implies it's like temporary. But the problem is like there's a lot of like concomitant, or like, visas that are issued to their like family and stuff. No, there's like issues visas that are issued to their family stuff, and then that they might take kind of, if you like, a different approach or strategy to like remaining. That isn't actually going to be the case for even, I would imagine, even the majority of students. Like the majority, like for instance, a lot of the Chinese, they have no plans to like stay in the UK. They're like coming here to get this like, you know, because obviously getting a degree from Western institutions like the stamp of approval globally. So that's what they're coming here to get that shit and bounce. Do you know what I mean?
But you say that though, James, but you know there's a lot of people from Hong Kong that are coming to settle here, right?
Yeah, well, that's a separate issue though. That's like Hong Kongers are kind of not the same as just like the kind of Chinese students that are on visas. Obviously,
No,
that's
but
like
I'm just talking about in terms of because you're talking about. So, what sort of migration is it that you do not like, or
no,
that
no,
you're
it's not. It's
against?
not. No, no, no. It's not. It's never about. It's not like this. Asylum seekers aren't allowed. Only high school. Saudis are allowed. Russian oligarchs. No, I'm just saying like the idea that there is unfettered, or that in like there's going to be these industries now that you're going to privatize, and as a consequence the the corporations that own these assets are basically going to lobby the government to allow visas of a particular kind, mainly like low skilled workers, to kind of flood the country so that they can use them for cheap
But
low
hasn't
skilled
that always
labor.
been the case, though, James? Sorry to cut you,
Yeah,
but
I'm
to
saying that's
me,
not. I'm saying that's not like a good. I don't think that's not a good economic strategy. I think like a better economic
right.
strategy would be to like, for instance, I think like I'm not saying Corbyn had it right or like I'm not saying like his manifesto wasn't like without error. And just to be clear, I haven't even read it also, but like the idea of like raising the skill level in the nation, right, and kind of like automating the kind of remedial tasks in society. So the fucking whatever, the clerks, store clerks and this bullshit. Now we have the self-pay machines and stuff. It's like, okay, whilst raising the actual overall skill of the nation. Like that is probably the best strategy
Okay.
to
So
employ, innit?
pause there, right? Sorry, pause there, yeah. Because at the end of the day, what you just said there is not rocket science, right? Okay. And this is what I'm trying to say. You would have thought that successive governments would have done exactly that, right? So then
Well,
the
no,
question
they
then
don't
becomes
have any
why?
interest in that. Well, they don't have any interest in that because
Oh,
remember, they're in their positions because of these corporations that are lobbying for the privatization of absolutely everything so they can increase their margins. They don't like, you know what I mean? And the government's just going to respond to that. Also, the governments also have their own kind of interest independent of these corporations because the governments themselves have a task with like stabilizing the economy or putting us on a positive trajectory. And obviously, that's just going to be like, look, here's a simple rule that is like true, right? Which is that if you notice that historically, if you look at the development of like just human civilization, as the population increases, usually there's a strong correlation with the increase in productivity. And similarly, it's going to be the case with the amount of people that are included. So when people are like, oh, LGBTQ, what's going wrong with the world? I mean, look at there's like studies that demonstrate like countries in which women are enfranchised, or countries that are inclusive of like homosexuals and shit, these countries are just more productive. You know why? Because you have more people that are like part of the workforce, right? Part of the labor force.
hold on a minute. How have you just pivoted over like that?
No. I'm just
Like,
trying to give you. I'm trying to get. So the idea behind it is a simple one, which is the more hands we have on deck, the more productive a society is, and that's gonna like help us, right? So when these elected officials understand that, and they also understand that the competition for jobs, right? The will drive the price of labor down, like the wages down, and will increase the profit margins for these companies. And what do these companies, these CEOs, what these execs, how do they ensure that they keep driving profits, especially in these industries that have really low margins? How do they do that? Right. Well, they lobby the government to keep bringing in more fucking poor people. Keep bringing in people that work for less of a wage, and like that's just like a self kind of. It's like a what's the word I'm looking for? Like the phrase,
right,
sorry.
for self-fulfilling prophecy. But this is
Well,
what
not
I'm trying to
it's
say.
just like self-perpetuating. Sorry.
Yeah. So that's what I'm trying to say then. So when the people them are complaining to the immigrants and this and the other, they should be complaining at the people them in power, correct? Because they're the ones that are running the machine, correct?
Oh, 100%. But it's the biggest irony. because they complain that Labour had like Jeremy Corbyn's Labour has this like laissez-faire attitude to migration. But you should kind of look past that. The migration right now the migration is actually sustaining the economy. So look past that. Forget that. Look at what like kind of grassroots programs are going to be in place to prevent us relying upon that labor going forward into the future. And investment in education, investment in nationalization and basically this country's infrastructure, like that upskilling the workforce that already exists, the British workforce that exists, that's kind of more important, because then at least the subsequent generations aren't gonna, we're gonna have these nationalized industries that are gonna be concerned with kind of productivity and performance and not necessarily how much money they're making. And then we're also going to be upskilling people that are going to work in these industries. Do you know what I mean? British people that are going to work in these industries. So we're not going to have the kind of clamoring for job vacancies that we do now.
Right. So then we go back to the original question as to why this isn't already put in place, considering we were just watching a video that's from 50 years ago where they're complaining about the same thing. Yeah. So like I said, that means X amount of different governments under both Conservative, Labour, and even a joint one, hasn't put these things in place. You see what I'm saying to you? To be able to overcome what we're speaking about here.
The one shot people had for real genuine change was Jeremy Corbyn. Again, like him or hate him, love him or hate him, sorry. He was proposing a real change. He was like a real kind of maverick and like not part of the establishment, as part of the great unwashed, as Billy refers to them. Yeah, and that was their opportunity for real change. And he had the opposite effect. He was a scarecrow amongst ironically amongst the people on the left. And this is one of the big problems where, let's just be honest, the motivation isn't to restore Britain, right, to its former glory or whatever it is. The actual issue is most of these people are racists, and they're hiding behind this guise of like being opposed to mass migration. I don't think I'm a racist. And I don't think mass migration is good, right? Like I don't want to. I would prefer to preserve some of the core aspects of like British culture. Not least of which the language. I kind of want to live in an area where everybody speaks English. That's personal preference of mine. Whatever. Call me a bigot. Yeah. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. However, I'm as a strategy, I'm like, well, I'm not really super concerned with my next door neighbors. 5 of my next door neighbors speaking Albanian. Right now, given that, and let's say I vote for a party, some really like polarizing, radical, far right party that's gonna like basically, it's gonna make fucking this nation the Third Reich or something. Like that wouldn't be my solution. If I, you know what I mean, I wouldn't go vote BNP. I would think, okay, look at Jeremy Corbyn. It seems like in the immediately he's not gonna like deport all the Albanians, right? But that's not really what my concern is. My concern is I don't want to live in a country that eventually becomes Albania. That's my real concern, not who I'm living next door to. Seems like a lot of these people, they use this stuff as an excuse to vote for the BNP and stuff, because really what they actually want is the deportation of all people that don't look like them. That's like the ideal gold standard for them is just kick everybody out. Look at London. London's Londonistan. Do you know what I mean? But they had an opportunity anyway.
And that's what I'm saying. Again, if you refer to the video, they were marching through, and there was a banner that said "Britain for Britons." You know what I'm saying to you? So I'm just saying everything that you're saying, I hear you 100% correct, but it was the same 50 years back.
Yeah.
So crazy. So then that sometimes begs the question, how far have we really gone forward,
Yeah. I mean, yeah, they complained and they got Thatcher, and she set in motion essentially everything that, like, all of the kind of causes that led to the effects that we're seeing now.
But you don't hear them talk about that, though. That's what I'm trying to say, man. When I hear, this is what I'm trying to say. That's another thing again, man. You know what I mean? You just mentioned something else again, because She's responsible for why a lot of these people are even poor till today.
Well, she gave them the illusion of like being wealthy, innit? Like all these like those like council house schemes and forget I watched a documentary on her that there was actually a really good BBC documentary. It's funny how you forget everything you see, but like a lot of what she did by closing the mines, the buyback schemes, because the buyback schemes like I think I was arguing with Welshman the other day, and he was basically saying like that was it had the opposite effect. He thought it had a really good effect. But what it basically did for that whole generation was take all of those council houses off the market. And now you have people, the working class, complaining about there being enough council housing. One of the reasons is because of those schemes. You had these people buying back their schemes for affordable rates. And then what do? They sell them, right? Whenever they retire, they sell them. Like, yeah, great. Now we can go, I can retire, I can fucking go abroad, I can do whatever else I want. Or maybe I can move into a better house where I can use the money and give it to my kids so they can buy a house and get themselves on the property ladder. So forth. What you've done is you've just taken all of this housing that's been allocated to the public or people on benefits. You've taken those off the market, and now you have this quote unquote crisis. So it wasn't actually beneficial for the working class. But this is I think like the greatest trick that the Conservatives have pulled, right? Because they've almost like played on this culture clash, race baiting politics that exists today, identity politics that exists today, and make these poor working class people think they're the ones that are, acting in their best interests. When in fact, historically, they've always been acting against your interests. They've always been trying to service the corporate class. It's never been for your benefit. It's actually the opposite. And Labour are like demonized now. And don't get me wrong, I know New Labour isn't the same beast, but just like the idea, Labour as an idea, right, has been demonized for its inclusivity. But the problem is sometimes you just have to get to grips with the facts. Because of whatever economic decisions and strategies that have been put in place, now what it means to be a working class Britain isn't some fucking chip shop chav, right? That's not what it means to be a working class Britain. What it means to be a working class Britain is maybe first generation Albanian immigrant, maybe first generation Ghanaian or second generation now Ghanaian immigrant. That's what it means to be part of the working class in Britain. And because they're so racist and averse to basically acknowledging, those people as their like peers or like the fact that they also comprise the working class, they think the fucking Conservatives represent them just because they have like mutual disdain for like minorities. Like just because of that, they think, oh, we're allies. No, they're not your ally. They hate you. They have just as much contempt for you as they do the Ghanaian. They're just gonna use you for your vote because you're easy to manipulate because you're so filled with hate.
So in short, a bit of a shit show then, yeah?
Yeah. That's it precisely.
No, man, like I said, in it, I just found it, and I think even Biggie sort of said the same thing, that if you were to compare the video of 50 years ago to the Tommy Tards of today, it's basically the same sort of thing, same sort of thing being said. You know what I mean? It's yeah. But hold on, let me just take a quick diverse because I know you're in the culture. What did you think about the Drake versus Kendrick thing?
Oh, I'm not in the culture. Yeah, Natty, go on, take over. That's a you question.
They're not like us. They're not like us.
That's the
It's
one.
about
That's
time,
the one.
man. It's about time.
Yeah,
Listen,
I'm
you
late
don't
to
even
it, man. But I was listening over the weekend, man, and yo, Drake got
Nines.
Duffy higher.
How can he
Yeah.
be called the greatest rapper and he's got a ghostwriter? Like, you're killing us out here, man. You're killing us out here.
Ghostwriters, not even just
You
one.
get me?
Ghostwriters.
Get out of here, man.
But then the next thing now, have you not seen that HMP Wandsworth thing, yeah?
Nah.
No.
Now, what the prison thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, I see. My friend just sent me that on the WhatsApp thing, man. Yeah, that's in my. I'm in bare WhatsApp groups. That's blowing up right now.
So what? I mean,
She's
big up yourself,
married.
Iggy. Big up yourself. The thing is, yeah, why would the dude even post it? Like, this is what I'm trying to say about Clout, man. Like, you know what I mean? You're blessed enough that your brethren's getting a little squeeze and whatever behind the doors and whatever. Now, why would you go and post that? That's what I'm asking the question.
Because they're fools, man. Listen, all on a hype thing, you know. They're all on this hype thing. That's why he's in there on hype.
Yeah, man. And really that should be a message to the ladies out there, man. Don't even run, don't even be, you know what I mean? Don't even throw caution to the wind, man, because these men's are beaches, man.
Yeah, but the thing is, Nine, she's looking at the camera, yeah.
Huh?
She's looking in the camera. She's looking in the camera, yeah. I'm making all kind of noise, backing up on it, cocking up on it, shucking up on it. Like, what does she think? I know what it is. Listen, I know what it's like when I see people taking pictures of a statue and I'm ducking or video because I don't want to be seen in that video, yeah. And this woman's there cucking on it, yeah. He'll cock on it, yeah.
So she definitely knew that she was being filmed then, yeah?
Yeah, listen, she thought
I've
she
not
was
seen
one
the
of them.
video of it. I've just seen a little still image.
Yeah.
And
Yo, you want me to send it to you?
Nah. Nah. There's so many things wrong with that situation, man. So many different things. But I heard, I don't know
come
how
on, man. We've seen it. These girls, yeah. Like think about some of these ones that have got like hair salons, and they think they're one of these gangster boss chicks and all that stuff. You've heard it before. Yeah, I'm the
but
gangster
Natty,
boss
this
chick.
girl lives on the outside. Like she's not desperate. She's not hard up. This is ridiculous.
I said to the missus, she blatantly must have her OnlyFans. And
hold on. Oh no, I don't think she has yet, but she probably will. But hold on,
she will,
because someone has to hold a L for this boy.
Who's gonna marry that after that? Who's gonna marry
What
that?
do you mean marry that? That's married already. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I know, but he ain't gonna stick with that, surely.
Of course he is.
Surely.
Of course he is, man.
Oh no, the memories, boy.
Man.
You just couldn't get rid of the memories nowadays. Back in the days before this internet,
he already thinks he's hit the jackpot, man.
Hey, Nines. Back in the days before this internet, yeah, people getting caught on a VCR grainy tape, I lie.
Now you're getting caught in Technicolor.
Now you're getting catch left, right, and center.
Oh, where is it, man? Hold on, because we need to.
Yeah, the brother had no sense, man. He was getting obviously the food coming in for him. He was getting a bit of cheek in there as well, and he had to go fuck it up. No sense, man. That's why his ass is in there, man. Docile prick.
But I heard it's because one of them didn't get, the one that was filming didn't get through and had, you know what I mean, bad vibes, and that's why he uploaded it.
Stop that. Listen, that's a video for, what you call it, extortion, a lie?
Boy, I just heard, man, one man was vexed, though.
Next time when she's walking down the corridor, he'd be like, yo, it's my time. She'd be like, what do you mean? And he just shows her the video and just be like, I'm ready to fire that.
Well, apparently she's not even in that job again anyway.
Hey, and he's filming it as well, you know. Allow it, you know. Now, listen, it's mad, you know. This day and age, yeah, is mad. People going wild, you know. Watching your brethren beat out a thing. And you ain't beat out in about 3 years. Allow it, bro. What was you doing? The camera, man. You can't make it up.
Yeah,
man.
That's what I'm trying to say. Man, them are moving very fruit bowlish, man.
Yeah.
Very footballish, boy. But yeah, that's definitely that's definitely
Now you see it all the time, man. I know. Listen, I know these girls, man. I know these girls that even used to freaking, chuck the tennis balls over and all them type of things, and then yeah, I'll go on a visit to see my man and see this guy and pass it over, and then they get catch. You know what I'm saying? And then they're not this boss gangster bitch anymore. They're not this Missy Elliott or whoever they think they are. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? All that gangster gets wiped out of them as soon as they're sitting on that table, man. With the readies right in front of them, getting pressured.
Boy, hold on. Where's my phone, man? Oh. But yeah, it's definitely a long day for both her and her husband, man, because the internet's very unforgiving, as we know, man. And her mush is all over the
He's
place.
probably
Her
crying that do you know what it is, yeah? He's crying that he has to let something like that that's so freaky go. Just to say, rah. You get me?
You talking about Natty?
Huh?
You talking about
I'm saying about her husband.
who? Sorry, no, I missed a bit.
No, I'm saying her husband's probably crying that he has to let something like that so freaky go.
Wait, who you talking about?
You know that chick that got beat out in the cell, man?
Oh, no, yeah, no. But hey, bro, you see, she's like only like, to be honest, at first it looked like it was sticky for my man, yeah. But now, she was on a Channel 4 show about swinging and that.
Exactly.
There was so like, to be honest, he might like that tape might have been for him.
Yeah, I think you know what, James, because now you say this is what I'm saying about these people, man. Like they're desperate for fame nowadays, isn't it? Like they get
Yeah,
one
you
little
know what?
interview.
That's actually a shout. She might have actually patterned that, like, so that it'll boss up her OnlyFans. Like now,
Well,
man will
both
go
of
check
them.
for her.
Listen, he might have thought you're a slag, yeah. You've been caught, you're a slag. rather than just end it like this, yeah. How about we make a video? I'm gonna get peas, and then we'll just pattern it up. Everyone gets patterned, blah blah blah, innit?
What you do? What you saying? You do a little 18, a little 3 do
Straight,
18
bro.
and all that. For the fam.
Straight, bro.
He said you did.
He's like,
Hey,
don't.
that's real feminism. Like, how it used to be the man would go jail for the missus. Now, now it's like, nah, you have to go jail for me. You have to go jail for you and all that.
Proper, bro. Pimping style out here now. I can't do jail, baby.
No, it'd be interesting to
I
see
can't
what
do jail.
It'd be interesting to see what OnlyFans is doing now. Though. Like, if it helps the OnlyFans or if it hurts it.
Blood, she's got Ron Jeremy. She's got Ron Jeremy belling off her phone right now.
When I saw it in real life, I was like, that video kind of lied to me.
Blood, enough man are saying in the comments they'll do bird, bro.
Yeah,
all the American bunnies were saying
that's
what prison life's like.
If she did
bird.
that, like if she got some like crazy deal, or if she's making up a 150 a month on her OnlyFans. Huh?
Come on, bro. Someone's gonna snap her up, man. Definitely.
Huh?
Definitely, man. Yeah, she'll be approached by bear companies, man. And obviously her husband, they're gonna interview her husband. He's gonna make pee as well. Poor guy. Hey, probably asking her, hey baby, where you get them bruises every time she comes home? Yeah. I had to deal with a riot at work. Mans were running right.
Yeah, that was a mad thing still. What has that wrong man said anything?
Sorry, say that again.
Yeah, has he come out and said anything?
I think he has said something. Yeah, I think there's
Has he said anything though?
I'm not too sure. I think there's some text messages or some fucking voicemails
Hey,
or
no, you
some
hear
shit
me?
like that. But the Donny who obviously banged the screw, his thing come up there, innit? His thing come up to the jail, innit, to confront them, saying, "Oh, this bitch been banging my baby father." Yeah, everyone wants that cake now, bro. Everyone wants a piece of that cake now, bro.
I think you got a delay. Me, I'll try now.
She'll be Kanye West next girl. Oh, it's not the first time. You know who else done it? Crazy T. You know Crazy Titch. Crazy Titch got done for well. There was a bird.
Team black.
Oh, well, go on, Ultra.
Come on.
Blood.
Blood.
Well, go on, my Dan.
What you saying, Ultra? You're hotting them up the other day, yeah?
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah. Big up, man. Big up. No, listen, man. If you can hear me, just check your messages. That thing, the prisoner
Yeah,
thing.
I'm just loading it now, man. But that's
All
what
right,
I'm saying
listen,
is that how
Nine.
good you lot.
We
No, you
know
can't play it. Don't
the
play
internet is
Don't
fucked.
play it, man.
The internet
You
is
can't play
fucked.
it,
How
man.
do we know? We know where this woman lives. We've seen her wedding photos. We've seen where her kids live. We've seen her OnlyFans. Bruh, listen, it's mad. Also, as well, I think we should just say a prayer to the black don who married her. I think we should say a prayer because
Nah, but the thing you sent me. No, but the thing you sent, man. Wait. So the thing you sent,
Baby,
man,
we
is
need to
like
talk.
they were on that swingers. They were on that swingers show, yeah.
bro,
So he's
that's
probably
what I
he's probably
mean.
fine with it. He's probably fine with it.
Bro,
Yeah, he
wait
can't
a
with
minute.
it.
Hi, everyone.
She's giving the guy the blowies,
Hello.
right? And then she comes home with bruises on her neck and the family beat out, and he's all right with that.
Yeah, ultra. She
Man,
was
man
listen.
said,
Basically, yeah.
like he said,
Through the amount of swinging that she's done, she was able to bring in about a key, you know, inside her at time. So yeah, bro, it all worked. All worked out well, innit?
I can't lie though, but here's the thing though. You don't think the husband feels like a dickhead right now?
No, he probably
It's
feels
in
like it now
Britain.
because the whole world has seen it, but he's probably cool with it on a personal level. Like, if anything, that
Hold
video could have
on.
been for him.
Someone's trying to speak, gentlemen.
Oh,
Go on, Liggy.
Hi. Hi. Is this the British case?
Yeah, the prison
Nah,
officer sexing the inmate. Yeah.
Oh, right. Okay, then. So what, you think it's all like a money-making thing from both aspects of it? They're doing a
Yeah,
bit of
definitely.
OnlyFans in the
No,
prison,
we're
S&M.
just speculating. We're just speculating.
So am I. So you're thinking, we're all just wondering hypothetically whether it's two businesses in one.
To be fair, no. Do you know why? Do you know why it's fucked up? I'll tell you why the whole thing's fucked. Is because she's got children. That's crazy.
No, but she was on the TV show talking about. She was on the TV show talking about swinging already. So she's already crossed that line.
What is it with the rise of these women just getting their kits off?
Whoa, whoa.
No, I think it's really disturbing. I really do. That people are, girls are just aspiring to do this sort of stuff. What's going
They got
on?
no shame. They got no
They're getting
shame,
money,
man.
innit? What do you mean they're getting money? Like, that's why.
Yeah, but I think it does really chip away at you when you get a bit older. I really do think they'll look back and just, sometimes have you ever had that feeling where you get a memory and it makes you sort of shudder and think, oh, have you ever had that
No,
when
but
you're not
that
old
happens
yet?
that happens to men as well. Like there's a lot of male suicide amongst there's a lot of suicide amongst male porn stars too. I think it's just it's a human thing, isn't it? I think it's
Yeah,
a societal thing.
yeah, there was this woman called Annabella Chung. Have you ever read about her?
No.
Anyway, she was doing her PhD, right, on concubines and eunuchs and women throughout the ages. So you know what she did? She set up that she was going to sleep with something like 100 men in one day. And she did it. And then some woman broke it the week later. But it's sentimental. It's like, why, that's also you can face death with that through air bubbles and whatever. But I mean, what sort of freak would do that? And it's all on film. I think that bloke Ron Howard was there as well. Sorry if I just rambled on.
Nah, it just goes to show you that. Listen, I don't care, yeah, but I don't want no man to see what I have. I don't want no man to see. Otherwise, it ain't mine. Simple as that.
Natty, I agree with you. Can you imagine walking down the road with your missus and 8 of the guys that you see on your journey have already plowed her?
No,
That's mad.
bro, I'm gonna get vexed, bro. I'm gonna get vexed. Better get vexed.
No, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. It's gone from being like page 3, top shelf, all that GQ magazine has now just gone online. And you've got males running the internet, and these women think they're empowering themselves, and they're really not. They're still selling themselves to the man.
Yeah, I mean, look, boy. Nowadays, like, I don't know. I mean, you got to change your whole. I mean, look, you do it. You got to change your whole identity. You can't be living in the same street. You don't want to, like, you got to make sure that no one recognizes your ass while you're sitting at the dinner table or something like that, and be like, "Oh my God, I liked your latest video of 10 men up in me and guts and all that shit." No, you don't want that. Because it's weird. Because the only thing they're looking at you is just in some sleazy, dirty way. And that is it. They're just looking at her like she's a sleazy, dirty thing. And then after that, it's nothing. You're like a discarded tissue.
Yeah, they all look the same, don't they? They all have them tattooed eyebrows, lips, the makeup's all the same. They're all like they've just stepped out of drag. You're like, what's going on with them all? That they've all lost any sort of self-identity to be different.
Yeah, 100%. But it's easy money for them. But this is what I'm trying to say. It just goes to show you just how precious Pum Pum is, isn't it? Pum Pum is precious, man. Make man wanna spend money.
Yeah, but that's only men telling women what you've got bodily wise is a commodity. No one was saying that to him. I certainly wouldn't say to my friend, your big tits, that's a commodity that you could make money out of. I would say to her, look at your mind. Why don't you make that a bit bigger and get a good job?
Yeah, well, that's it. I mean, like I say, like some of these women, like Jordan, for instance. Jordan,
Yeah,
Katie Price. I mean,
yeah.
She's taken marriage for banter. She's made it okay for people to get divorced and then get remarried again, then get
No,
divorced, and then
you can't just dump that on her doorstep. That Peter Andre left her, didn't he?
Yeah, he left her. Yeah, obviously, yeah, because he didn't like her nasty ways. Because he's trying to move her away from that type of product and say, look, we can be a better couple now. Yeah, fair enough. You've had your tits out in the news in the newspapers. Yeah, a pair of tits. You could go on the beach and see a pair of tits. Yeah.
He's a little sleaze bag. He rode off the crest of a wave. He knew what she was like before he married her. He got that TV program with her, all loved up, and then he moved on. What's his song again? Mysterious girl. He did. He got close to her and then he fucked her right over.
Nah, I think it was the other way around.
Oh.
Nah,
We're going to
because she was
agree
wearing.
to.
Listen.
We'll agree to
Right?
disagree.
Some of them two piece stuff she was wearing on the red carpet, and you couldn't. Nah. You could tell he's not like that.
Look at that Kanye West. Who would parade their wife around like that?
Well, one thing I will definitely say this, right? She looks capable of running away.
Yeah, but money and power are a really seductive thing, aren't they? It's an aphrodisiac in itself.
Like what they done to Marilyn Monroe?
Oh, yeah.
Like what they done to Britney Spears, talking about, her size of her. Britney Spears has had a boob job at this age of like 15, 16. What the fuck?
Well, didn't she flash her bit?
No, they just made her start.
She was in a car with Paris Hilton. They all loved it. They all wanted a little bit of fame and being naughty. She wanted to get rid of the good girl and go into a bad girl image.
Yeah, because
and she was getting out of the car and she knew. Well, yeah, but she.
Leak, bad sales. That's what
Yeah,
it is.
but we've got to change that, haven't we? Who's buying it?
Well, let me tell you this, right? We are, because we're talking about it.
Yeah. Well, no, I'm disgusted with it. I think it's the wrong way society's moving.
Yeah, it's moving, man. It's moving. But you can see what's happening, and you've seen it a lot. Even this Andrew Tate pussyo. If you look at his background of how desperate he was to be famous before all this.
Yeah, right? Definitely. He was in that Celebrity Big Brother, wasn't he, as well?
Right, and then he had an argument with all them girls in there and shit. Yeah, and they were like, he's just like fucking abusive prick.
Did he get kicked out, or was he voted out?
I can't remember. I think he must. I don't think anyone liked him in there. He was a weirdo. He's weird. And then they showed him on some other thing acting weird on some next TV program where he's trying to protect some woman, and he's like, "Hey, leave her alone. Hey, leave her alone." It's like, bruv, shut up, man.
Yeah, no, he wasn't a
so
good
you can
role
tell
model.
that they're trying to make it, man. They're trying to make it, especially when they've got backgrounds of, maybe even a little TV interview. They think they're famous. I can look. We got some mad duppy that comes around us sometimes from Manchester. Yeah, that had a little stint of fame on TV, and then that's it. You can see they try everything to be power hungry, man.
Yeah, I know. Sorry, anyone else want to? I'll mute and let someone else talk.
Ladies, if you're gonna fuck a cellmate, like, don't be married. If you're gonna, like, I'm trying to this whole thing, right? I'm thinking, but what was you doing? Like, what did you think was gonna happen? You saw the camera. That means you were so enamored in that felon's penis, you were willing to throw your life away. That's crazy.
That's what I'm saying. So it was blatantly, it weren't like she was caught off guard or nothing like that.
She was a willing participant.
Filmed, right?
She was performing.
If you see the part, where the guy sits down and she jumps on the dick and she's facing the camera. And I'm thinking to myself, like, but are you gonna go home and kiss your husband?
Hey, listen, that's raw, bro. That's what.
Like, and the thing is, but here's the thing, right? I'll be honest with you. I'm trying to think as well. Like, that wasn't like a surprise, spontaneous thing. That's happened before.
Yo, for her own safety, she can't go back to work. For her own safety.
Look at the. What do you
There's man doing 30. There's man doing 30.
She's behind bars.
Get grab up, bro. She'll get grabbed. She'll
Bro,
get
she's
dragged
going
through
to
the
Night,
jail,
thing when the
bro.
food gets brought
Natty,
through.
she's in jail already. She got arrested for fucking misconduct whilst working
No,
for the
that's
government or
not
some
jail.
shit.
No, that's she's not going to jail. But she's
Don't
going to
worry,
jail
bro. She's
now.
gonna carry
Now
on,
she's
bro.
getting now she's getting a no. Now
Well,
she's
it was a
getting a
good
custodial.
PR ploy from her point,
Yo,
wasn't it? Because she's made it to national news and papers.
Yeah, but
But
I don't think that
that's why
like
she
what
used the camera and wasn't scared of it, because she thought, well, I hate this job anyway.
no, that's not.
You know,
I hate my husband. We're swinging. We're
yeah,
There's no
swinging.
way. There's
I
no
might
way.
as well
Don't
make
There's
a
no way
few
she
quid
wanted to.
out of this. Do you know what I mean? I'll do it blatantly.
That's the.
Oh, it's not going to be in-house, you're sacked. Someone's going to pick up and it's rolled, isn't it? Is someone going to pay her now for her
Are you not?
story?
Yo, are you?
Yeah, of
Can you
course.
hear? Can you hear? Can you not hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, she's going to prison. Like, it's not. It's a guaranteed custodial sentence. It's not like no, yo. There's these women get custodial sentences for passing contraband, for having these relationships. She's made fucking national news by recording a sex tape with 2 inmates, while one of the inmates was smoking weed and fucking talking shit to the people on the other end of the radio. Obviously, they couldn't hear him. She's going in jail, bro. She's going Holloway.
Not to mention
She don't
James
mind.
Jones. He's
She don't
filming
mind.
a sex act on a phone.
Yeah, oh
Filming.
yeah, innit? Yeah,
Come on.
Like
Like,
she's doing a Larry. I reckon they can't realistically, because I think roughly guidelines are around 18, like they get 3s and 2s, do 1, do 18. I think she might just get a 5, I reckon, and she's doing 2.5. That seems realistic.
do you know what? They're gonna make an example out of her
That's what I'm
100,
saying.
bro.
Like
Because
I'm saying she should
yeah,
be getting a 5. I mean, don't get me wrong. Obviously, I hope she doesn't get any jail, but she's gonna get a berth. 100%, she's gonna get a berth.
bro, they might even go easy on her. You know why? Because she's a mother. She's got young
Nah,
children.
no, because the reason this is so techie is because
Mm,
she's doing it brazen, like flagrantly, like she's
yeah,
looking in the
blatant.
camera and like, man, this guy's saying, back, we're making the
Yo,
sex
blood.
tape,
I
and
thought it
she's
was.
smiling,
I
like
was
she's
like,
like,
blood. Don't
yeah,
send
we're
me
doing
porn,
it.
man. I was like, what are you sending me? I was like, no, this ain't actors, bro. This is fucking real life.
I'm not even that. What was the fucking dickhead filming it for? Like, what
Not
was
only
she
that,
doing?
but hey, he was
You
moving. Hey,
fucking simp.
he was moving like
Blood.
a laptop as
Wallahi,
well.
we're
Like
Man don't
making
I
listen
can
to me,
history.
I
bro.
can
How
he
about you
say
shut your mouth?
Man's all telling them what to do, bro. He's like, yeah,
nah.
yeah, keep going.
He said no, there was one point he was like, no, he's like, wallahi, no one could come in my cell or something. It's like, brother, you're not even getting peace. Why are you so gassed?
You're not getting none. What are
Why are
you
you gassed?
doing? You fucking
Why are you so gassed? Bro?
oh. Oh my God,
Yeah,
James Jones. You hear the mad thing? I
go on.
saw a news report. I saw a news report that said female prison officer has been arrested because of investigation due to a sex act whilst on work. The the male member in the sex tape can't be identified. Huh? But
Well, I'll get.
what? Yeah, bro.
Because
In the
he's
news report, it
vulnerable.
says the breath fucking her can't be identified for legal reasons. They're unable to identify the person
Oh,
in
what?
the guy in the tape.
But the streets are already undefeated and caught him within a minute. Is that what you're saying?
I don't
Mad.
get, bro. It's brother.
Cause the man they ain't on the roads. You get me? The man that don't know how to.
Oh
The man that don't know how to
no, bro. Do you know
investigate.
what? Someone sent me pictures of the bread that was pressing her, bro. I just got all of it, bro. Like her dress. It's so nasty the way the internet is, bro. That's what I'm saying.
It's not now, but she
The
like.
internet is
Do you know what's mad? Yeah, the only thing I could have thought of is if it was some kind of like blackmail thing where they were like, "Yo, my man's gonna pat
no
you, and
James
we're gonna
Jones.
go."
She
But
was
wait,
enjoying it,
no, I
bro.
know, I
Nah,
know, but I'm saying that she was so happy to do it. It's like, nah, that can't be a blackmail type
that's not a
scenario.
blackmail
So
thing, bro.
yeah, I know
You see
that's
the
a.
way she just casually put the phone aside, like
Do you think
insert
she's
here.
like
I was
actually
like, huh?
no? But
All right.
do you
Is
think
that what we're
do you
doing?
think she No, but do you think she's actually like so stupid that she didn't believe that was ever gonna get sent around? Like, do you think she's actually that naive?
Bro, I think she might be a donut. She might be a
She
donut,
just might
bro.
be the
To be
dumbest
fair, and
person
remember,
ever.
OnlyFans girls they're not really going to like university
Hey,
for
listen,
economics.
they're
Do you
No,
absolutely
but
see what I'm
bruck
saying?
out. They're
her
bruck out, bro.
OnlyFans
They
100%
bruck
was
out.
bug. 100% before this, that OnlyFans was bug. There's no way it was good content on
Yeah,
there.
100%. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oh, hey, Ultra,
Yeah.
tell me
But
I'm
bro,
lying. Wait, Ultra,
no,
wait.
no,
Tell me I'm lying. Did
come.
she not look better in the Blue movie than she does in real life? Like, didn't you think the chick you saw in that video was gonna look better in
Yeah.
real life? I
Yeah.
was let down when I saw her. I was like,
Yeah, I
rather
did.
my
But
man
I'm not gonna lie though,
Yeah,
credit where it's
it's
due.
like, huh?
Her thighs are on level 100 though.
with the tat and
But
that,
in real
yeah, with
life,
the
yeah, she looks
tat
fucked up.
30.
But you know what she does, bro? Do you know what she does though? She scrubs up well.
Yeah, I
She
see that.
scrubs up
Yeah, I
well,
see
bro.
that.
I've seen a couple of
I
pictures
see
of where
that.
she looks tidy. She looks
Yeah,
tidy.
yeah. No, the one
She
where
looks tidy
the
in a
first
couple of
one
them
you sent,
pictures.
man, when the first one that she's like wearing a Brazilian flag or something. She looks alright there still.
Yeah. And in the
Yeah,
gym
she
as
looks
well,
alright.
bro, where she's wearing the blue. And the other
I
one
ain't
where she's
seen all
wearing the
that. Send me
leopard
that. Send
print.
me that. Send me that, man. I ain't
Yeah, let
seen
me
that
send.
still.
Yeah, let me send that to you quick. But I'm driving, so give me a second.
Yeah, man, take your time.
Bro. But listen, her thighs are on level 100. Can't lie.
No, she's
Her
a
thighs.
little thickums. She's a little thickums. Like
Yeah,
she
she
had
is,
she had
bro.
the
She
fine
is.
tat as well. No, don't listen. If you were in his position, you hit the lottery.
Yeah,
You get
that's
what I mean?
bro. She's getting brought, bro. Listen, this is the
Yeah,
thing.
100. Like she's actually
But
for
the one thing
that,
I will say
she's
though, you
fine.
know who needs to get punched up though? The
Just
bread
tell
that's
me.
filming. He needs to get
Yeah,
punched up. You know why? He fucked up the
wallahi.
whole supply chain. He
Yeah,
fucked
that's
up
what
the
I'm saying, G.
whole supply chain. Oh my lord.
No, but he might
The
not have
whole
sent it. It
pipeline
might
is
no,
fucked up
but
now.
no, yo, you don't know who sent it because that might not have even been his.
Of course he sent it, man.
Tech.
Man's videoing it, bruv. Come on, man.
No, but that might not have been his blower. You don't know.
Bruv. He was videoing it, yeah? He sent it, man.
Yeah,
Not
but
even that. The fact that he even pressed record. The fact that he pressed
no,
record and thought
they
that
all wanted
he
that.
was gonna get some big, like, get street cred for filming his mate getting
How
peace.
could he say?
He's a
How could he
dickhead.
say though? How could he say though to the youth? Yeah, like, oh, you're a legend or something, and she's there. How obviously she's in her little sex brain, but how can she not at least even afterwards think, or even before think, when my man's in the room burning his thing, whatever? How can she not think like, if he's gassed about this, why would he not send it to his other brethren? Remember, he's
No,
in
she's not
jail.
thinking that brain.
He's
At the
in jail.
moment, she's getting piped, bro.
Yeah, I hear that. I hear that. She's
And the thing
like,
is as well, bro, like someone was covering her mouth. She was covering her mouth and someone else was covering
no, it
another
was the
part of her mouth.
geezer. It was the
He was
geezer.
helping. He was
Yeah, bro, it
helping.
was the
He
geezer,
was
bro.
helping.
Wait, was it the cameraman covering the mouth?
Yes, bro.
Blood, the cameraman was helping.
Nah.
I
Him
feel like
was
you know
helping his
what, Ultra?
brethren,
Tell me I'm lying, yeah.
bruv.
I feel like the cameraman has definitely got something from her, 100%.
Bruv, you can't have two left hands, bro.
Bro,
You
she was
can't.
putting it all about the shop, bro.
No, but you see how she was moving. I feel like the cameraman had to have caught peace or something. Like, why is he so weird and invested? Like, you know what I'm saying?
Nah, cause she
Yeah, he was
fixed up
moving
quick,
like a
bruv.
proper fucking simp. But
Nah,
I'm
she
like,
fixed up quick.
but bro, when you called the bread getting it a legend,
Yeah.
that means it's like he's doing something that no one
He
else is
hasn't
really
done.
getting or doing.
No,
bro.
you're right. Yeah. And not only that, my man was all lipsing it off, so it's probably his thing, in it. That's probably his little misses in there.
It was.
But she's definitely the plug though. She's definitely the plug
Oh,
because
obviously,
the
if
amount
she's
of
letting
shit.
off like that, she's doing everything. She's
Blood.
doing everything for them.
Blood. It's ultra. Listen, my girl can pack nothing. She can pack, bro. She's packing when she's going in there. And when she's going to the toilet, she's unpacking, bro.
Yeah.
Probably put a key up.
And the
She
thing
has
is
a
as well,
little. Nah, I'm
like
not gonna lie though. Yeah.
I think they should have a word
I
with the
heard she could
cellmate
put a
though.
key
I was
up
like,
in
bro,
there.
just quickly, why did you record this?
The
The
investigator?
cameraman. No, the
who should
cameraman
have
Watching
was
later,
filming.
knock one
No,
out.
but who should have a word with him?
The bread that was getting peace. He should be like, bro,
Oh
why
yeah,
did you
he's
record
blatantly
this
gonna
again?
No,
bang
but
him
why
out,
would
bro.
he's obviously he was gassed about that.
Yeah, but you're not gonna be
Bro, no,
gassed
he was
after your
gassed
thing's
about
done.
the panani
Yeah,
swallow
no,
it
I'm not
in,
saying he's
bro.
gas now. I'm not saying he's gas right now. I'm saying at the time what you think he's like not fucking thing enough to be like, yo, broski, stop recording, man. That's a mad thing.
Yeah,
He wanted him to
bro,
record, didn't it?
bro. I'm not gonna lie. The video starts with her just blowing him, and I'm like, and it's not like it's not you know one of the ones where she could claim, oh, he was holding me hostage. I was like, no, bro, you're hurting him. He's having he had to like speed up to catch up to you.
You know
Like
what? You know what was as
what?
well, yeah. That hey, do you know what's funny about that?
Show
Yeah,
me the
like my man
go
was sitting on the
wang. Show me
windowsill.
the go wang.
Hey, you see the cameraman was like sitting on the windowsill to get a better angle. Like
Blood,
Get an
man was
angle,
doing
and then
too
he had to
much.
move.
Man was telling
Stupid
them what to
dickhead.
he's
do, blood.
taking the piss, bro.
Like, go, give it to her. Give it to her. That's it. That's it.
No, they actually mocked it. Like they mocked the idea of risk taking and precaution. Like
They
they
took the
mocked
piss
it
out of
in it.
us. Americans are
Like
laughing at us right now.
man, legitimately, like you do realize, like you hear these stories come out where prison officer sleeps with man and man fucking drug dealer, blah 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 blah, and it's like and you see her the picture of her in court, and like you're looking at the picture and you're looking at her and you're like, raw, is that how bad it got? And it's like you hear he got like 6 years. You're like, all right, fair enough. You know the one's like, got to do what you
Yeah,
got to do, I
Tinchy. It
suppose.
happened to Tinchy Strider, isn't it?
No, but
Tinchy
this
Strider,
is
Crazy Titch. Crazy Titch was banging some prison
I don't even
officer.
know. Yeah, I don't even know.
Yeah,
But
man.
this is like, I remember you see those women, yeah? You see them cold Wednesday morning going to court in November, stress, face all red, just stress, yeah? Like court, whatever, photos in the paper. This chick just actually took the piss. Like she's actually going straight. Like it's a straight guilty plea. It's a straight to jail one. Like
She just
she
made a
took the
porno,
actual
bro.
piss
She just made a porno in
straight
jail,
with a
bro.
fuck. But like the
Girl
highest
just said,
in the highest
yo,
stakes situation ever. Like in the one place where if you make a porno, like she might as well have made a porno in Saudi Arabia. Like
she just
she
made
just looked mad.
HMP look mad.
She lost
Yo,
it.
I heard more crimes being committed ever since that, man.
Wait, what'd you say, bro? I cut out for a sec.
Trust me. Yeah, cameraman needs to catch a box in his face.
Why,
If
fam?
he
He
was
done
my
his.
cellmate, he wouldn't be my cellmate when I get back, bro. Word would
Why,
have got out. Yo,
what do you
get
mean he
out
done
my
his job?
face. Huh?
He done his job. They obviously wanted him to do that, innit? And he done it, so.
I think, boy, he had no choice, bro. Where's he gonna go?
Bro, did that cellmate sound like he was under duress to you, bro?
Nah, but you know what, G? Be honest though, yeah. If you ask me, yo, Natty, hold this video while I be, I'll tell you, suck out, bro. I'll tell you, go ahead with. Yo, what's up with you? I'll tell you, fuck you, bro. You know what I mean? Yo, what you mean, bro? What do you mean, bro? Be like, listen, just rest up on there, yeah. I'm bouncing, bro. You know what I mean? I take my bed sheets with me, everything, bro. Mattress all out of there. She can't fuck about
Hey,
my
don't like that. You'd asked for a bringing behavior, so.
Allow it, bro. Nah, G. Nah.
You would have said, I'll do that for you, but you gotta tell her
Nah, G. Nah, G. And I'll be waiting for my visits when my girl comes and visits me with her.
visit.
You know what I mean?
Oh, it's about visit though, bro. He's talking about she ain't visiting you in your soul, bro.
Yeah, but it's different though. I could get a little look underneath the table. You get me? Show me some photos on the phone. You know, bro, I'll be hooked up, bro.
She might get
bro,
nicked. She
don't
might
worry.
get nicked for that, bro. Your
Bro,
missus might get nicked for
man,
that.
if man ain't beating, man
Why you
ain't
trying to
filming, bro.
jeopardize your?
If man ain't beating, man ain't filming, bro. What's
Yeah,
the
that's what I'm
point?
saying. So you asked him for a bringing, innit? You try to trade.
What, a bringing? Obviously, man,
Yeah.
to be like, yo, you're in jail, bro.
To be honest,
Even
though,
the cook would get it, bro.
wait, but that's another thing for her. Like she's put herself in the maddest position because if, for instance, yeah, my man said to her, for instance, let's say these two ain't pad mates, like my man says to her, oh, I'm gonna tell whatever. I'm gonna tell this other screw that you're beating my man if you don't give me something, yeah. If he didn't have a recording, she could be like, whatever, she could call his bluff. But man's got a recording of you. Like, see from her perspective, she's like, fuck. It's not even about him releasing it. It's about like, why would you let someone be able to blackmail you? Like he could blackmail you on road. He could leave the jail, right? You could quit your job and he could blackmail you and you could still get charged and convicted for that. It's literally like doing a burglary or like a robbery on camera with your face saying like, hi, it's me, you know, having that letting some random person have the recording, a random criminal have the recording to blackmail you whenever. It's like the dumbest, like it makes literally no sense for her, but yeah, she did it.
Yeah, no, I agree, man.
They're
Listen, this
both
is the
weird.
case. This
Cameraman's
is the
weird.
case when you get too brazen and you feel like you're untouchable, man. Sorry, Nuts.
Yeah, well, enough people think they're untouchable and get brazen and all them weird stuff. You like go already. In fact, that might actually be a good segue, actually, because I'm gonna get off soon and come back. But James, apparently I heard that you're the reason why my dress ain't blue no more. Is that true, bro?
Huh?
Why you're sorry? You're what? Sorry.
Apparently, you're the reason why there's a few of us black folks why our dresses ain't blue no more.
No, sorry, I don't get the reference. You need to help me out.
You don't get the reference.
No, you need to help
Yeah,
me.
what's that?
Go on, love, help me out. Do me a favor.
It's all right. I'll come back to that. Let's pray.
In fictional sphere on the internet, right? Let's say somehow in a fantasy world, you and Danny Roscoe get your breeding programs for your ethnicity, right? You're given a license. Let's say you manage an uprising of white Anglo people. Where do you
are systematically ruining this and destroying this great
I know
nation.
your script. I know
And
your
so,
script. I
for
know
that
what you're going to
reason,
say.
I can speak out about it, but I can't fix this for you.
You're full of shit.
Marcus, I can't. We foreigners cannot fix this for you. You have to fix this for yourself.
So in an online fictional sphere on the internet, right? Let's say somehow in a fantasy world, you and Danny Roscoe get your breeding programs for your ethnicity, right? You're given a license. Let's say you manage an uprising of white Anglo people. Where do you draw the line? Because I agree with you on the left as well. It's a slippery slope. Where's it stop on the streets?
Look, I agree that unfortunately having some kind of eugenics program has a bad connotation due to some little mustache man who tried to do something like that some years back. But the fact of the matter is,
on the streets in Britain.
Hang on, are you referring to Hitler? You referring to Hitler in that statement,
right?
What a fucking outlandish fucking thing
so
to say.
So you're having a relationship with a mixed race woman in your house, right? And they know you're having sexual relations, obviously. They know there's a chance you're going to procreate.
By the way,
Where does it stop from a logistical sense? Are you knocking on people's doors and telling them you can't have kids because we need to keep the white Anglo look of this street going?
No, that's not how it works. And first of all, Marcus,
exactly how it works.
No, it's not.
I'm getting bored here, lad. Listen, I'm
the fact is that
this fucking idiot.
Okay, Seven. Now this is a good time for you to now fuck off. If you don't like the conversation, this is a good opportunity for you to say good night, everyone, and just fuck off.
Oh, is that the patronizing bit that you like to use? Yeah.
Marcus, the fact is that when it comes to mixed race relations, when it comes to mixed race relations,
soft ass. Hey, you can fuck up.
Marcus, when it comes to relations, mixed race relations are a tiny minority of the society.
You're big and brave on the internet. You're big and brave on the internet. When it comes down to it, you're fucking your shit back.
When I see you,
listen,
when I
What-
see
what-
you
what
at
are you
Speaker's
saying?
Corner, then
Yeah.
we'll settle this. But until then, you're a
No, I will
pussy-made
settle it. I
bitch,
will settle
and
it. I'll
you
settle
are-
it. Not
and
you.
you will
I'll
do
settle
nothing.
it. No, you
I
got
will
that
say whatever
fucking
the
wrong, you
fuck I
little
like
fucking
about
bald
you
fat
until
bastard.
you have
I'll
the
settle it, not
testicular
you. That's
fortitude
down to me
to
to
show
settle
up
it,
at
not
Speaker's
you,
Corner.
right?
Show
So
up,
you
bitch.
do what I say. You
Show
don't
up,
do what I. You don't.
bitch.
Listen, you do what I say, you little fuck, right?
Show up,
And I know where
bitch.
you are.
Until
But you won't give
then-
me your address. Where do you live?
Until then,
Give me your
until you
address,
show
I'll
up,
go- I'll knock at your
until you
front
show
door.
up,
I will knock
until
at
you
your
show
front
up.
door.
I
and
told
say
you my
the same
address.
things I'm saying now. So you face it. But you
Patrick, I
That's
told
why
you
you
my
lie.
address.
You're a hider.
It's called
You're a shitbag. That's
Speaker's
what you
Corner,
are.
Hyde Park, Sunday, Speaker's Corner, Hyde Park. You little cowardly cunt. Okay, muckers.
Oh no, muckers! Don't listen to him. He's a shitbag.
This pussy-made bitch. Pussy-made
You look
bitch.
like a really decrepit fucking Steve
No,
Wright.
muckers, don't listen to him. He might be convincing.
He has fucking.
He might be convincing, muckers.
He wants to be a superstar, right? This cunt here. He has fucking fake fucking screens up behind him. Thinks he's on fucking ITV, BBC. You're a lunatic. You're a deluded little cunt. That's what you are. You think whatever you say holds any sway, but it doesn't, right?
Marcus.
So what you are is just a mouthpiece. So if you listen, you're Iranian. I'll fuck off back to Iran.
Marcus, the fact of the matter is that the mixed race relationships are a tiny minority, and that is an insignificant number of people. This concept of people talking about, oh, the future is going to be everybody's going to be a little bit brown or mixed race. No, it's not actually. Most people still are drawn to their own race, to their own people. I myself am dating an Iranian, which will be at this point my fourth or fifth one. The older I became, the more I was drawn to my own.
Oh,
people.
this is good. This bit.
I dated English women almost exclusively my entire life until my latter part of my life, because I realized I have to be with my people, my women, my people, because they understand me, they know my culture, they know my cultural idiosyncrasies, they know my food. I was drawn to my people later in life. English women could not satisfy the deeper needs that I had for cultural enrichment.
What is he on about?
What I'm trying to tell you, muckers, is that
Waffling again like a
He's
mom.
saying that Iranian women fuck the best, I think.
no, it's
Go
not.
ahead,
It's not
yeah,
even
I'm
sex. It's not even sex. It's the cultural connections that I never even thought I had. I didn't even realize that these slight, tiny things that the Iranian women did affected me so much more and brought me so much closer to them than English
you are
women
a
did.
27 carat fucking dickhead.
But
You
the
know
fact is that we realize, all us as human beings, muckers, we realize birds of the feather, birds of the feather must flock together. We are drawn to our own people. It is almost gravitational. It's almost magnetic.
Him. What happened to you to make your brain work that way, you cunt? What? What happened to him to make his brain work that way, the mong?
It doesn't. I think he understands the internet better than you, Seven, and I do actually think you're right. That makes you right to some extent. I think Banksy knows exactly how the internet
maybe I
works.
should use my brain and turn it off, because listening to mongs damages your brain.
Okay.
Okay,
I mean,
then, so let's go on.
All I'm saying is that mixed race relationships, especially those that work and go the long haul, are very minute, and
Have
those
you
who
got
have
any
children.
numbers on it?
We're talking like, less than 1% or percentile, single percentile kind of numbers. It's really low. So we're not really.
Jupiter's only in a 1% club.
Sorry.
Jupiter, like that.
Carry on, go on, carry on.
Yeah. I mean, as I said, situations like Jupiter are not a common occurrence
I was wondering
in
where you
Britain
got
as
them.
far as families are
I was
concerned.
wondering where you got them statistics from. The numbers.
So
from,
we've
sorry.
just okay then. So you've just
I don't.
Where did
I
you get that percentage from?
Listen,
How did you
I don't have the
that,
exact numbers.
information?
I have to Google them and find you.
Or did you just fucking?
I don't
So we
know.
both agree that Danny Roscoe's the way he talks, it's a lot of paranoia behind it.
Look, I think Danny Roscoe's got the right concept of encouraging white people to actually have families. That is something that many people actually there it is. I think it's from what the mixed race families from 2021 United Kingdom census, or 2.7% of the total UK population.
How do you know it's 2.7%?
Is what Google is telling me from the UK census. So anyway, this is what I'm trying to tell you is that the percentile of mixed race families are tiny. They're insignificant really in the overall population.
Okay.
And what most people are recognizing is that we need to encourage, just like Hungary, just like Poland, encourage natives, Anglo-Saxons to have families, to have a growing population.
Waffle all you fucking want. Prove it. Show me what you're saying now as proof.
I see, I'm not actually talking to you.
Over than that,
Patrick.
I'd say you talk.
Yeah, just want to come in here once again just to reiterate that, you know what I mean, man like Banksy are part of the problem, not the solution, because this man is, I believe he's post 40, probably going up into his 50s, and he's yet to produce one child. Yeah. And there's many others that sort of have this sort of rhetoric, this right-wing, but they're not even doing what they said the man them should be doing from the 1970s, which is to have children. So I don't see how these people think that they're going to combat, A, B, and C without numbers. Yeah, it's a numbers game, surely. Mad thing.
And what he said about people. Oh, sorry.
To you, so I'm talking to Muckers here. So since I'm talking to Muckers, I will ignore everything you have to say.
Mongo, listen. Everything that you said, I want you to back it up with statistics.
Okay, Muckers. So the fact of the matter is that we should encourage this country.
That's why
we can encourage this people.
It's a shame still, because I think Muckers and Banksy could have had quite an interesting conversation, but yeah, Seven doing what?
On a fucking waffling mongo. It probably takes fucking whiz or on coke.
And once we do that, coupled with reduction in immigration, so we reduce immigration, we increase birth rates.
Seven, bro, come on, man. At least Muckers is engaged.
There's no proof in it. Hang on. There's no proof. He's just coming out with fucking statistics and all sorts of shit with no facts or proof whatsoever. So what we're supposed to do? Stay here, listen to come waffle on.
I literally gave the fact.
Right,
back it up, because I know everything that I can say can back it up. So you
go ahead.
Fucking wrong nose around.
You back up
it up.
You back up your
right
fat
now.
ass out of that fucking recliner chair and get your ass out to Speaker's Corner.
Back it up. Back it up now. Screen.
You back up
your fucking screen and back it up
at Speaker's Corner.
Back it up.
Show up at Speaker's Corner.
All these things that you've been talking about.
The only thing I want you to back up is your fucking cowardly talk and find a spine and a sack of balls between that fucking decrepit legs of yours.
All the claims that you've been making, I beseech you to back them up right now with evidence, whether it be video or maybe written. Show us now. Other than logistically, how are you keeping that in check? Are you going around knocking on doors, making sure people are getting them to fill forms out? I think he does a major leaflet campaign. Forget these silly, wild statements. What is your plan for keeping Britain in check?
Okay, number one, you're right. Religion, Christianity has to make a resurgence back in this country. Christianity has to be front and center. The king is the defender of the faith, not the faiths. None of that bullshit.
It's Latin and it's Fidelis Defendant. Idiot.
The defender of the faith. That's what he is.
Right.
He should be defending the Christian faith and the Christian faith only.
You are Iranian. What has that got to do with you, you cunt?
So Muckers, number one, the British have to reinstill essentially Christianity back into the culture. The country is, let's say, we can see the follies of secularism. Secularism cannot stand up to Islam. It cannot actually. It doesn't have a cohesive and solid foundation in order for people to build societies and lives on. It just simply isn't good enough. We need Christianity
Stop monologuing
at
and
the
just answer the
foundation.
Okay, so that's interesting. So Banksy is calling for encouraging the resurgence of Christianity in Britain. That's interesting, and he's saying that he believes that. Okay, and I guess that's just to fight Islam, etc., etc. All right. Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree with that. To be fair, I don't necessarily disagree with that regarding at least I think they've probably gone a bit too far to the other side in terms of taking Christianity out of schools and that, to be fair, because like I said, I still remember things from primary school which were very Christian based. So yeah, I hear that still, man.
Of this country.
You get these questions on a bit.
Number one, Christianity. Number two, but you see, the thing is, once you introduce Christianity back into the lives of the British, Christianity has the infrastructure for everything else. It has the family infrastructure. It has the community infrastructure. It has the collective patriotic attitude of the infrastructure. So Christianity comes with all the scaffolding that the rest of the society needs. So really, and the funny thing is, Marcus, the Muslims have that. That's why they're successful. That's why they're outbreeding you. The Muslims have those religious structures.
You want to fix me and talk to me?
Christianity will introduce that back into Britain. I think Christianity is going to
take a drink of water,
save Britain again.
Waffling on, and your throat is dry because your head's gone. Settle down, get a drink.
Corner. The viewership across all these, like, if you had to put a rough figure on it in the hundreds, what do you think your viewership is? Because all these panels do sort of like, they do cross-reference each other. There is a majority of similar people that frequent these channels in the side chats. What do you think your pull is?
His own pud.
The fact is that I'm not. I mean, these channels are not channels to encourage British patriotism. These are traitorous channels. These are lefty channels. True Illuminati Jedi's channel is a leftist black power empowerment channel. So is this channel to some extent, but it's certainly not a conservative British patriotic channel. So the audience are treacherous anyway.
It's the same viewership.
Thanks.
Sure,
but
I'm not talking to
treacherous. I am.
Right.
Okay, then. Although
this isn't the real audience.
You can't make this
there
shit
are
up,
people
man.
that frequent this live stream, what you class as the left, with somebody like Jupiter or a Dave Smith.
Sure.
Okay. So collectively, viewership numbers, what are you saying their pull is to making a societal change, a shift?
No. I think you're looking at the wrong people.
Power?
You're looking at the wrong people, dude.
You're looking at the wrong people. I don't think you're on here for actually making societal change.
No, I'm here to shoot the breeze. Dude, the work that is being done isn't being done on Veli's fucking channel. You're insane if you think that the work that needs to be done in Britain is being done on these channels.
You're the one that's deluded.
Marco,
you're
go
the one
and look
that's
at Phil Thorpe. There's a new YouTuber called Phil Thorpe. He has like nearly 200,000 subscribers.
No one else. No one else. That's what you got to realize in your short little
had
life.
Over 1 million
your
viewers
short little brain. You are the one that is deluded.
Those are the things. Those are the real movements. This isn't the fucking movement. Are you kidding me? This is just a place where we chat shit and we have dickheads like fucking Patrick.
So where do you
the
go
7
in the
on.
real world to what you've stated tonight, your plan, what you think the danger is? Where do you go in the real world then?
In the real world, that's been done in the churches. That's been done at
where do you preach
events.
it off YouTube?
No, I don't. I preach it obviously through my YouTube
so why
channel.
Are you on here
but I also,
like this?
but I also go to other YouTube. The thing is, I preach it on my YouTube channel. I have my platform.
He loves it. He gets off on it.
People have other platforms.
He gets off on shit stirring and race bait.
think you're a performer and entertainer? Because I actually think
Yeah,
you're quite funny.
I feel I'm right now.
I'll tell
Most
you
of
what,
the
if you're
time
a
when I'm at
performer,
Speaker's
tell
Corner
me a joke.
or in London,
Listen,
I am a
tell me a
reporter.
joke now.
So you're
Tell me a
quite
joke now.
relevant to
Make
I am
us laugh.
simply reporting
Make
the
us laugh.
events
Tell me a joke
as I
right
see
now.
them.
Tell me a funny joke. You're a man of the world. You go yours. Tell me a joke.
Seven,
Make us laugh. Come
you're
on.
a cunt.
No, that's not funny.
That's funny to me.
That's true. Tell me a joke. Go on. You think you're a bit of a happy-go-lucky guy and all that, aren't you?
Okay,
Joke.
so Marcus,
Tell us a joke that'll make us all laugh right now.
So
How many's
Marcus,
watching? How many's watching? There's
the
nearly
fact
100
is
people watching.
that
Make
right
us
now-
all roll round on our fucking sound.
And you were like some under-the-radar troll that knew exactly how to play people. I think you're doing a very good job of it. With that comes your views. And I do think
Why do you
for the
think he
most
goes to
part,
fucking Spacker's
you're not
Corner and
making any
fucking-
change, any of us on here. You take it for what it is. It's entertainment. You realise it's entertainment. But talking like this, logistically, in the real world, one, it's never
Marcus is
gonna
on to
happen.
the tokens,
Two, if you
boy.
manage to get a movement going like that, I'd hate to fucking think where it stopped and finished, because it is a slippery slope. Banksy, I think you're quite clever. I think you know what you do.
I disagree. I
Look,
think he's
look,
fucking
Marcus.
deluded, an
Marcus,
idiot.
one thing I will say to you that it is to some extent true that you're right. The British public, they have been gaslit and brainwashed for so long into this multicultural bollocks that you can't just go at them the way I go at this panel. I can't. You have to be.
Bless up yourself, sexy lion. Well, go on, man.
Hello. How are you, Nainita? How are you?
Yeah, not too bad, thanks. Not too bad. Self?
Yeah. I'm all right. Still survive. I think I missed your last live stream. I think it was a couple of weeks ago. A couple of weeks you did one. I missed that one. Yeah, by accident. But I noticed you were doing one today, so I came on. Then I heard you playing what happened on what's his name's channel, and it's not really surprising. Banksy is he is far right. He is racist. The problem is he's not white, so even the white people don't really want him around them. So he is a racist. I know that as a fact, because when I was debating ethno-nationalists, he was backstage trying to get on to defend the ethno-nationalists. So I know, and he was leaving. It was me and Dan, two of us. We were debating against three ethno-nationalists, three white supremacists on Sir Faz's channel. So Sir Faz let Dan and I on to debate three of them. And then backstage, there were two people who were trying to get on. One was Banksy, who was leaving messages insulting Dan. The second person who was trying to come on was leaving messages insulting me. And it's a guy called Christopher Thomas Kearney, who I debated twice on Zubayda's. He is now in prison for terrorism. Yeah, I debated that guy. He used to go by the pseudonym Charlie Big Potatoes. And I debated him.
Is he in jail, is he?
Yeah, he's been in jail, for 3-4 years. He's been sentenced 3-4 years under the Terrorism Act. So he was trying to get on. He remembered me from debating him on Zubaydah. So he was leaving messages insulting me. And but Sir Faz wouldn't let Banksy on, because I think they had something personal going, because he kept saying to Banksy, I will let you on when you apologize to me for what you said. And Banksy wouldn't apologize, so he wouldn't let Banksy on. He didn't care much for Charlie Big Potato, so he didn't let him on. But that was the confirmation for me a number of years ago, that this guy was trying to come on to defend white supremacists, and he was attacking Dan and stuff. So that to me is like, this guy's always he's far right. He is racist, and which is fine. If he wants to be racist, that's fine. That's not the problem. The problem is he doesn't admit that his politics is based on bigotry. That's the problem. So you can't actually have a truthful conversation, because he'll try and hide it behind all kinds of things about, these people need to look after their own people. That's all fine, but just admit that your politics is based on bigotry as well. That's it.
Right.
And
And that's
even
why
the
we're
guy-
saying that we got more time for people like Captain. That's just very upfront You know what I mean? With his politics, and let's let you know,
Yeah.
rather than these charlatans,
Yeah.
get me, that try to
Because
mess
even the guy I debated twice, Christopher Thomas Kearney, aka Charlie Big Potatoes, when I debated him, he would never admit that he was far right. He would never admit that he was a white supremacist. The first time we debated, he tried to defend the book Mein Kampf, written by Adolf Hitler. He said it had nothing to do with supremacy or anything like that. Then I brought up a couple of verses that proved him wrong. He wasn't too happy about it. But I mean, he didn't see himself as a racist. He never saw. He would say he was patriotic, but look at him now. He's in prison under the Terrorism Act. So that's
So
the
what
problem.
did he? Do you know what he done to get them charges? That's interesting.
Yeah. They were. What he was doing was he was using a social media channel called Telegram, and he was using it to disseminate like material information promoting hatred and neo-Nazi stuff. So they collected all that information, and they then used it as evidence against him in the court because he was in Spain at the time. So they arrested him in Spain, extradited him back to Britain, tried him at the Old Bailey, provided the evidence, he's found guilty, and he's now in prison 3 years. So a lot of these, that was the guy I was debating against, but he wouldn't regard himself as a racist.
I remember seeing him on Zebedas, I think it was.
Yeah. I debated him twice on Zebedas. I was on the panel one. Sasha Brown was on the panel. I was on the panel then, and a lot of them came on. Wanted to shout and abuse her and accuse her of all kinds of stuff. That was what? How many years ago? I can't even remember how many years ago that was on her channel. Yeah. But yeah, I used to see Lady Divine used to come on that channel every now and again as well during that period. She used to pop up on that channel back then. So but that was years ago. Yeah. So that's the problem. People want to be racist. Fine, be a racist, but at least admit that your politics is based on racism. That they never will. They'll try and hide it. That's the problem.
Well, I think that's probably another good reason as to why it's pertinent to show that video, which, like I keep reiterating, is like 50 odd years ago, you know. But the sentiment is very much still the same.
You know the funny thing about that, I found a channel, I think it was BBC Classics, and it was based in the 70s or the early 80s, and it was about how people were being moved out by the council to Essex, white people. So we now talk about white flight and how you don't have white people, but back then the council was literally moving white people out, working class white people out of parts of London to where there was more property in Essex. And there was this woman who was talking about what had happened to her family. They were now based in Essex, and she was saying how in Essex, how white people, because she's white as well, how they thought it was odd that she had like this accent, like a Cockney accent, which wasn't the same as their accent. Which I thought was funny. And she was like, she'd be working in Marks and Spencer's, and then her colleagues in Essex would come up to her and ask her to speak, because she had a Cockney accent. She was a Londoner. So the reason I mentioned
they found her like a little bit of a foreigner.
Yeah, but back then they were moving lots of white working class people out because they didn't have enough property in London. So they had more property outside of London. So they were moving them there. So it's a combination of things. Did white people move out of London because they didn't want to be around non-white people? Yes. But a lot of them got moved out because A, they couldn't afford to buy housing in London. It's cheaper outside London. And two, and three, the ones who were council housed were being moved out as well, because there was bigger property, more property outside of London. So there's much more nuance to it, but that doesn't always work well.
True as well, for real. Because them times in like the 60s and early 70s, people weren't really buying properties like they were in the 80s. You know what I mean?
Yes.
It was more the people that couldn't get to rent and whatever that were forced to buy. Oftentimes, in them times, there still, which was a good thing then. But yeah, man. Yes. So did you hear about Tommy getting arrested with a Irish passport?
Yeah, that didn't surprise me though. I don't know why people are surprised. His name is Stephen Yaxley Lennon. He's Irish. Well, I don't know. But it's weird, isn't it? I guess because he's white, they see him as English. But I don't know, because he's Irish, but he's
Yeah,
a.
but
I don't.
he
What were you saying?
himself. No, I was just gonna say he himself kind of, you know, he doesn't make his Irish side front and center, does he?
Yeah, he's a traitor to his own people. He's Irish, but
Wow.
he doesn't mention the fact that he's an Irishman. He keeps it on the down low.
Wow.
And then
Unless he's trying to get to another country, boy. What?
yeah. It's all based on race, because technically he's the descendant of immigrants, but it's okay because he's white and he speaks like a Londoner, so a working class guy, so he can get away with it.
Right.
Because it all comes down to
Yeah, because
ethnicity in the end.
well, yeah, Carl. Technically, his people and my people were facing the same situation when it comes to housing, at least.
Yeah. But
Irish, you know what I mean?
True. Well, it's just that your people had the wrong skin color, so it didn't matter what you went through.
Absolutely. And weren't they made to know it? But
yeah, that was it.
So before we think it will be like, how much progress do you think's been made since 1973, for example, when that video was made?
I'd say
If
now.
you were to give it, yeah.
I'd say now a hell of a lot of progress has been made, and I'm going further back than 73. I'm going all the way to the 50s, when it was commonplace for teddy boys to be chasing a black person down the street in Notting Hill to attack and kill them. And then things have moved on from the 90s, when I was a teenager, when, you know, they were murdering black and Asian people in parts of Thamesmead or in London, like you had Stephen Lawrence. You had an Asian who was murdered. You had a black kid who was murdered in Thamesmead. This was back in the 90s.
Right.
You know, the 80s, don't forget the 80s, you still had skinheads walking about. You know what I mean? Skinheads still existed in the 80s. So you could walk down the road.
God, England are losing. What a shame. No, I'm sorry to explain.
What is it, the football?
No, you're absolutely right, man. No, I can hear my neighbours, innit? But and this is what I'm trying to say. Some of us need a good reminder from time to time, because I feel sometimes you can be lured into a full sense of security and that, especially when some of the younger ones don't really know what's actually transpired before now,
Yeah, sure.
Especially when you just mentioned those things there, and even the new cross ones.
Yeah, that was back in 81. Yeah, that was back in 81, wasn't it? 1981.
Right. Way back this way.
You mention it, people think of the wedding, don't they? Prince Charles and Lady Diana. I call it the year of riots, protests. Up in Liverpool, you had protests. In Southall, the Asians were protesting. In Bristol, black people were protesting. In London, Brixton, black people protest. New Cross, the march turned into a protest. And what was it all based on? Racism and police brutality.
That was all in the 1981. All of them took place, yeah.
Yep, all those protests took place in 1981. But no one talks about it. They only talk about Prince Charles marrying Lady Diana. It's like, what about those protests where the places, property was destroyed, vandalized, people were clashing with police because of police brutality and racism? But yeah, no, people forget about
I
that.
didn't realize it was all 81, That's interesting, actually.
Yeah. So it's things have improved a lot since then. They have improved a lot since then. So I'm not gonna lie and say they haven't.
Agreed. So we must, we must acknowledge that at the very least, still. And like I said before, things were much better for myself than they were for my parents. And they're probably better for my children than they were for myself. You know what I mean? So hopefully, if we carry on in that sort of trajectory within another, if we're not obsolete by then, Tarati, we might be all right.
True.
If we're not obsolete, if we're not out. Because someone said the stats of the mix was 2.4%. And like I've done in another show before, that's not too far behind ourselves, man. Yeah, I see
Yeah,
it.
yeah,
Not too far behind ourselves, in terms of numbers. Sexy Lion. So, boy, the next
yeah.
40, 30 years is going to be, well, next 20 years, in fact, it's going to be very interesting with regards to ourselves, man.
Me personally, I be honest with you, I don't care with the whole immigration thing. I'm indifferent to it, whether more immigrants come or less immigrants
What
come.
about our numbers?
But for our
So, what
numbers, I
about our
mean,
numbers as Afro Caribbeans? Yeah.
we were always a minority. Caribbean people were always a minority. Africans were always a minority. How do you know this? If you suddenly took a trip outside London, like where I grew up, parts you didn't see no black folks around in the 90s, the 80s. So we're always a minority. That's why I'm like, it's like even when I go to parts of London and I see non-white people, then it's not like an abundance of black people. So brown skinned people or white skinned people from some other part of Europe or something. So, I'm not
No,
too
listen,
bothered.
that's a fact still. Because I often say if you take away the main towns of England, Liverpool, Birmingham, Manchester, Nottingham, obviously London, Leeds. After that, it's still very much England, right? I would
Yeah,
suggest.
yeah, it is. It is.
There's still
Yeah.
many places that you can go, and they've still never, had efforts, if you want to call it that, boy.
But I have noticed there's been a reduction in the size of the Caribbean community and an increase in the African community. So something happened along the way. You had maybe more people were marrying outside of their group, but I also think they stopped immigration from the Caribbean coming in the UK. They stopped it because I do remember back in the 90s, I used to see more Caribbean people about with like thick Caribbean accents who just come over. I don't see that so much I
To
think.
be fair, I think they reduced the Caribbean what's it called, migration or whatever you want to call it, from the late 70s, early 80s, to be honest.
Okay.
And then started letting in more Asians and things like that. So yeah, in terms of the
Yeah.
Caribbean, they've tried to cull that from the I would suggest the late 70s, early 80s.
Okay. And
And
then you
then
had the scandal in the 90s with what they were saying yardies, drug gangs. So that made the Caribbean
Exactly.
community look really bad. So
Exactly.
that made them come down even harder. I remember there was a woman called, was it Joyce Gardner?
Right. That's
She
right.
got
Who got shot? Mm.
Yeah, she got I think they came to deport her, and whilst trying to deport her, she died in custody. And I remember, the university I went to, they were like protesting because she went to that university as well. So they had like
Oh, did she?
yeah, they had
Okay.
like a hall or something named after her, but that university is gone now. It doesn't even exist anymore. But I remember that back in the 90s. Yeah. So,
Okay.
but then I noticed there's been an increase through the Africans. I noticed now because when I was younger, I didn't see that many Africans about. I used to see them,
Right.
but not like now. I mean, they're all over the place. Ghanaians, Nigerians, Sierra Leoneans. Sometimes I'll even see people from like Congolese. It's like there's a big influx of Africans over the more than a decade now that's just built up. More than say the 90s, that's for sure. So I don't know. Yeah, but me, I don't care about the immigration thing. The only thing I care about is why is it the Tories didn't reduce immigration? They were supposed to. They were in power for 14 years. That's what they were voted in for. So,
Well, and that's what I was saying before, Sexy Line. Not all the successive governments, you know what I mean? They do nothing for. Remember, Tories said they were going to reduce immigration and reduce the debt. Like, and if they leave power next month or whenever it is, I think we're going to be in more debt, and the immigration's gone up under their watch. So at this point,
yeah.
you can't even take any of them seriously, unfortunately. And yeah, I just think I want to end on saying, you know what I mean, less on the immigrants and more on the governments and the people that are putting certain policies and this and that into place. Because like I said, if they really wanted to stop the illegal boats and all of these things and the other immigration, they could do so. But right
Yes.
now they need it. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
Britain's got one of the best naval things in the world. It's nothing to police your coast to make not you get me? Send people
Yeah.
back or whatever.
True.
So
True. Very true.
but
So-
the rich people benefit from the it's not the poor people that benefit from immigrants. It's the rich people. Always has been, always will be. And
Yeah.
middle classes, of course. And obviously, yeah, go on, sorry, man.
No, I was agreeing with you, but they never address that. They'll complain about the migrants, which is fine. If you don't want the migrants,
This is
complain
it.
about it. But then why don't you complain about the fact that you voted for two things, Brexit and you voted for the Tories? The Tories have been in power 14 years and they haven't made an effort to stop it. And as you said, they could do it if they wanted to, but they haven't. And why is that? What's really going on? But people don't really dig beneath the surface to understand what is going on that's making them allow lots of migrants to come in, you know. But
Yeah, because then you would have to blame someone that invariably looks like you and speaks your language. You know what I mean?
Yep.
You can't do that. That's far too hard. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
So that's why we just low hanging fruit. You know, always has been, always will be, man. But I saw the thing set still. I saw the thing set still.
I don't know who will win the elections. I'm not sure who will win it. I don't know. It's strange.
And like I said as well, when you look at the state of the American politics, do you know what I mean? It's just all round joke, man.
Yeah. Oh.
Like I keep now versus Demntia. I mean, what's going on out here?
Yeah.
Crazy.
True. And that person's going to be the leader of the free world. Isn't that what they
Thank
say?
you. Thank
Free
you.
world.
Thank you.
Oh, dear.
Thank you. And literally, one's senile and one's demented. It's actually crazy.
I think they're still bombing parts of Yemen, Syria, and Iraq. So that's contributing to the immigration thing as well. So,
But that don't make the news. That don't make the news. That's not newsworthy. That's not newsworthy. You know what I mean? Because
yeah.
whilst this Israel-Palestine thing's going on, you know there's bad things going on, sexy lying. Bad things.
Yeah, exactly.
That don't get the reports and that.
That's ridiculous. I'm really keen to, so part of me thinks that Trump will win. He'll win the election. I don't think it'll be good for, well, I don't know. When I ask all these Trump supporters, why do they support Trump? They keep on talking about immigration. If you put the immigration aside, what else has Trump got that's gonna, I don't know. It just seems to be immigration. I don't know. That's the whole thing determining politics. Even in Britain, it's all race baiting, immigration. You know.
And not only just in American England, it's quite a few of the European countries as well, because apparently the extreme right are doing well in some of the countries. So
yeah. National Rally are doing well. They're in the polls. They look like they're doing well in France. National Rally, and of course, Italy's prime minister in her youth used to be with a Nazi group. So I'm not surprised. I mean, the immigration there has really messed up Europeans. They've been inundated with so many migrants for so many years that they've been pushed to becoming right wing and far right wing. So, you know, that's partly the fault of the European Union. They didn't really do a good job. Plus, it's also the fault of the Western countries that were bombing parts of the Middle East that contributed to the immigration problems. That's why you have so many Syrians in Germany. They were bombing Syria. So,
well, this is why we talk about these chickens coming home to roost, and now they're hatching and having chicks themselves. You know what I mean?
True, very true. Like they'll say things like they want to avoid the great replacement, and I tell them, and they get shocked when I say this to them. I say this to them: the great replacement already took place, and they're like, "What do you mean?" And then I say, Australia. The Aborigines have been replaced by the whites. New Zealand, the Maoris have been replaced by the Europeans. You look at North America, Central America, the Caribbean, South America, all the indigenous people there have been replaced by who? Europeans. So great replacement's already taken place. it's just like you say, maybe the chickens are coming home to roost to your people. So, but man,
Roost and lay again. Don't forget that. Roost and lay, boy.
true.
Roost
Very,
and lay. Islands going right wing. What foreign policy did they do? Oh dear. Nico sounds a bit upset today, boy.
What about Ireland?
Today, boy. But yeah, man. The plot thickens, as it were. And yeah, man. Big up yourself, Shuby. There's lots to come yet, boy. The party's just getting started, to be fair. I would suggest. So yeah, man, just hold on to your hats, man.
Will you be voting?
Nah, nah.
None of them interest you.
Absolutely not, man. I mean, I'm
Fair
so
enough.
disappointed in Labour. I mean, I don't really care about Conservative because I would never give them a tick. But I'm so disappointed in Labour. You know, I feel like I said, since Tony Blair came in, for me, Labour is just unvotable, man. Maybe under Corbyn, he might have got my vote, you get me? But this guy here, no bloody way, man. And that's another thing, the mere fact that there's no clear left and right anymore, I think that's quite sad. At least before, Labour was for the working people, Conservative was for the, up and coming yuppies and capitalists and whatever. And there was quite a distinction. Whereas now, oh, mate.
It's just right wing and center right. That's what it is. Right wing, center right. That's all you have.
Exactly.
I wouldn't even say Labour's center left. I'd say, I don't know. They're more center right. Are they center left?
Yeah, Tony Blair definitely moved them over to the right, and they've not left since. If anything, they've gone further right. And obviously under Corbyn, they were trying to come back, but they just squashed that, boy. And
True.
they squashed anything left. It looks like they.
Very true. I think it.
Can you hear that?
Not anymore. No.
No, sorry. Something started playing somewhere. I don't know where it is.
Yeah, it's gone now. I don't know what it was.
Somewhere it's playing. I don't know where it is. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh.
I don't go to South London that much, so I don't know how much parts of it has changed demographically. I don't know if Brixton's still the way it was in the 90s. I know they've gentrified parts of it, but I don't really know if it's changed racially. Maybe they're more. I don't know.
I would say so. I would say it's a bit of both. Because right now, places like Brixton, you can't even try to buy a house there. Whereas before, it was a bit cheaper because of,
Yeah.
But I would say both, to be fair.
Okay, fair enough.
I would say both. Because have you heard of the Black Farmer?
Yes, I have. Yes, I
Right,
have.
and he's got a little, well, not even a little, he's got a little spot in the Brixton market. And yeah, man, like 500 grams of oxtails, like £9. Do you understand?
£9.
And if you know how much 500 gram is, boy, that's about 3 oxtails.
What?
Oh, boy. But big him up still, trying to thing. Hopefully he's successful. But yeah, Brixton is not necessary. Yeah. But then there's like 3 different parts of Brixton now. Like morning, after work, and then the streets come out at night kind of thing. Crazy.
Freaks come out.
No, they've definitely got different time zones when different things are going on, But
I didn't even
if
know.
you know Tooting.
Who?
Do you know Tooting? A place called Tooting.
Oh yeah, Tooting. Yes, yeah, of course.
Yeah, I think they're trying to follow in Brixton's footsteps in terms of the market, because at night time you go in the market and eat dinner and have drinks and things like that,
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
I'm curious.
Yeah.
Why didn't any of those things exist when it was mainly black people there? I'm curious. Why didn't they exist then? Because black people drink, we eat, we like bars and all that. I'm curious. Is it like a cultural thing? I don't know. It's strange.
I think there's various reasons, to be fair. It's probably another title for another show, to be fair, but I think there's varying reasons. Some of which, it could be argued we can take some responsibility for, but others is I would say just due to the system and that, because a lot of them got priced out. And then really Brixton had its own culture in it. It had its own thing in it. If you wanted what they have now, you would go to, I don't know, Soho or Kings Road, or do you know what I mean?
So it's a cultural thing. It's a cultural thing.
Yeah, I think
because I remember in Brixton back in the 90s, there used to be that pub that was run by Caribbean people. It was near, is it Pizza Hut? There was a pub there. It was run by black people. I don't know if it still exists in Brixton. I forgot the name of it.
I don't even think there's a Pizza Hut in Brixton no more, boy.
Yeah, I know that was back in the 90s.
Yeah, I think the only two things that survived is McDonald's in Kentucky, boy.
McDonald's. I remember when they were going to open that on Choice FM, people were calling in saying, "Oh, there's going to be trouble. People are going to come in there and mess it up." And then when they opened up McDonald's, they used to have security guards in there. That was a big deal. Because back then you didn't see security guards inside a McDonald's, but when they opened one in Brixton, you had security guards.
Yeah, they still do, I'm sure.
Whoa.
They still do, I'm sure.
Man, that place has always been Labour, so they'll probably vote Labour. It's always been dominated by Labour, Brixton.
Yeah. I think that's still the case. Still,
Tories ain't gonna win.
That's still the case for now. For now,
I don't know if I'll vote. I can't really see who I'd vote for. So probably won't vote.
And the thing is, I'm not even sure if you're allowed to spoil your vote anymore now.
Yeah, you can. You can void it. You can void your vote. You just go into
maybe just it might be one of them ones just so that you've exercised your right to franchise. You know what I mean?
I did that once for one election.
Yeah, but in real life, none of them tickle my fancy at all. None of them tickle my fancy at all.
Damn shame. Can't vote. Bunga. Some guy called Bunga says vote Diane Abbott. Cannot vote Diane Abbott. She's not the MP in my constituency, so can't vote for her. So, couldn't vote for Dawn Butler either. She's not in my constituency, so can't vote for Dawn Butler. Yeah.
It's a bit techie at the moment, but by the sounds of it, everyone believes that Labour are just nailed on to win, so that'll be interesting still.
I never told you this. I never told you this before. I can tell you now because I no longer work there. I used to work in the Houses of Parliament. I no longer work there, so it's not like a security thing. So I used to work there. And I used to see the MPs. I used to see, what's her name? Dawn Butler. I guess they're friendly, but we weren't supposed to talk politics with them. We were just supposed to provide consultancy, and that was it. But it was one thing that got to me was when I was there was the amount of people of Nigerian descent who were MPs, and the people who are of Caribbean descent who were also MPs in there. I was like, wow. I mean, I knew about their existence, but it was just working there and then seeing them. It was like, damn. I don't know, maybe it's because it's like from an older generation where you didn't really see that many non-white people in the Houses of Parliament on TV. And a big deal was made when Diane Abbott was there.
Right.
And it's like now it's like there's so many. Dawn Butler, I can't remember the others' names. And then you had so many like people of Nigerian descent.
So you was happy with the representation that you saw then, in terms of numbers, yeah?
I was surprised by it. I didn't think there were that many. I was surprised. I don't know if I was happy. I was like surprised. They even have a particular traditional position in the House of Commons called the Security General, and he's supposed to be responsible for security in there. And before they speak, he marches in with two people on either side of him, and he's holding this big thing called the mace, and he walks in there. And that guy has a special seat for himself in there. You don't see him because the camera's not showing him because he's behind the camera, but he has a special seat. And that seat is taken by a guy of Nigerian descent. So you got this black guy who's got this, he's the security general, and he sits there for him specifically. And then you see all these people there, mixture of Africans and Caribbeans. It's like it's like the nightmare that what's his name? That Banksy is against. It's
That's what I'm actually sitting there thinking, man. This must be a nightmare for some of them to hear this, boy.
And that's just the Africans and the Caribbeans. I haven't started talking about the Asians, the Pakistanis, the Bangladeshis, who are also in the House of Commons, and some of them in the House of Lords. So
okay, so but what you're saying, there's quite a good representation then.
Yeah.
That
the
we would
question,
necessarily think.
The question isn't the representation of color. It's in there. The question is, are they going to be passing the kind of policies that will benefit their community, their constituency? That's really the thing. And then you have to think, if you're an Asian person and you're representing a constituency where the majority of people are Anglo-Saxons, you're going to be representing that community. You're not going to be doing anything for the Bangladeshis, are you? Unless you're based in Tower Hamlets or something. So it's I don't know.
Then sort of, yeah, I was just about to say, which sort of lends itself to the argument of Obama and people complaining about what he did or didn't do for the people. Then, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
The black folks, that is, I mean.
Because if you're canvassing and the people you're talking to and who are voting for you are white, when you come into power, you're then going to do a pro-black thing. and if the majority
won't last long, innit?
Exactly. So you either don't run as a politician, or if you do run, you run in an area where the majority of people look like you. But then it's like, has Diane Abbott, in your opinion, has she done a great deal for Hackney? Is it Hackney she's?
Yeah.
Has she done a great deal for Hackney?
I don't know. You'd have to ask the Hackney people then, but they kept re-electing her, so by that, I would like to think maybe so. Because she's been there from the 80s, isn't it?
Yeah. She has 88. She was the first black person.
So I would presume that they liked what she was doing. Yeah. Otherwise, she would have got voted out, innit?
Yeah, it's a democracy. Yeah, that thing you played on your video where Banksy then went on to say, was it that Triluminati Live and G Block are black?
Yeah, I know a black thing. I know.
It's like Public Enemy said, fear of a black planet. As soon as you see a group of black people together, they just get scared and say, oh, this is a pro-black thing.
And he knows that nothing's further from the truth when it comes to both of those channels, because they've never ever professed to be anything of the kind.
Exactly.
In fact, they've gone out their way to make people know they're not.
They're not, yeah. Absolutely. They've gone out their way to say they're not. 100% both channels. That's why isn't that why Veli was called Veli Robinson for a while, because he just had like people who were regarded as racists who were dominating the channel. But now, according to Banksy, it's a pro-black channel.
Well, you know how it goes, man. When you're playing their tune, then you're all good, innit? But if you start beating a drum now, you know it's gonna hurt you. Man. You remember it was just a couple months ago that Gummy was accusing him of being a racist, black supremacist. and all sorts. So, but I notice everyone's got amnesia since they come back to the block. Everyone's brand new, boy. But we're here to remind them, boy. Trust me.
Nah, I don't. I think the last time I haven't.
Crazy. Oh gosh. Hold on. This thing keeps playing. How do I get it off? Let me see.
What music keeps playing?
No, it's not even music. It's a video, you know, of that bloody prison girl.
Oh.
Exactly. Yeah. So, but I can't. But I think I've done it now because it's on my WhatsApp. But listen, people, I'm gonna leave it there. Still, we gotta finish off my day before I get sacked, boy. But
Oh, you're working.
always nice to have you, sexy lion.
Pleasure. It's always a pleasure
No.
to come on.
But it's Sunday, isn't it?
Yeah, true. All right, then. Take care. Speak to you.
But thanks for passing through, and I'll speak to you soon, man.
Okay.
All right, big up. Listen, people, I'm out still. It wasn't a long one. Yeah, we may come back our next time for a part 2. Pussy confused method. Don't think I've forgotten about you still, but yeah, today worked for you still. But everyone left in the building, big up yourself still. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday. And yeah, let me get myself back on track. But yeah, man, big up everyone in the building. Make sure you slap the like button. England are losing. England are shit anyway, so I don't think anyone should be surprised. That's a still. And yeah, I might come back and review the rest of this still because it is quite funny. But yeah, I'm gonna have to leave it. That's a still. Tomorrow's another day. So listen, family, have yourselves a good one. You don't know the rest. Tell somebody that you love them. And yeah, man, 90 for and out, man. Yeah, it's probably a bit of an abrupt ending, but yeah, man, let me go and do 1 and 2 things, done this out. All right, peace and love, family. You done know. All right, take care. Bye-bye. Big up everyone that passed through as well today. Yeah, you get where.